media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Across social media, we are at VOP TV Live, and of course on YouTube. Be part of the family. Click on the subscription button and be aware whenever we come your way with programs. That's at Voice of the People Television. That's how we appear on YouTube. I am Moses Humphrey. Now let's get straight into a few things that happened yesterday. Not our major conversations, of course, but a few things that happened yesterday. The lawmaker representing Pangshin Kanke Kanam Federal Constituency of Plateau State in the House of Representatives, Yusuf Gagdi, has said that most attacks on the state are coordinated from neighboring states. Well, Gagdi made this disclosure on Tuesday while responding to questions on a Monitor television program. He explained that bandits from northwest and northeast, particularly from Zamfara axis, have completely relocated to the forest reserves situated around the state's boundary in order to carry out their attacks. He lamented that farmers are not allowed to farm in that area for the fact that it is a safe haven for the bandits, kidnappers, and other criminals. So they have taken possession of a particular area. He's making this information, he's putting out this information, but I just say it's not new. We know these things happen. But it's an indictment on the security architecture. It's an indictment on the presidency. Yes, because the president himself has given directives a lot of times that these people be fished out, smoked out, but we see them thriving. And when you listen to Christopher Musa, the Chief of Army Staff, he talks tough a lot of times. He talks tough, but also it seems like sometimes he sounds overwhelmed, and the thought that some foreign entity seems to be encouraging these bandits is troubling, because Nigeria is a sovereign country and should be able to protect its borders. That's what sovereignty basically is. So it's unfortunate that this is, being put out there, especially by a lawmaker who should, look into making laws and looking to compel the relevant agencies to do what they have been appointed to do, which is protect lives and property.
I would have said something, to regard whereby we know that in the southeastern part of the nation, some persons have said that the place is more like militarized, like we have more military personnel, mountain checkpoints, roadblocks, and all that. in the name of fighting the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB members, or even the unknown gunmen, where we know that the issue of terrorism and insurgent attack and all that, it's taking another turn in the north. They should leave the military men in the southeast. Yeah, some persons will ask me, where am I from? I'm a Nigerian, to be frank. But I believe within myself that leaving the military men in the southeast actually is a way to tell this unscrupulous element that you cannot get any hold of the southeast. You cannot get to the southeast, in as much as yes, they are everywhere. But I think it's a good time for me to come up to say thank you for leaving the military where they are in the south, instead of taking them to where we're having serious issues of insurgents and all the attacks. I think 2 days or 3 days ago, it was there in the news that some military men were also sent to a place in Cross River State to help broker peace in a place where they're having land disputes. What should have been the work of the Civil Defense Corps or even the police is now where we're sending the military to live in places where we know that needed serious bombardment for the people that some persons have come up to tell us that are foreigners. When Moses was talking about it being an indictment on the part of the security, security officers and all that, talking about how did these people, how were they able to migrate from where they were in Zamfara State to the borders with Plateau? How? The other time I wanted to go to a particular place I love visiting so much in Nigeria, and I was told not to go there. Why? They said the insurgent members have decided to take part of some reserves in that place. And we're like, how? Why wouldn't I? Why would I be able to travel to places I love going to? I love the North so much because I have stayed in the North, I've lived in the North, I'm still in the North. But I can't even have, freedom to move around again. Reason, foreigners have decided to come and make me, a Nigerian now, uncomfortable in a place where I should be able to spread my wings and soar high like an eagle. And some persons are actually situating this with kid glove. The other time there was an attack in Benue State, the governor of the state says that the people who launched that carnage come from a neighboring state, Nasarawa State. Some come up and say, no, it's a political statement, it shouldn't be there. Now we're getting this again from another legislator saying that the people who are killing persons in Plateau migrated from Zamfara to the borders. Sometime in Edo State, some persons were killed, and then they were termed, or rather they have this name, hunters. And the question is, how come hunters were able to move? Where are they going to? Where, the problem I'm seeing in Nigeria is this. We are not yet ready to end the issue of insecurity. I am not going to blame the people, the foreigners, whom some persons have come up to say they are the ones enjoying the issue of insecurity because of illegal mining activities and all that. If Nigerian government wake up today to say we want to end the issue of insecurity, you see those tactics they deploy when they go for peacekeeping, they'll bring it down here in Nigeria and they'll be able to end the issue of insecurity within weeks or months. Believe me, to happen. But I don't think we are ready to do it yet.
Well, I don't know what will happen. When Moses was speaking, I was just looking at him and said, this is my colleague. I hope he doesn't, because he says we know. He doesn't know. He hears. Please, let me correct you. He doesn't know. He just hears. He gets to hear that, look, the people that are causing problems in Plateau State are coming from the borders. He doesn't know, because if he knows, he will be a person of interest, so that the security agencies will come and he will invite him to come and
tell them. Did I say we know? Did I say we know those perpetrated?
Yeah, no, you say you know that the people perpetrating these things come from
borders.
You hear, you don't know. The people that know are the people telling us now. So these are the people that the security agency should invite to come and, but like, this is not the first time we hear this. This is not the first time. The other time we heard that they are from Nasarawa State. Yeah. And Nasarawa State governor and his cabinet, it took some efforts on their part to say, look, we are not aware of this. It's not true. They are trying to play politics within security and all of that. Now we hear from the House of Representatives member that they come from Taraba. The point of it is this. The security agencies, your work is simply cut out for you. When we hear all of these things, we know that we tend to think that there's an element of truth in all of this. But it behoves, on the security agencies to unravel all of this. A lot of Nigerians, highly placed, the Chief of Defense Staff, Christopher Musa, has also told us that, look, the people that are causing problems in the middle belt, in all parts of Nigeria, are foreigners. National Rufai said it in the open. We asked these people to come and help us. Now, after helping us, we abandoned them. The governor of Plateau State, Mutwang, says the people causing these problems are coming from outside. The governor of Benue State, Hyacinth Alia, has said that much. What's his name? Governor of Benue State, Governor of Borno State, Professor Babagana Zulum, has said, look, politicians are the ones causing this problem. But it is quite unfortunate that in all of this, from the higher hierarchy of the architecture, security architecture, national security advisor, chief of defense staff, chief of army staff, they have all come out to tell us, look, the people that are causing these problems are from outside. Yet, up until this moment, nobody's career has been damaged. Nobody has been questioned by the DSS. Nobody has been questioned by the police. Nobody has been prosecuted by the court. If you wait for Moses and Chukwuma to tell you the people causing these problems, you might probably wait forever because we only hear, we don't know. And in all honesty, this looks like this country is a big joke where people in positions of responsibility come and say something. They don't take responsibility. They allow the ordinary Nigerian to bear the brunt of insecurity all over the country. It's quite unfortunate. We can never say this enough. It's an ongoing concern, as far as I am concerned, and until the government, the central government in particular, not even the states, I don't hold the states responsible for this. It is within the purview of the central government, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Minister of Defense, the Minister of State for Defense. Unfortunately, we have in the Defense Ministry people who are not tried and tested. We have a Minister of Defense who doesn't have military background. We have a Minister of State who was accused of sponsoring insecurity in his state. At the point he was governor of that state, Zamfara State. I'm talking about Bello Matawale. Bandits almost chased him out of Zamfara State, yet he was rewarded with a juicy Ministry of Defense after the elections. It's quite unfortunate. Any day the Nigerian government becomes intentional in fighting insecurity, trust me, within 6 months, we'll be done with insecurity. Anyway, let's move away from that and get into another serious issue trending within the polity that also has a tie with insecurity. Because President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has directed the Bank of Agriculture, BOA, to immediately clear outstanding arrears owed to agro-dealers and input suppliers under the National Agricultural Growth Scheme and Agro Pocket Program, that is the NAGSAP. Well, the president's order followed the release of 30 billion naira by the African Development Bank, AFDB, as the second tranche for implementing the scheme. A statement issued on Monday by BOA's Executive Media Relations Lead, Judith Ekwebelem, in Benin City, confirmed the directive and said it was aimed at fast-tracking support for farmers and stabilizing the country's food supply chain. While the bank has now been formally appointed as custodian of all agricultural financing program funds, with a mandate to ensure timely disbursements to critical players in the food production chain. All compliant agro-based dealers are expected to receive funds within 24 hours with weekly progress updates provided until the exercise is completed. We are back again. Who are the agro-dealers? Where are they getting the products from farms or from overseas? That's the big question. It is not enough to collect money from AFDB and say, okay, BOA will give you 30 billion naira. Now you have to disburse these funds to agro-dealers. Who are the agro-dealers? Where are they?
IDP camps, that's what they are.
They are in IDP camps?
Yes.
Oh.
They are in IDPs because they can no longer access their farmlands because of insecurity.
Good. So now the question is, are they going to import? The window, the 6 months window that was open for food importation is gone, has been closed. And even when it was open, how many people were able to import? So we have a basic issue. We have a government that is trying to build something on nothing. It doesn't work logically, philosophically. It cannot work. You cannot build something on nothing until we get to a point where farmers in all parts of the country. You see, when we talk about farmers not going to farm, we think that is in the north. It's not in the north. In the southeast, in Ebonyi State, in parts of Enugu State, In parts of Abia State, farmers no longer go to in Edo State. I had a guest on my show who said, look, farmers don't go to farm again. In Edo State, if they have to go to farm, they probably spend like 45 minutes or so in a hurry and all of that. And they rush back. So, what does that tell you? It tells you that our food production, the issue of food security, we have not even started talking about food security, food sufficiency, much less food security. So when the president pours money into a bank of industry and says, look, disburse this money to agro dealers, the only thing it will do is to spike inflation. And it's even good that we hear that inflation is dropping bit by bit, from 21.2 to 21.01 and all of that. It's not significant if you ask me, because if you go to the market, you still find out that the price of staple food items is still on the increase, still very high. So we need to retweak all of these things. We need to keep tweaking it. It's unfortunate. The other day, the economics I learned in secondary school at the university, I've lost all of them. Because when I hear people that are the economic managers of this country say a few things, I go back to my textbooks and I say, is there anything I'm missing here? This is one of the things I'm missing. When the president says, disburse funds to agro dealers, where are the foods coming from? That's it for me.
Can I remember the last time I saw Korean doya in my house? Like 100 tubers of yam in my house. Before now, that's what we do. That's what my daddy used to do. Buy plenty, 100 tubers. Korea, tell you this is Korean doya. Keep it at home.
So you call yams?
Doya is yam.
Okay.
So people can easily come in and take and all that. Yes. Okay. Now, you know why I'm saying this? I have a friend somewhere in Niger State. He served Nigeria for 35 years. And after that, he retired. He decided to go into farming. Then he got a land on lease, very big land, and decided to plant yam there. Guess what? Middle of the whole season, he called and said, see, I have to harvest my yam. I said, what happened? Why are you harvesting the yam now? Baba, calm down. Why will you go to harvest it? Because I was told that the place where these yams are being cultivated, if it mature, I cannot harvest it. Reason being that all these boys that call themselves insurgent groups now have their camp close to the place where the farm was. They had to harvest its meat. Not all of them. They couldn't get deep into where, the big portion of the plantation where they picked some, the one that they could see on the surface. He invested money in that particular move and he lost a lot of money. Then he now said, okay, if something like, he was thinking that should be a retirement plan. He employed people to cultivate, plant and everything, harvesting also, he also employed people to do it. And I said, no, you've seen that that's not a retirement plan. So what else will you do? He said, it hurts him so much that after 35 years of putting in his youthful nature to serve Nigeria, he cannot go back home and at least say, I have something I'm doing just to give back to society and also lay my hand on something. I said, okay, now you understand what we're talking about, the issue of insecurity, because it has not gotten to Natal, where you were residing. You think maybe we're joking with that? He said, no, he did not perceive it that way. Chikuma, you're asking where this money will be going to. I went to buy...
I said, where the food will come from.
Okay, the food will
they
come.
Want to buy, yes.
The other days, a tomato seller told us that they bring tomatoes now from Cameroon.
Okay.
Yeah, it was...
So we are importing.
Yeah, maybe they are importing now. You understand?
Putting more pressure on the
even pineapple. God bless you for understand. Even pineapple too, because the one I bought 2 days ago, the aboki that sold to me told me
from
I bought
Benue
it.
Republic.
I'm happy you understand. Now, and someone who happens to be the executive director of BOA, I'm talking about Ajaokuta, is saying that this move actually is a good one, describing this as a turning point. One we've not been able to name.
What do you expect him to say?
How is it going to account for the money?
There's money to throw around.
30 billion naira.
30 billion naira.
Looking at 30 billion naira is what we're looking at this point in time. And, tomorrow when they will call you to come up to give account of how you do this, give account of your stewardship, what will you say?
He will simply say he disbursed it to Nigerians. Data is there.
And how will African Development Bank feel for giving you such money that would have been given to another country?
It's not their business.
It should be their business. You know why I'm saying this?
No, they've given you money. It's up to you to do what the money was assigned for in the first place. And it's really unfortunate. You asked where the food is going to come from. Well, before I go into the possible place of where the food, of course, the food will come from from farms or the marketplace.
Which farms?
I don't know.
He's in his other they are doing the green farm thing, where you plant yam inside your house.
I can't plant yam in my house, but I wish we could go back to those days, really, because the house I grew up in, we had space, so we planted a lot of things. We had yam, we had palm kernel, we had vegetable, we had a guava, we had a lot of things, mango. What's it called now? Sugar cane. We had a lot of things.
The new technology is that you can now plant in back-to-back.
In your house.
So you can plant in your house.
Yes.
Actually, if you want. So desire.
It's gonna be cumbersome doing that, and then acquiring manure and all of that. But like Fina pointed out, the issue of insecurity is not helping. But there's something they said here. There's something that we seem not to pay attention to. They say compliant agro dealers. So who are the compliant agro dealers? Do they have a data?
Okay.
Do they have a data of people that are termed compliant? Now, can we see the data? Can we know where these people have their, their greenhouse or their farmlands and everything? Can we point to them? Can we know them before you start disbursing 30 billion naira?
I hate to bother.
Within 24 hours.
Permit me to do that. You and I were on the show, I think that was on Monday, when we had the former Minister of Communication, Barrister Adebayo Shitu. And I asked him a question and said, when you were in office, you rolled out the connection, NIN and SIM card and all of that. And so how far did you drive that program, that process, to ensure that we are able to, Nigerian government, security agencies are able to track, criminals and all of that? You heard what he said. He said it was not in his place. He just rolled out a program that is in the place of security agencies.
But it is in the place of security agencies.
So now the compliance is in the place of people providing the data, and not for the BOA.
Exactly the point I'm trying to make. Those are the people that will now determine who, the compliant agro dealers.
Exactly.
And these are the people that will get the monies.
And so what BOA, to answer Fina and yours question, what BOA will simply do is, we had a list of people to give money,
and we'll give
them money.
And we'll give them, yes, and that's it. But having said that, let's if you've been to the market recently, food prices are coming down.
Okay.
I don't know the magic that government has done, but food prices are coming down.
The inflation is dropping too.
Inflation is dropping. Bag of rice has come down. Yesterday we got a bucket, a painter of what's this thing? Crayfish. A painter of crayfish for about 4,000 naira. I heard it was a lot more higher than that before.
This is the season.
Okay.
It's exactly the point. Because
seasonal things.
Some people, some food economists believe that this is harvest season.
Yeah,
that
indeed.
Naturally, like if you think back, like 2-3 months ago, if you walked into a cafeteria and you wanted plantain, fried plantain, what we call dodo, they'll probably give you 3 slices for 200 naira.
Is it for dodo?
They'll give you like 3 pieces for small, tiny pieces for 200 naira. But now, if you go to the market, if you go to a cafeteria or a buka, you buy plantain for a portion now is about 6, 7, 8 pieces for the 10, 200 naira.
Okay.
And when you add
200 naira.
Yes.
That's one finger now for 200.
No, I'm not talking about finger. I'm talking about slices.
Slices, yes.
One that's already fried. At that point,
really,
like 2 or 3 months ago, it was 3 slices, small, for 200 naira, and that's one portion.
Okay.
Now, one portion, you get it for like 7, 8 pieces.
Some cafeterias sell one slice, 100 naira for one slice.
Depending on, so the fact, and when I asked, they said, no, this is the season for plantain.
Okay, so it explains
the drop.
The government is taking credit for it.
Yeah, the government is taking credit because the government is in charge of harvests. The government is in charge of harvests. So until we get to a situation where we are able to produce food all year round, some advanced countries have gone beyond that. They don't tell you that this is a season. There's no seasonal food product again because you plant all through the season with the help of irrigation and all of that. In my area, within the water, the coastal areas, you have vegetables all year round.
All year round.
So there's no time for this is the season for fluted pumpkin.
I think one of the things we've been able to produce all year round is corn. I see corn everywhere all year round. If you drive on Airport Road, you would always see those women roasting corn from January till December. At the point I had to ask, thank you, where do they get these things from?
You'd be surprised that they get those things from neighboring West African countries.
Don't say that.
Honestly, I do. Trust me.
When tomato seller told you that they push it from Cameroon.
They do.
Oh, you're saying you see?
Honestly.
No, I would hate to admit, I would hate to believe that.
Unfortunately, that is what it is.
So we now import corn.
If you Agbado. Yes, now. You don't know.
If you import tomatoes that you can easily get behind your house, why wouldn't you import corn?
Even when you said that you give them enough Agbado. Let us move on.
Okay. All right then. Well, yesterday, which was, of course, September 23rd, 2025, there was heavy rainfall yesterday. And, well, NIMET did say we'll have rain this season. And then it's going to affect coastal areas like Lagos and some other places. Now, there was flooding in areas like Agor Palace Way, Apple Junction, Agor Bridge, Mile 2, and also Lekki area was flooded. We had videos. Now, this is Lekki area, actually. This is the Admiralty Way. This is this present house. That's in front of, oh yes, House on the Rock Church. And you know, if you've been to the church, it's in a slope. Okay. It's a slope. So if the outside is this flooded, I can imagine what the inside will be like. And well, a Nigerian posted this. You know, I like what he said. The guy that posted this. You know, he said, "Look, it's not. I mean, government is doing its bit. We know it may not be enough, but we also should do ours." I see street cleaners sweep the street and pour the dirt, the sand, into the drainage. You know, some unscrupulous elements would take their refuse and pour into the drainage. It's amazing that we're still talking about this in the 21st century. We are still pouring refuse in drainages, and then we want government to come and desilt. We want, you know, when I see things like this, it makes me want to reintroduce environmental sanitation, where people actually dug up, you know, desilted their drainages. But the problem I had with that is most of that was placed on the road to dry, and then before you knew it, the sand washed back into the gutters, and then we are back to square one. So it's on all of us, really. Government can say go move to. If you're living in low plain areas, go to areas where areas that are not prone to flooding. But I mean, it's up to us to protect our environment.
Yes, up to us to protect our environment. Yes, it's a shared responsibility between the government and the people.
And the people.
But let me just say something quickly about the government. You know, back in the days, in the 1940s and 1950s, we had a crop of people who traveled to Europe, to Britain in particular, to go and study. And I'd like to do some kind of comparison with other countries in Asia, Southeast Asia. And the people that went to UK to study, they had their contemporaries. The Asian tigers, those countries that are doing well. You know one thing, they said, like, if you go to UK at that time, if you had 10 foreigners, 8 of them were probably Nigerians. Then 1 person from Asia or other part of the world. Now, these are the people that went back to Asia and developed their country. I want to cite an instance with one Asian country. You see, within the city center, when it rains like this, if there's a downpour like this, they have a central collection system to the extent that at the touch of a button, a lever is opened and the whole water collected within that city gets drained out in a fraction of 1 hour.
Those are cities that were planned.
Exactly. Who planned those cities?
People planned them from the get-go.
From the get-go.
Yes.
So
in Nigeria,
we never
streets
planned.
in Nigeria were not planned. Even those that were planned
by the white men.
Yes, places like Ikoyi that had planned, the drainages don't even work anymore.
No, at that point, at the time, places like Ikoyi were planned. This technology wasn't available. The technology that I'm talking about, but it took the efforts of people to take this technology from Europe and deploy them to Southeast Asia. And it is working. You don't get the cities flooded like we have.
The land where we would have had this central.
I mean, that is the Admiralty way.
Somebody have gone there to build a house. There's a mansion there, so let's just take it to be is our thing. The place where the place where this whole water would have entered, where would have dug the deep sewer for us to collect
like
all
a
the
dam
water.
of some sort,
Like a dam.
some sort of dam.
Someone who think he is big or maybe she is big have
That
gone there
is
to
the
build a
problem.
house.
For Admiralty way to be flooded, that is how highbrow.
That's highbrow.
In any part of the world that you see heavy flood in advanced countries, it never happens in the city centers because they are always planned. Anyway, let's move away from all of that and get into newspaper headlines. Fina, do you have them now?
Yeah, I do. I have the Daily Independent, and also I have the Nigerian Tribune. The Vanguard newspaper also is here. But let me start off from the cover page of the Nigerian Tribune. The window headlines are, and the Peng Pengasin kick against FG's plan to sell JV oil assets. Senate unseals Natasha's office as she resumes amid tight security. Right after that, I won't apologize, she vows. Court adjourned Senator's plenary objection. Okay, I'll take that again for clarity and emphasis, please. I won't apologize, she vows. Court adjourned Senator's preliminary objections to October 27. The banner headline, business leaders express hope as CBN cuts interest rate to 27%. It is a step towards building more resilient, growth-oriented economy, CPPE. NECADG, that's NECADG, urged strategic easing to boost growth. Ekiti 2026, I have confidence in our party, Oyebanji. Alleged land grabbing, Ogoni government files charges against 2 traditional rulers, others. Forced bank to launch financial services for blind, physically challenged customers. On the health sector, uncontrolled high blood pressure puts over 1 billion people at risk. That's coming from World Health Organization. And then 44th Olubadan, Tinubu, Atiku, Sultan, emirs of Kano, Ilorin, expected at Lodge's coronation. New Olubadan begins traditional rites. Ibadan in festive mode as billboards, banners flood streets. We have never witnessed such. That's coming from residents. Coronation committee announced roads to be closed on Friday. Those are the stories on the cover page of the Nigerian Tribune newspaper today.
Newspaper headlines, but a newspaper review, which is much later, at 10 o'clock, we'll get deeper into the headlines. Now let's get into our first conversation this morning. Explosion rocks Umwele community in Imo State. One person confirmed dead. Others injured as residents discover buried explosives. Let's look into this. Join us again.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'ọkwa akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kerikosi ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television, ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Well, good morning, and thanks for joining us again. This is VOP TV, and VOP this morning is a program in a tragic development. A dark cloud has fallen over Umuaka community in Njaba local government area as a devastating explosion has shattered the peace of the town. Residents say this is not just an accident. Now they point accusing fingers at a dreaded local gang group widely known as Umuoma terrorist group. Well, that's what they call them. Now, this group has been blamed for planting dangerous explosives around people's homes. Fear and outrage are mounting in the community. Now, from what we understand, the explosives were planted to deter security agencies from accessing their area because they have taken they've pitched their tent somewhere around this village. But the people not aware of where the explosives are have mistakenly stepped on them a number of times and lives have been lost. Well, we'll be sharing a few of those videos with you, and we warn of viewers' discretion. Please be aware as the videos come up on the screen. Now, villagers are currently calling on the federal government and security agencies to step in immediately, restore order, and protect innocent lives before the situation escalates further. Now, if you're watching from that part of the country, would want you to join the conversation today, or if you have experienced this, because we hear that a lot of residents from that area have abandoned their homes, they have ran away for safety, and some of those that reached out to VOP television were afraid to express themselves on the show for fear of being victimized. Well, one actually, in a voice note that I listened to, said that he wouldn't want to come out. He wouldn't even want his voice heard so that his family house would not be destroyed by these individuals that call themselves Umuoma. Umuoma in English should be good children. But what these ones are doing are far from being good. They're terrorizing the area. And we hear that they kill whoever opposes them. Well, we do have a video and a testimony from one of those that volunteered to speak from that vicinity. Now, the name on this is not the real name. The real name of this individual has been concealed for security purposes. Take a listen.
Oh, Mark, if you're coming from Owerri, if you're coming from Owerri, Omaka is 30 minutes drives. If you're coming from Walu to Omaka, it's 15 minutes drive. So Omaka is a community in Imo State. And all these bombs were planted by the people came to the Omuoma or non-bomb land Omuoma. That's what they've been doing locally as Omuoma. So they have planted these bombs to deter the army not to come around them. And they don't know where all these bombs have been planted. So it would need the help of the police, bomb detection, or the army bomb detection to come to Mark and look at everywhere. So this is because they were in other villages in Imo State before they were sent back in, so they now find refuge in my community. And that is where this is happening. A lot of Nakarita have deserted. This is Umaka in Injaba local government area of Imo State. Okay? It's in southeast, and that is why most people in southeast are running away. Because government had not been involved. They need to call the government to come to Umak and solve this problem once and for all.
There is said to have been a bomb explosion, and the effect of the explosion broke a man's leg. Another explosion is said to have happened at a place called Ameze, and that explosion affected a man called Mr. Chilaka and his son's legs, where they traded scraps. It seemed they stepped on an explosive device, and that device went off. Justin Wanweke, an eyewitness reports. Justin Wanweke also added that he would send the video to a certain group called Obiwane Group. Still talking about explosion, another scene happened in front of a place called White House, where another explosive device was found and deactivated. It was said to have been placed inside a garbage dump.
All right. The audio was sent to VOP television, and we had to, alter it a bit to conceal the identity of the person and the people actually that reached out to us. And in that video, you also saw a child who, unfortunately, drove over one of the explosives and had parts of his clothes and torn off, and then blood dripping from parts of his body and that of his one that looks like his elder brother. Now, in this other video, there is some sort of cartridge, some sort of a bomb-like cartridge that was found in the gutter, and we hear that it hadn't been detonated yet. Now, the village is being abandoned as we speak. Well, we have joining us on the show to make sense of all of this. Now, we have Ambassador Roy, who will be joining this conversation. We also have Dr. Ndubisi Mwobu, Deputy Governorship Candidate of the African Democratic Congress. He's also he's in the capacity of a political affairs commentator. Ambassador Roy joins us from the diaspora, and he's National Secretary, retired members of Nigerian Armed Forces. And let's see if we can make sense of all of this. We also have with us in the studio Barrister Darlington Agomo, who incidentally is from Imo State, and I'm sure this strikes close to home for him. For some of us as well. I'm also from Imo State, so it's personal. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining the conversation. Let's start off with Ambassador Roy. Good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning.
Good to have you on the show. It's been a while. I know we had to take you out of your busy schedule, but this is insecurity, and this is important. Now, we hear from the testimony of some of those individuals that they were chased from other communities, which gives the impression that government forces are doing something, but now they have pitched their tent in a community that seems to be helpless. And the name, Umuoma, they're being called a terrorist group. Are you aware of this? What do you know about this? And give us a broad overview of your thoughts on this, really. Insecurity in the Southeast, the heart of it.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I want to appreciate your team for most of the escalations that you do concerning some of these challenges. Now, if you actually look at the East, you will agree with me that in the DSS, in the EFCC, in the military, in the judiciary, in everywhere in the polity, we have people from the East. Even in the studio here, most of us that are in the studio here, we are from the East. Now, my concern with the agitations that some of us do is that we tend to think that Nigeria is an entity that belongs to the citizens within the territorial integrity. We forget that Nigeria is owned by a selected few that hail from different communities, different religion, and different political parties that come together as a selected few and own the dictates of the country. Who becomes the president, who becomes rich, who becomes poor, everything is dictated by those set of people. And if you look at our history unfortunately was wiped out. If you look at our history, you begin to see that there are certain names that own discussions and dialogue in the country. Now, let's look at what happened in this recent time. I want to say that it's a growing concern. I use the word growing because so many of the global insecurity, terrorism challenges today started just like a small spark. Now, why that community? Why do anti-personnel bombs within your community? Because if it is an anti-tank bomb, it will not detonate when a human being climbs on top of it. It's an anti-personnel. I am one of those that was trained in the Army Bomb School in Makurdi. So when we look at such explosive IEDs, these are non-improvised, and we begin to think that why in that kind of community? And I ask myself all the time, Nigerian communities, they are supposed to have their own communication on insecurity parameters and separate it from agitation for recognition, agitation for being sidelined in politics, in economy, or anything. Insecurity affects first those that are domiciled in that community, and they must begin to communicate on that exposure, that vulnerability, so that we don't begin to lose lives of the people we think we are fighting for. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Ambassador Roy. Now, the question I need to ask you, you just made mention of being one of the persons that were being trained in bomb school in Makurdi. How easy is it for individuals who does not have any idea on how to go about all these things? I'm talking about formation of the IEDs now, to go ahead, doing it without the help of people who have been trained actually for them to be able to run this. Do you think that these persons or these individuals who have decided to hold a community ransom are walking alone, or are we seeing the hands of professionals, well-organized teams now, aiding them for them actually to continue carrying out this heinous crime on the people? And if that actually should be the case, then where then lies the work of security agents? Because we have so many security personnel in the Southeast, especially in that area or in that state.
Well, I'm happy you brought this up because it is the angle where I live from. I want to assure you that military veterans that have this capacity of training because of loyalty and patriotism, if you go and check history, you can calculate how many personnel that have actually been discharged meritoriously, and you find them in non-state actor activities and championing training and exposure. Even if the government has also failed to make the security department allowance, which is supposed to morally deter you from using your skill against the state, that has been abused by successive governments in Nigeria for military veterans. Now, let's come to the IED itself. There are conventional and non-conventional. There are those that are prepared to be used operational for conventional warfare. There are those that you can just prepare by yourself locally, you know, and most of that are the common ones being used by non-state actors. You know, they use a lot of materials which we are not supposed to mention online, and they prepare these things locally. But then the failure of government still shows, because if we want to build such things, we are supposed to actively interrogate, after the Civil War, all of those local manufacturing, arms manufacturing, explosive manufacturing outlets, and utilize them for national security.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Ambassador Roy, for a very deep insight and knowledge on the military operations. Now, let's come back. We'll come back to you in a moment. Let's come back to the studio here, where we have Barrister Darlington Agommo, who incidentally happens to come from Imo State. Barrister Agommo, what do you know? What is going on in Njaba local government area? We see this is not the issue, or this is not an issue of agitation. I'm sure it has nothing to do with give us the state of Biafra or what. Why is it that the community is turning against itself? Like from the intro, we understand that those IEDs were built to prevent security agencies from assessing that community. What do you know? What is going on in Imo State?
Mr. Okoro, we have a bigger problem coming. This is just a precursor. This is just a testing period. You know, when DR Congo happened, it started like this. And I can tell you authoritatively, it's not about agitation for self-recognition or whatever.
Okay. So what is
they want to look? Let us widen the scope here. When Niger happened, and the international community can no longer assess that as it, because that was one of the reasons why these guys left that union or whatever. And so the white men are finding it difficult to go through that route. You know, this gas pipeline they are building, very huge whatever. And Niger is blocking that route.
Okay.
The easiest and cheapest way is that axis in Imo State.
You're talking about gas?
Yes. The easiest and cheapest means of crossing into Europe is that axis.
Of course, Barrister, I'd like for you to come back.
Look,
be very clear on this.
Mr. Okoro, it is all about what? Mineral resources, access to it.
Okay, that is what is feeding.
That is what is playing out now in that particular axis. Ask yourself, why would anybody spend that kind of money to acquire those expensive, destructive objects?
IEDs are not very expensive.
Whether they are, but at least they bought it with money.
Which mineral resource are we actually talking about here?
Mr. Okoro, they want to have access to that land.
What is
so that they can implement
that land? What is
they want to have. Of course, the people cannot be there while they do what they do, just like in DR Congo. Wherever these things are involved, go and check. Insecurity will follow. Barrister. In Zamfara, look at what.
Excuse me, Barrister. What is the resource in that? Is it gas?
Mr. Okoro, the international community with their collaborators in Nigeria, they want to sack people from that area so that they can have access to that land. There is something they want to do there.
Okay,
just look at the modus operandi.
You can't be specific as to what it is that they
hold on, I'm coming. Okay. Look at the modus operandi. They will first of all send the villagers packing. For what purpose? Mr. Okoro, why would you drive away people from their land?
Are they using the indigents to drive out the indigents? Because you understand that the people that planted these explosives probably are they want to shield that community from.
No. Oh, Muhammad doesn't even know what they are doing. They were contracted. They don't even know what is behind what they are doing.
Have you heard about Umoma before now?
Of course I have.
Okay.
I have. They don't even know what they are doing. Some people pay them. Okay, ask yourself, what are they getting? What are they getting?
What do you mean they don't know what they are doing? The villagers are accusing Umoma of planting the explosives to prevent security operatives from getting to the area.
That is not.
Is it that they? And in fact, one of the voice notes I listened to, which of course we can't play now because of lack of altering the voice to prevent the identity of the individual, because he said that his voice is known in his community. Now, he said, if I come on your program, they will recognize my voice and burn down my house. That doesn't give me the impression that they don't know what they are doing. They know what they are doing, and they're trying to conceal their identity.
Mr. Moses, what are they getting in return? Who is paying them? Because they are not getting anything. Can't you see it? They are not getting any financial remuneration for what they are doing. So somebody is funding and backing them.
Barrister, when you say they are not getting any financial remuneration, we've also learned from
the villagers.
Yes, from the villagers. There were reports saying that these people will go as far as collecting levy or money from persons who also reside in the village. If you want to host an event, they'll tell you to pay us a certain amount of money, or else they'll disrupt it. Now, that actually is a way for them also to get money for them to carry out their activities. People no longer do burial or feasts or events in that place because of the activities of this Umoma terrorist.
The bigger picture is sacking the villagers. When you sack them, what happens to those places? It becomes empty, become barren.
Okay.
So what happens?
All right then.
No, tell me what happens. You can see.
We're hoping that you tell us.
There is something behind this.
Let's go to Dr. Ndubisi Nwobu now. Let's bring him into the conversation. Doctor, good morning to you. Thank you for joining the conversation. Now, are you privy to any information as to the mineral resource in the land, or what these individuals who are called Umoma are into? The barrister is saying they are originally not a terrorist group, but the villagers are saying these guys, known as Umoma, are the ones terrorizing them. So they have, in fact, the villagers have tagged them Umoma terrorist group. That's what they call them now. Go ahead, please, if you can hear me. Well, we seem to have lost connection to our Awka studio. All right, we've lost connection to our Awka studio. Let's bring it back to. Well, let's take it back to Ambassador Roy. Ambassador Roy. Now, with all of this playing out, what do you think? What actions do you think government should take now? Because the people are saying that the Southeast has been heavily militarized, but we're seeing. What do you make of this? Really, is this people trying to fight back the militarization of the Southeast? Is that what gave birth to Umoma? And are you privy to any possible mineral resource in that community that might be the reason for the occupation of the place?
My brother, sometimes when I talk, people think that where are you coming from? I will like to come from this angle. Now, that community that you are talking about, if you go and check the number of people that went through university and read criminology and security studies, you'll be shocked. If you go to that community and you check how many of them have passed through Nigerian Bar Association, NBA, you'll be shocked. If you go to that community and you find out how many are investigative journalists, just like yourself, sitting down there now, you'll be shocked. So sometimes when we are on air, we should not be allowed to deviate into assumptions and assumptions. What do we have going on there? Community uprising is saying that they have a cell of terrorist group building and growing in their community. And these people have started to plant IEDs, presumably to prevent the government security agencies from coming in. Same persons that are making all of those comments, allegations, can they tell us what are the growing interests in the place? We have a lot of people from that place that are very intelligent, that are in the DSS, in the military, you know, in the police, even retired also. So what is the interrogation of the mystery to come out with an appropriate direction to say we have mineral resources, certain and certain people are interested, or we are fighting an agitation for recognition, sidelining, or we say we don't know what's happening, it's a terrorist group, government come into our aid. Then we should be able to trace, track, and identify what are the areas and the things of interest in that place.
All right, Ambassador Roy. Now, when you're talking about people having access to that place for them to tell us in clear terms what is really happening, don't you think that actually should be the reason these persons are planting these bombs, these explosives, so that people will not even know what they are doing there? And now, in Imo State, before now, there's an outfit being empowered by the governor of the state, Opuzodima, the Ebubeago outfit. And the reason for their enthronement is for them to help end the issue of insecurity, the nefarious activity of unknown gunmen, and every other thing. Now, why is it that they are not able at this point in time to get hold of all this places? I'm talking about this Njaba local government that have been mentioned now to be where people are now using explosives now to pursue people or send them away from their communities.
I want to still put the blame on the federal government, the abuse of its ability to technically deploy military veterans. There was a time that we had a meeting in Abuja, military veterans, and we were speaking to one of the director of the DSS then, and we were trying to introduce a collaboration where the DSS themselves can even get database of patriotic and very, very loyal military veterans that are deployed around the country, and these are the kind of persons that can give you on-the-go information. Even I, as I'm standing here, I can even penetrate that community. I can go into the community for any kind of guise that I want to use, and I will be accepted there, and I will domicile there, and I will be able to harvest all the necessary non-state activities that are rearing their heads. But will the government be sincere to deploy military veterans? Will it be sincere to deploy undercover agents and harvest all the information, utilize them, and protect the people? See, my major concern is the innocent Nigerians that die or become victims. That young boy you see there now will be traumatized for life. That man that have lost his feet immediately becomes economically a burden to his family, and so many others that die from insecurity. Why can't we deploy what we have to penetrate the area, to identify the root cause, and immediately deploy mitigation measures to make sure that the place is safe? It's possible.
All right then. Well, thank you very much, Ambassador Roy. Barrister, yes, we've done some digging, and from what we can find online, there is oil and gas in the area. The Njaba 2, there's a OML 124 onshore license. Is a confirmed oil discovery. Multiple oil-bearing reservoir were encountered there. And then also, Awamama,
yeah.
Yes, which is in the Njaba River region, has been described as an oil-rich area.
Yes.
So from what we can see, there's oil. And then also heavy metals, trace metals in river sediments. Studies have found that they have things like iron, lead, cadmium, nickel, magnesium, and a few others. That's what we can find online.
Moses, that place is going to become another theater of war. This thing you are seeing now, these are Boy Scouts to what is to come in that place. I'm telling you, Why do you think number 4 became number 1? They were looking for somebody who would do that job for them. Why do you think number 4 became number 1? And since that man came into Imo State, look at where we are. He is doing what propaganda now on all the media houses. How Imo State has become rosy, this and that. Go and listen to that and I ask myself, to what end?
All right.
You are leaving off office in the death water. So
please
it is a bigger problem coming. I'm not joking.
All right then.
Yes, except the people come together.
Please hold your thoughts. We have someone from that community calling us to speak with us right now. His name, we'll call him Paul. We'll call him Paul for the sake of this interview. That's not his real name, but to conceal his identity. Good morning to you, Paul.
Yo, hello. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you. What can you tell us? What can you tell us about the incident in
the information is that these guys were in Ihiala. They were sent out from Ihiala to Oso, and they are claiming to be Biafran Liberation Army, known as Omoma, and they had hostage all the Aziz of Mbitolu, Ezioha, and from Ezioha. They had hostage Ezioha, Omuele, and other neighboring villages around there. So it is not the community that is building the IEDs. It's this unscrupulous elements that have been doing this since last 3 years.
Oh, they have been there for 3 years.
Yeah, and the security agencies always come there to engage them, but because they don't want the security agencies to arrive, they have planted all these IEDs to deter the security agencies not to come in. So the problem is that the community itself are under siege because the army will always come there and shoot and destroy.
Okay, the army
comes. The communities.
Sorry, Paul.
Yeah.
The army, when they come in, they shoot, they destroy. Are they shooting at the residents, or they are trying to attack the group themselves, the Umama boys?
They don't go where these people are. They just shoot around the bush because these people are in the bush because of the Njaba River. So the terrain is not comfortable for them to move in. So because of that, the army now shoot inside the bush. Okay. And after that, they will arrest some of the youths. Besides, the people that are still doing this are still there as I speak.
Are you privy to any
around Ezioha?
Are you privy to any mineral resource that might be?
No, it doesn't. It's not about mineral resources. No, okay. These guys claims to be Biafran Liberation Army.
So why did they choose
about any mineral resources?
Your community. Why do you think they chose your community?
I think because of the river is conducive for them and the terrain. They believe that is where the army Amatka cannot reach, because the routes, the only way the army can find them is either through on air or through drones. So it is not the community that put these IEDs. It is these unscrupulous elements that use those IEDs to deter, to make sure that the army cannot reach them where they are in the bush.
Now, what is the state government doing about this? Because we learned that in Imo State, we still have the Ebube Agu outfits. That, they were being enthroned by the governor of the state, Opuzodima. What are these people doing? Because these are also local vigilantes, people who are from the Imo State. So I believe they will know the Integra. Why wouldn't they go in to help out? What are they doing at this point?
I can't really say what the state government is doing. All I know is that this has lingered for the past 3 years or more.
Okay.
The community is not safe. It includes Ezioha, Afara, Umaka entirely. And our Mama Aziz.
All right, Paul.
These guys occupy those places.
Okay, Paul. Now, within those 3 years, what has life been for the people living in the community in terms of going to farm, in terms of accessing the city centers like Owerri or Olo, in terms of doing business with the community? Do you conduct burials? Do you conduct New Yam festival ceremonies and all of that? What has life generally been for the people within that community?
A lot of people has been killed. There's no business going on in the community because the community is deserted, especially around my village, Ezoha, Umuela, Aziz, Afara. A lot of them have deserted. There's nothing happening. It's like they are living in fear if after there's anybody living there at the moment.
No, sorry, Fina. Now, the communities, like Ezioha community, I'm sure that you have a town union. Has the town union made representations to the government, to the military, and to the police to say, see, we can't even go back home. This is what is going on in my community. Have you done that? Are you aware of such engagements with the authorities?
To see what they can to attract the government. The truth is that the army checkpoint is even close to where these guys are. But still, they have not succeeded in chasing these guys away.
So basically, what do you think? What do you think is driving? Is it just because the community is conducive? Is it because of the river, Njaba River, is inaccessible to the military, perhaps? And is there any other reason why you think that their community was chosen as a safe haven for this Umuoma group? Is there any other? Are you able to relate?
They were the ones that were chased out from Ihola, and also those are all those unscrupulous guys that were chased out of Ihola, Lilu, and also so they find their way in Njaba, because the river in Njaba River flows through Ezioha and Umuele Azix. So they find themselves there, and they are comfortable in that region because of the terrain of the place.
Right, but now there's another report, made available to us that those people can no longer, they can never have access to all these places you made mention of without the help of the people. I'm talking about without the help of the people, without the people in the community giving them intels on how to navigate their environment. They are foreigners. Now, are you also aware of the, maybe some persons, the youth in your area, giving them help, assisting them in one way or another because of what they intend to benefit from them, for them to be able to settle well and carry out all their activities that they are carrying out?
Happening, it could be happening as well. Where there is a lack of job, idle mind becomes a devil's workshop, and probably because of fear. But I know that these guys planted a lot of cameras to monitor the army when they are arriving, and palm trees. They planted a lot of cameras. So that the villagers, some of them might be involved by giving them intels, but the truth is I can't verify or say it in boldness that this is what they are doing, but it's allegedly that some of the youth might be involved as well.
All right
then. Thank you very much, Paul. We appreciate you taking the risk to speak to us, and we hope that your family is safe, and we hope that you will also keep safe. Well, thank you very much, Paul, for calling. Well, by the way, we did say that's not his real name, but we have to conceal his identity for his own security. Let's run to Oka now, where we have Dr. Ndubisi Nwobu. Let's have your thoughts on this, Doctor. I do hope the network is clearer and we can hear you. Go ahead, please. Well, you might need to unmute your microphone so we can hear you, because the audio is not coming out. We are not getting any audio feed from your end at this end. Well, unfortunately, Dr. Ndubisi Nwobu, who is deputy governorship candidate of the ADC in the 2023 election, in our Oka studio, the unfortunate thing is that we're not getting audio feed from your end, so we're unable to hear you. Let's bring it back to the studio. Fina?
Now, Barrister, the question I needed to ask actually is this: how possible is it, that these people were able to move from the communities you made mention of, Iyala, Osu, and all that, for them to get to this place now where they're set? I can recall something happened sometime in Anambra State, where some persons migrated to a certain town, Nimo. They decided to inhabit in a farm settlement, or Wanimo, for them, but it didn't take Soludo, 2 or 3 days. He used helicopter and everything to bombard them for them to leave that area, and people can easily move around. Now, why are we seeing it difficult or something like that not playing out in Imo State?
Because ab initio, Imo State had been programmed to fail when number 4 became number 1 and this thing started. That was what happened. You know, when things like this happen, people don't go back. We don't read the handwriting on the wall. There is a definite and a sinister reason why number 4 became number 1 in Imo State. And that's what is playing out. Let nobody be deceived. If not, before this issue happened, this Supreme Court judgment came, please, is Imo State known for insecurity? It's not. So the deeper meaning is that there is something somebody is looking for in that house in Imo State. That is the major reason why some people are funding some people. That is the reason why some people are spending money. Tell me, these rag boys you are talking about, do they have money to buy those things? Somebody is funding them now. Somebody is funding them. And you think that person is playing or joking? No.
Oh, well.
It's for a greater advantage. Go and check.
Okay.
They have a modus operandi. They will start with all this. Even these boys you are calling Mama, they don't even know why they are fighting. They don't know. I'm telling you, they don't know.
And yet they are fighting.
They don't know. As long as they are being told, go and do this, go and do that.
And they are all adults.
They are, what I say, these terrorists, these are they children? Eh? That's what I'm telling you here. Somebody is funding them and for a greater evil.
All right then. Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington.
Before we go, can we take? Okay, you want to take from? Okay,
from Roy.
Yes, please.
To let him go, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. Now, Ambassador Roy, thanks for being part of the show. But before we leave you, can we have your concluding thoughts on what we just talked about now?
Thank you very much, and I'm just so amused with the number 1 and the number 4. Let me come this way. From that statement, from that man that called in, that we kept his ID covert, you can hear that there are measures put in place to generate intelligence by these non-state actors or whatever we want to call them for now. Now, there are things, there are security activities called counter-terrorism, and we also have counter-surveillance. So if you place me under surveillance, there are means and measures that I can utilize and deploy as counter-surveillance measures to also monitor you while you are monitoring me. You know, and if we look at counter-terrorism measures, it's also measures put in place to deter and mitigate terrorist activities. Now, we have agencies. This is not a matter of a state governor, because the people being affected there are citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And the economic activities being handicapped there are economic activities that are supposed to generally affect an upward review of our economy, especially agriculture and other things. Then if you talk about the waterways, do you know that we have marine police? Do you know that they are backed up by the Navy if it becomes too combatant for their own capability? Which of them has been deployed to that place? So my conclusion on this matter, my brother, is that these people are known and they are being financed, and somebody somewhere, a superior being in Nigeria, is aware of those activities.
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador Dr. Roy. Unfortunately, we have to let you go. The opinions expressed here are those of the analysts and not that of the station. Now, we must say a very big thank you to you, Ambassador Dr. Roy, for being part of this show. And I hope that we can do this some other time. We appreciate it.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Barrister Darlington, we also have to let you go, but can you start 30 minutes to give us a concluding thought?
Look, you see, when you are bitten by a snake, when you now see the head of a lizard, won't you take off? Go and check how all this insecurity that the beloved Nigeria came about, from what we saw in the north and how it came about and become what it is today. There is always something that somebody is looking for. If you now see it somewhere, what you say, this is it, they have come again with this idea. You cannot tell me that this guy will just wake up and be bombing villages and all that for nothing. Okay. No, is it possible? It's not possible now.
All right.
So that's what I'm telling you, that there is There are documented evidence as to what is to come in that place, and it will come. Because the people that are involved are not even from Nigeria. They are, some of them are outside here.
All right. Then.
Just like what they are doing in Congo, DR Congo.
Okay.
Go and see what is going on there.
All right. Thank you very much, Barrister Darlington. We might have to come back here some other time to talk more on this situation. But I think the government is listening in. So we expect the government to intervene based on what they have heard from VOP station and TV station and the people that called in. The Njaba community is in dire need of government presence because there is no life there at the moment. People have all deserted the community. People don't go to farm, no businesses and all of that. We expect the government, both the state and the central government, to intervene on this matter. Gentlemen, I must appreciate you for your presence on VOP this morning. Now, we'll go for a short break. And when we return, we'll get into another very interesting but serious issue. And that is that Senator Natasha reveals condition tied to her Senate resumption. Join us again. We'll be right back.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get crime! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m. Monday through Friday.
Glad to have you back. It's still VOP this morning. Senator Natasha has disclosed that her return to plenary may be subjected to an apology demanded by the Senate leadership. The lawmaker representing Kogi Central made the revelation on Tuesday after resuming at her office in the National Assembly, which had been sealed since March following her suspension. Her office room 205 in the Senate wing was reopened earlier in the day by Deputy Director of the Sergeant at Arms, Alabi Adedeji, on the directive of the Senate leadership. When approached for clarification, Senate spokesperson Yemi Adaramodu said, if something was sealed before and now unsealed, it means it has been unsealed. It is understood that the reopening of the senator's office follows pressure from within and outside the chamber after her 6-month suspension over alleged misconduct elapsed. While some senators favor her immediate reinstatement, others insist she must tender an apology, with a third group pushing for the suspension to remain until a pending Court of Appeal ruling is delivered. Addressing journalists, Senator Ojodoaru expressed concern over the condition reportedly being considered, saying you can't apologize for injustice. All right, we have with us in the studio, we have Delefanimo, a veteran reporter, and also we have Dr. Ndubisenwobu, and also we'll be joined by Bright Onovikuko, who happens to be a medical doctor and a public affairs analyst. Now, before I also have a video, where we're seeing the man who happens to be, one of the person that's speaking in the House. I'm talking about Sergeant of Arm, taking out, saying, we now unseal the seal office. Let's take a listen to that, please.
To unseal Senator Natasha Akpoti's office, I, Alabi, the Deputy Director, Sergeant at Arms, hereby unseal the office. The office is hereby unsealed. Thank you.
Labi Adedeji, unsealing the office and also giving directive. The office has been unsealed. Welcome back, Natasha. But let's start off from Dr. Ngobu, who happens to be the deputy governorship candidate of the ADC in Anambra State and the just concluded election in that state. Good morning once again, Dr. Ndubisenwobu.
Good morning and thanks for having me again.
Thank you so much for being part of today's program. Please, let's get your opinion on the fact that we're getting that the House at this point in time is divided into three. One group supporting the reinstatement of Senator Natasha Akpotiuduaghan after her 6-month suspension elapsed, and then the other group insisting she must tender a public apology. And we have another group saying she should go back home and wait until, the court rule on the case. Please, let's get your opinion on this, her reinstatement, the unsealing of the office, people demanding apology, and her stand where she said, I am not tendering any apology for injustice. Let us get your opinion on this, please.
That it's unfortunate that people who are vested with responsibility of administering the country, making laws, have left their core duties and much more entangled in ego, massaging their egos and being distracted from their major focus. Natasha has been placed on a suspension for 6 months over issues arising from the the Senate floor of the Senate. Is that not enough? Why all this again after they have said they've unsealed her office? I think the country we should move on. The Senate should move on and allow the lady to be able to perform her responsibility of representing her constituents, which is the major reason why she was elected into the Senate.
Now, when you said the Senate should move on, recall that the other time she returned on the day when this particular 6-month suspension elapsed, they did not allow her to enter the office, the session, saying that she must wait for the court to rule, pending on the case that they have before them. Now, it is more like maybe, do you think, let me actually ask this, do you think that some persons who have actually had a hand in this Natasha suspension are now the ones still giving directive? Are we seeing the members of the nation, as I'm talking about the Senate now, doing this all alone, or are we having external interference in the activities in that,
whether it's within the Senate or externally, what I'm saying is that in this country, people should be focused on the business of ensuring that they are able to make laws. The Senate, their responsibility is to make laws for the good governance of the country. I am saying every one of them should share this sword and stop this ego trick. Allow the lady to perform her constitutional responsibilities in the Senate and to represent the people of Kogi Central, where she was elected into the Senate.
All right.
She's gone on suspension for 6 months. Enough of all this.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Doctor.
That's my take on it.
Thank you so much.
There's no reason for them to start talking about apology, or this or that, and it's is it double jeopardy? I'll call it.
Interesting point.
Having gone on 6 months suspension, inability to represent her constituents for that 6 months, and you're now saying when the 6 months has elapsed, what's the purpose for going to the court in the first place? Because she was suspended. Now the 6 months has elapsed.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Ndubusemobo. Thank you for your submission. Let's take it to Dr. Bright Onivekuko. Dr. Bright, good morning, and good to have you join today's conversation.
Good morning, Fina, and good morning, viewers.
Thank you so much for being here today. Now, let's get your opinion on this. Finally, it's more like the people of Kogi Central is going to have a representative again in the National Assembly. Now, but I want to get your opinion on the fact that, some persons were saying that Natasha's suspension is a case of trying to suppress a dissent. I'm talking about voices now speaking against the leadership of the National Assembly. Do you actually perceive that to be the reason, given the fact that up until today, even after the 6 month suspension, overlaps, some persons are still asking or demanding for apology from her? Please help us walk around that.
Well, first and foremost, where I know the matter is in court, and too many opinions have actually come. Initially, from the onset, even the Senate President should have first of all stepped aside for that matter to be properly investigated. But we all knew the turns it eventually took, and our suspension and every other thing that followed did not actually follow a proper process in terms of maybe these are policies that are in place, but they were more of sentiment and trying to guard people and also oppress the voice of somebody who was perceived to have challenged an authority, as the case may be, and eventually a suspension, they go into court. Those voices that are saying that she has to apologize, like in her statement, actually, should one actually apologize for justice? You were treated unjustly, and the case is in court. Somebody is asking you to come and apologize. So I don't really see any need for that. And for those who are saying that she has to probably wait till the court case is over, she's not the only one that is involved in the case. She is the one that is complaining, and some persons in the house were also involved in that case. Did they go out of the House of Assembly? Did they stop representing their people? So they should 6 months has elapsed. So she has to come back and do her work while the case continues in court.
Dr. Bright, I'll like for you to, are you aware that the apology is a court-ordered apology? It was the court that ordered her to apologize. Is it not?
Well, I may need to check that out, but I'm not really aware of that. If it's the court that ordered her to apologize, then the court should also be the one to enforce, and not the people using their voice to call her to apologize. If there be a court order that is asking her to apologize, then let the court order come. Of course, the reasons why the court is asking her to apologize will be stated in the court order, and we'll get informed. Let's not also forget that ever before the court case came, this issue of apology have actually been on from the onset. Either apology from her or apology from the Senate president or even other senators who were involved. So if this apology is based on a court order, let's see it, and a court will not order an apology without stating the reasons why there should be an apology. And if the reasons are well stated and it's acceptable, at least we will go for it.
Well, let's state clearly that the apology was to the courts, not to the National Assembly. Yes. And then 5 million naira also, which I don't think she has paid.
I think she appealed the judgment.
Okay.
So let's bring it back to the studio here, we've been joined by Mr. Dele Fanimo. He is a seasoned reporter and political affairs analyst. Dele, what's your take on the back and forth between Natasha and the Senate? Her office has been unsealed. You saw the sergeant at arms unseal her office and said what has been sealed before is now unsealed. And Natasha is saying, but there's a condition attached to my return. She was in her office yesterday, And plenary, I think plenary is sometime in October. But according to her, Senate is saying, for me to come back to plenary, I must have to apologize. What do you make of the back and forth? Is it something that is more like a distraction on the part of National Assembly, the Senate in particular, and all of that? What's your broad reaction?
Well, there are two perspectives to this, as far as I know. One, the emotive part, then the legal part. The legal part is the National Assembly has also, in a way, defied the court order, which ordered immediate restatement according to that judgment. So the National Assembly erred. Then Akpoti also erred by not apologizing to the National Assembly according to the ruling of the court.
No. Let's get the facts clear. Okay. The court asked her, fined her 5 million, and asked her to apologize to the court for contempt of court.
Oh, for contempt?
Yes, contempt of court.
I thought it was for the National Assembly. But if it was for the court, then there shouldn't be any reason for the National Assembly to hold her to that
and also the ruling was 7 days from the day it was published, which he did not do. Is that without working against her as well?
That's the court dealing with her.
Okay.
If court wants to proceed to deal with her for another round of contempt,
okay,
because once a judgment is passed and it has a lifespan of 7 days, if within those 7 days you fail to adhere to that judgment, then you can still they can still prosecute you for contempt of that court. So, but if the court has not prosecuted her or has not ordered her arrest, then the National Assembly has no reason for the chamber to hold her to that. But as for her reinstatement, she has been reinstated for good. And the beauty of it is Nigerians are watching. And I hope the National Assembly will not overreach itself.
Will you say she's been reinstated? Because according to her, the condition of her coming back to plenary is that she must have to apologize to the Senate.
The fact that
unsealing of her office is one thing.
Unsealing her office, unsealing an office is tantamount to allowing her to come to the National Assembly. After that judgment, she attempted coming to the National Assembly. Even they barricaded the gate and didn't allow her. That's why the fact that she came with retinue of supporters. They didn't allow her in. But on their own now, they are opening the gates. She was allowed into the gate. She was also allowed into her office.
No, but it was Natasha herself that said, the condition for my attending plenary is that I must have to apologize to the Senate. So I would like for us to walk around her reinstatement. Do you think that she's been fully reinstated and she has said, I'm not going to apologize?
If she says she's not going to apologize, she's entitled to her own conviction that she has not done anything wrong. And the Senate also, would they be saying that 6 months punishment is not enough? Not only for Natasha, but to the constituents of Natasha. Is 6 months not enough punishment that she has to also apologize? There are certain things you don't do, because just like the other man said, it's double jeopardy on her part. She went through the 6 months. If the condition would have been better if it was during the period of 6 months, maybe 2 months into the suspension, and they say, I remember they said so at some point that she has to apologize before they can reconsider their position on her suspension. But she failed to do that, and at the end of the day, she served out her term. It's just like a prisoner. After serving out his her term, and then you say you should apologize to the government.
All right, thank you,
for punishing him or her. What?
Okay, we are coasting home now. We are running out of time. Thank you very much, Mr. Adelefanimo. Now let's take this conversation to Mr. Tokwe Balogun. Mr. Balogun is the Lagos State governorship candidate for the AA in the 2023 election. Good morning, Mr. Balogun, and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning.
Good morning, Voice of the People. Thanks for having me. Good morning, everybody in the studio.
All right.
And good morning, other analysts.
Okay, beautiful. Please, we would like for you to quickly weigh in on the what is going on between the Senate and Natasha. What do you think should be the appropriate thing to do? Is it for her to, since she has served as her punishment, 6 months suspension, does she need to apologize to the Senate again before coming back to plenary? And she has said, sorry, I'm not going to do that. What do you think? What's your reaction to what's going on between her and the Senate?
Doesn't make sense if she's coming back to apologize for what she did not apologize for in the past last 6 months. She served the overbearing punishment, which is even against the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Like I have always opined, the justice system in Nigeria, the judiciary arm especially, is not really making so many things to work out for politicians. Executive and the legislators are elected officials, but the judiciary are professionals. If they have been very, very serious with their job and doing their job right, we won't get to this type of situation that is overtly embarrassing to the nation. Somebody was suspended, the court gave a verdict, they did not respect the court. Now she served the 6 months. They are still, for me, I think all these things are just debates for debate's sake, because if the Senate has considered to come back and they have opened our office, and now they are on recess till October, let's wait till October. If she will not be allowed into the chambers, at least she has not gained access to our office as a sitting senator. And by October, we should be seeing what drama will be unveiled. But to me, you don't apologize for what you felt you are wronged upon. That is injustice. So the side of the law will now establish if she was unjustly punished or they were just. For apology, if they want her to apologize, the court should establish that. And if the court establishes that, I think she will have no choice than to go ahead. But now, the warring faction is asking somebody that is contending with them to apologize. She might also ask them to apologize for the unjust punishment.
All right.
So that's it.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Tokwalabi. Let's quickly run to another conversation, but it's still in line with women representation in the National Assembly. Now, the push for special seats for women in the National Assembly, national and state assemblies, has gained momentum at Monday at a national public hearing on the review of the 1999 Constitution organized by the House of Representatives Committee on Constitution Review. The Speaker of the House, Representative Abbas Tajuddin, women groups and United Nations, the United Kingdom, the European Union and other stakeholders have expressed support for a bill seeking the creation of reserved seats for women in Nigeria's legislative houses, stressing that gender inclusion is central to the country's democratic and developmental aspirations. Now, this is as women groups also look to the streets of Abuja, beg your pardon, in protest, demanding support for the bill, seeking exclusive seats to be reserved for women in both the federal and state parliaments. Now, we're talking about 108 additional seats, one in the Senate for each constituency represented and the FCT, and then 2 in the House of Representatives, which is, added to what we already have. 360 House of Reps, 109 House of Senate, and the rest, the additional seats. Oh well. Let's quickly take this conversation briefly. Let's just get your thoughts on this, Dr. Ndubisi Mwobu. Now, do we need additional seats for women? What does this say about democracy? Can we compel a people to vote a particular gender in a constituency? Can we say, okay, because you already have one person elected from this constituency or 2 people, now you are compelled to vote a woman to add to these? Is that democracy?
Yeah, it's quite great.
It is.
It's a laudable idea, but the implementation is where the challenge comes in. Like you rightly said, As of today, the Constitution allows 3 senators per state and 1 for the FCT. Is there going to be another? Is there going to be an amendment by INEC, a new delimitation, providing 1 other senatorial seat per state? That's where I have a problem. Is there going to be a delimitation providing 1 House of Rep seat per state for the female gender? The idea is a very great one, but the implementation, how is it going to be implemented?
Okay.
That's where the snag is.
All right then.
Or are they going to say, yeah, we have 3 senatorial zones, and then after the election in 3 senatorial zones, then the whole state will come together and elect 1 woman? It's very problematic. I think the proper thing that should be done is to get the political parties. In the same vein, most political parties, maybe at times when there's a congress, they say, out of 3 delegates, 1 must be a woman. The political parties should be engaged in such a manner that all the political parties should, in the course of their primaries, reserve 1 senatorial seat, basically for the female.
When you ran for a governorship election in 2023 under the ADC, was your deputy a woman?
Hello, I didn't get it, please. Sorry.
When you ran for governorship election under the ADC in 2023, was your deputy a woman?
No, I didn't run for governorship under the ADC in 2023.
Oh, you were deputy governor. I beg your pardon. Sorry
I'm
for that.
the deputy governorship candidate of the ADC.
Sorry for the mix-up.
For the 2025 Anambra State governorship election.
Okay. But did you run with a woman? Did you have a woman beside you?
Huh? Hello? I'm all for inclusiveness of the female gender in the political space, be it in the National Assembly, State Assembly, executive positions. I'm all for inclusiveness to make sure that the gender, and then equally people with disabilities and the youths are involved. There should be this all inclusiveness.
All right.
You know, I'm all for
Thank you very much.
But I'm saying that the modalities needs to be so properly worked out.
All right.
In such a manner that there will not be any lacuna in terms of his play.
All right, Dr. Ndubisi Wobu, Deputy Governorship Candidate of African Democratic Congress 2023. Thank you very much for your time on the program. We do appreciate you. Now let's quickly take Tokwe Balogun's view. I beg your pardon. I said Tokwe Alabi. Tokwe Balogun. What's your thoughts on this additional seat for women? Let's have that in 1 minute, please.
That people are coming up with this idea in a democratic setting. It's discrimination on its own. It's gender discrimination for you to say you must reserve seats for. Let everybody go and contest. Give everybody opportunity. If somebody wants to become the president of Nigeria, the gender should not really matter. Let her go and contest if she thinks she has the ability and capacity to have grassroots support. And people should mobilize for her. But when you are discriminating against them already, you're already calling them a weaker sex, which is going to fit into the stereotype of many African traditional settings, which we are trying to rebrand. Now, even though people are born without their wish to become a particular gender, whatever gender you find yourself does not really reduce your status as human being. So telling me you have to see all these things can only work when you are doing selective appointments. So when you want to appoint people, you want to make it. You don't know, people are not voting when you are doing appointments. You want to make it cover all the fabrics that makes a community.
All right.
You can now look at, okay, let's take youth, let's take disabled, what type of disabled, whatever you want to use as your metrics of choosing people. I think that one will be fair. But in a democratic system where people will be voting, you want to disenfranchise people by telling them a woman must represent them. Or saying a man must represent. Anybody can represent any people.
But we need to give the women the opportunity.
And Natasha
well.
is there
but
today.
Thank you very much.
Natasha is not contested against a man, and she won him.
She won him. Yes, of course. Well, thank you very much, Tokwe Balogun. Thank you very much. We're absolutely out of time. Tokwe Balogun is the Lagos State governorship candidate for AAA in the 2023 election. And to correct something on Dr. Ndubisi Nwobu, he is the deputy governorship candidate of African Democratic Congress in the November 25 governorship election in Anambra State. All right. Sorry for the mix-up there. Now let's bring this to the studio. We have Daily Fanimo with us. Let's have your thoughts and wrap up the conversation. Do you need more seats for women?
For me, it's just sounding the red herring that women should be given certain privileges when it comes to contesting an election. For me, we have women dominating the banking sector today. There was no vote. It was on merit. So why should I, if I want to contest as governor of my state, cede my position to a woman just because she's a woman? You go for merit and not for primordial sentiment.
But can you say that the men who have actually occupying all these positions are doing better than women, given the fact that countries in Africa...
If you know you can do better.
Are running further.
A woman won election in Brazil. If you know you can do better,
bring it
mobilize
back to Nigeria,
people.
where people are seeking for apology from a woman who actually was elected by the people over the issue of she did not conduct herself well in the hollow chamber. She must apologize. What we're talking about sexual abuse and all that.
That's a one-off thing, and the fact that this woman was in the National Assembly and she didn't comport herself properly does not detract from the fact that she has to be punished for doing the wrong thing. Yes. So, right. for me, let the women go out, let them mobilize and win elections.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Now, we still have Dr. Bright Onyevo-Kuka. Dr. Bright, well, we're running out of time. We do hope that you will stay with us into newspaper review. But let's get your concluding thoughts on this one.
Okay, well, on this dedicated seat, I see it as an oppression thing, because why will you have, for example, 3 senatorial seats in a state? You have the 3 reserved for the men, and you now have 1 for the women. So you mean that all the women should go and be clamoring for that one particular seat, while the men should have their whole field day? And what's the tendency that the same men will also come and hijack that one remaining seat? So what we have now, people should be given equal opportunity, equal access. It is based on ability, based on merit, that people should be there, not because of their mere gain, as the case may be. Even the ones that we have now are very bogus. They are not even serving the needs of Nigeria enough, yet and you want to come and add another set based on one segment. No. Let everybody be given equal opportunity and equal chance to do what they want to do. After all, like somebody mentioned just now, Natasha's case, there are many men who cannot even stand bold enough to do what they have done. So let's have that equal chance. Let the seat remain.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Dr. Bright Onyevo-Kuka. Always interesting to have you around. Well, that's it on the show this morning. But newspaper review comes up next. I'm Moses Humphrey.
And I'm Fina Chukwu.
I am Chukwuma Okoro. See you again.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shape our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. The city call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me?
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now you have more.
Well, thanks for joining us again. This is Newspaper Review, and I'm Moses Humphrey.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
And we have Dele Fanimo with us as we get into the papers. He's a reporter with many years of experience. Well, he has led many newspapers, many newspapers. Good to have you join the conversation today.
I'm always
if I call you season, now you say you're not.
You have to tell me the seasoning.
You say you're not Korea time, but you know, let's look at the papers. Let's look at the stories that we have here. Natasha's story is up here, and we'll dive into it again. The Punch has it. Natasha resumes at Senate, calls Akpabio dictator. You know, there's a video where she went further, talking about, you know, Akpabio treating her like his domestic staff and the rest, you know, other things involved. And you know, when her office was opened and she went back into her office, I like the fact that one of her supporters had to sit on the seat first. You know, it's so African. It's so African. The man had to sit on the seat first. You know, if there's any juju here, let me remove it before she now sat on it. Anyway, a lot of smiles and the massive support. I don't know if the massive support that she got, in fact, her supporters were threatening to enter the National Assembly premises, you know, and the building itself with her. They had to be prevented from entering. What does that say? What does that say to how people perceive? We know that it's about the same support that Ufubara got when he came back after the suspension.
You see, human beings are naturally inclined towards the perceived oppressed. You know, and it's an emotional thing, and it runs through an average human being. Just take a look at a football match. If you are not a supporter of a particular club and you're just watching the match, independent of any support, you just find out that the underdog will be the one you want to encourage to level up, you know, and so it's a natural thing. But then, for me, I would have advised, if I'm told to advise the National Assembly, that they have exposed themselves to certain things that they shouldn't have allowed to happen. Now, a lot of sympathy has gone to Natasha in the course of this in Briglow. Number one, Natasha erred on the floor of the National Assembly. But when you now decide to kill a fly with sledgehammer, naturally the sympathy will come to that fly because it's not proportionate. You suspended somebody for 6 months. It is not Natasha that you suspended. You suspended the whole of our constituency, and you suspended what would have come to them as a result of Natasha's intervention on the floor of the Senate. Now, one particular thing that rackles me each time I think about it is this Ajaokuta Steel rolling mill. This one had tried everything humanly possible to push that agenda. And if Ajaokuta Steel rolling mill comes on steam, I can tell you, it will be a game changer. What about the number of employment it will create, directly and indirectly? We're talking of about maybe like 10,000 employment, direct employment, and then over 100,000 indirect employment. Because of the number of people that will be working in that steel mill, hotels, tourism will take shape, and people will also be employed. You know, real estate will spring up. People will still be employed.
Now, do you think that will happen? Because Natasha also complained that this is one of the reasons why I'm even being persecuted. Do you think they will allow that at Ajaokuta too?
It will happen. You see, it may take a while.
Okay.
And the National Assembly needs to reinvent itself in terms of human capital development. Some of these legislators, from the way they make pronouncements without adequate investigation and research, it shows that there should be constant training and retraining in the National Assembly to keep them at par with realities on ground in the country. I tell you, if some of these people that are averse to the resuscitation of Ajaokuta Steel rolling mill, if they are well schooled and they are told how it has positively impacted a country like Russia economically and even with military might, because most of these things, most of the hardware you use will be sourced locally, unlike when you now have to buy wholesale military hardware. You know, so maybe they need to be reoriented and let them see the need for the restitution of Ajaokuta Steel rolling mill.
I'm happy that we are talking. Let's talk briefly about this Ajaokuta. Do you think that it's been? Ajaokuta is as old as it never took off in the first place. Now, do you think that the equipment there have not gone bad? Are we? Don't you think that we'll get into what we are doing the back and forth with the refinery? With the refineries, can we? Is it not better that we build a brand new one? Probably sell off that one.
You see,
completely.
You see, even the refinery we're talking about. You see, if that refinery can be, I mean, those refineries, because there are 4 now.
Yes.
Those refineries can be fixed if the political will is there and there is minimal, because you cannot completely eradicate corruption.
Okay.
There is minimal corruptive tendencies by the players around those refineries. Now, the Ajaokuta Steel rolling mill, the point is, the structures are there. All you need to do is do some recalibration. The steel component will still be there and readily relevant, but other components that are susceptible to corrosion and all that will be the ones that will change. Or if the lines are stiff, you oil the lines and then you come up with something. But the point is, Nobody is even talking about doing due diligence, finding out what is still useful in the mill, and then what is to be changed. I think the starting point should be the will to say we want to resuscitate this. The moment you do that, and there is that intention that you want to actually resuscitate the mill, it starts from there. And before you know it, a lot of activities will come up around that place.
Okay. We have Dr.
Bright.
Dr. Bright, thank you very much. We have Dr. Bright Ajaokuta joining the conversation. Dr. Bright, good morning to you.
Good morning, Moses.
What are your thoughts on this one? Go ahead, please.
Well, on the issue of Natasha and the House of Assembly, the National House of Assembly, it has been an issue that has been debated over and over and over. Like Dele Fanimo said, suspending her, I think that one is enough because she's actually representing a constituency, and automatically for the 6 months that she has been off, for over 6 months, that constituency has not been represented. And truly, if the Senate should actually be standing for what they are standing for, they should also be concerned about the plight of these people. But because they really don't care about the people, because this also goes to begin to make us to ask what is the duty, or what duty are they actually carrying out there? Because if they're actually being focused more on the legislative duties, they will not have time over some of all these trivial issues. I'm talking about the Ajaokuta Steel that we just gave it to just now. If there be a way, there is also going to be a way. But one thing I'm also quite sure is the fact that there are some things happening in that Ajaokuta Steel area that is benefiting some people, and their interest appears to be stronger than the interest of the general country. Because even though, no matter how big that company is, whatever thing that is there, if nothing is there, even the land space is there. So whatever steel company that will come, will definitely can take place in that particular place. And looking at the steel as it is, looking at the steel as it is, its importance is very, very germane to Nigeria as the case may be. But I'm also very sure that there are some illegal activities going on there. When we talk about the refinery, yes, they are fighting illegal, what do they call, people are doing bunkering or illegal refineries or whatever the case may be. Are we sure that something similar will not be going on in that steel area that is making some persons don't want to go into So the woman, Natasha, has a thought, she has a content, she is bold, and those are the kind of people some of those so-called tabas in Nigeria don't want. So they are doing everything possible to quash it. But it's somebody that Nigeria should look out for. It means well for Nigeria, and they need
I'm pretty sure
and even talk for more Natasha. Yes, talk for more Natasha in Nigeria. Many more are still there. Yes, many more are there. All they just need is just that voice and that push. Because to be candid, what she has passed through in the past 6 months or thereabouts, how many of those men, how many of the politicians that we have will be able to pass through that place? They would have, the camps are going to be kneeling down to their own mates or even their juniors, not because of their political office. But she stood tough and stood firm, and I believe.
All right, so more Natasha, you say. Okay, well, let's another woman also is in the spotlight this morning, and that's the person of Senator Remi Tinubu. She's been able, the headline here from the Punch newspaper says, 20 billion Naira library fundraiser, not for 2027. Remi Tinubu, she's been able to raise 20.4 billion Naira for the National Library. And what troubles me in all of this is, I wonder what will happen when the National Library is now, fixed with the monies raised. Forgetting that there was a 13 million naira for the renovation of the National Assembly in the 2025 budget.
Renovation of the National Library.
National Library. Did I say Assembly? Yeah. My bad.
That's
National Library. 13 million, 13
What
million.
is it million or 13 billion?
13 million. I think I have the figure somewhere. But she's been able to raise
13 million. What would that do?
She's been able to raise 20
to sweep the compound.
billion.
To cut the grasses. Even grasses are no longer
actually.
cheap.
Yeah.
Baba
13 million.
Did 215 million naira.
What I have here is 13 million naira. Yes, that's the 13 million naira.
Then I support is justifiable.
I mean, if you could
13 million naira.
Anyway, I don't know the state of the National Library, but how many books can
13 million naira acquire?
13 million naira buy?
And if you are talking about e-books, if you go and acquire some of these books in Amazing, you pay so much. You pay more than that.
You pay.
So
if you have to do hard copy, you have to import them.
Yeah.
Up to date.
Up to date. Yes, books. The latest edition.
The latest editions and all of that.
So Moses, Madam First Lady's intervention is justifiable.
Okay, I think I'll have to. There's a mix-up somewhere, and I do apologize for the mix-up. The 13 million is what's been spent to produce the National Library budget, not what is in the budget, not what's in the 2025 budget for 2025. Yeah, that's the mix-up. So 13 million has been spent over time to produce a budget for the National Library.
Yes, okay, 13 million naira
has been
paid to consultants.
Paid to consultants to produce a budget.
A budget.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
But not what is in the 2025 national budget.
Okay, but one thing, what strikes me is that Nigerians are very benevolent. Nigerians are very generous. You know, First Lady said, please, on my birthday, don't celebrate me on the pages of newspapers and all of that. Just contribute.
So what happens when these monies, there's 20.4 billion that she has been able to raise, is used to fix the national?
What do you think will happen?
Her name will probably be on it.
She doesn't need to even contribute for her to be part of it for her name to be there.
It makes it just justifiable.
And how many things have you justified before? People that were named after, places that were named after people. What do they contribute in making of those places?
Some of them.
See, my concern is that Nigerians are very generous people. Don't contribute. Don't go to pages of newspaper.
I also wish we can have the names of those that contributed.
Oh, do you have it?
We don't.
Okay, we don't. Let me talk about the contribution of Nigerians.
Okay.
I'm interested in that.
Okay.
Nigerians are very generous people, You know what 24 billion naira is, for a national library? It's an effort that is worthwhile because, one, it's going to help our children go back, read books, because we have a problem of not reading anymore. And the white man once insulted us by saying, if you want to hide anything from an African, just put it inside a book. Now, it's no more, because you see Africans, Nigerians in particular, writing, the best books in the world. We have Wole Soyinka, we have Chinua Achebe, we have Chimamanda, we have people, Nigerians, who have made it at the international scene, writing very excellent books. So the idea of a national library is a very good one. Now, to what your question would be is, of what end would that be? Like she has said, it is specifically not for 2027.
It's not a form of campaign. That's what she's saying.
Okay, it's not a form of campaign. Not that the funds will be deployed to 2027. Because if you talk about 2027, what is 24 billion naira? 24 billion naira will probably go to one state, to just take this and ensure that APC does well in that state and all of that. But overall, I think it's very thoughtful. Concerns that Nigerians have are, if you deploy that money now to National Library, what happens to the budget? Will it be retired to the Treasury at the end? Or we don't even know how much is required to upgrade the National Library. I think we need all of that information, especially but I think it's within her right to keep the donors secret. Don't you think so? It's within her rights.
Particularly if they ask for such.
If the donors say, please.
Yes.
Do donors in Nigeria ask for for such?
Some do.
Well, the majority would want their names mentioned, so people know that yes, they gave this, and then it's for the purpose. I mean, the purpose for which the monies are being raised. I think it will be good for us to know those that contributed to, enhancing education in Nigeria.
It is.
So it will be good to have.
Within the realm. It's still within the realm
They are looking for
of those people allowing it to happen. They are free donors and they are not compelled to be investigated by people like you.
Okay. Dr. Bright, you can join the conversation, please.
Yeah, well, before we even talk about the money, at least it's also good that we should also find a way to make Nigerians know where these national libraries are located in their various states. I think the state, the commission has it that is in about 33 states, including the SPT. So, but I don't know where it is in the group for now. So that we get to know where these national libraries are located in our state, and they will see their
Lagos.
Current status.
Library in Lagos.
Then they will not know what and what to do. Will not know what to do. Not to do about it, So having people who donated or contributed towards it, having their list, it doesn't really make so much. But who have called our attention to it that it is for 2027. Is she also saying that she's not working towards 2027 for her husband? So why should she deny? Is a politician. Anything politicians do may be tied to a political ambition, as the case may be. So first of all, let's note what the various states east of the various
Don't forget that she already said that her family is rich and they do not need Nigeria's money. So, don't forget that.
Okay, good. No. That one was defeated immediately. The president was sworn in. It was defeated. The president has spent some time now. How has that they have money? How has it reflected? They don't use federal government money to buy some other things and buy vehicles and some other things.
1 billion each to areas affected by insurgency and flood and the other things. That's allegedly coming from her purse.
Our private purse, or say our collective work. The statement she actually made at the onset, for me, yes, talking about education is very good. Bringing people's attention to it is very good. But I think Nigerians expected so much from her as the wife of the president, or the first lady, more than she's actually performing. Even a statement saying that they are rich. Someone, like I said, has been defeated long time ago. And with what is happening in the country, we were supposed to hear so much from her, somebody who has been a senator and so many things. As it is now, she's so quiet. That's why the husband has not asked her to be like Buhari said. The White House is in the kitchen. We heard presidents whose wives are vocal, especially over some certain things. Even the issue of Natasha we were talking about just now, it is also news on it. Somebody like patients who would have taken that particular matter to have at least heard Natasha and said something about it. So she's supposed to be the mother to all, and when the mother's kitchen is locked and restricted to some certain people, it doesn't actually go well. She should do more. She's trying. Let her do more.
All right. But I think they are just two different individuals. Mama Pesce and Senator Remy are just two different individuals. But let's
but at least occupy, but they occupy the particular same position. So Nigerians will view them from that. They are two different persons, agreed, but they occupy the same. And for her to say they have money, they don't need Nigerians' money, and we see Nigerians' money being spent on her. How do you relate those two statements?
Oh well. Now let's react to these two headlines here. Let's merge the two of them. I'd like to take your response first, Dr. Bright. 411% revenue rise won't stop FG borrowing, FIRS. And then CBN lowers interest rates. OPS demands credit relief. Let's merge those two headlines from the cover page of The Punch. How do you respond to them, Dr. Bright?
I know I saw a statement like this not too long ago, and the statement is also linked to this. I think I'll just use that to respond to what we are saying, that we are not borrowing enough. You know, it's something that I try to feature it. In the first place, are we supposed to even borrow? Is it not people we are borrowing from? What are they doing that place them in position to borrow, that they can borrow us? And somebody would come up to say, we are not borrowing enough. So for this, SRS saying we are not, but yes, they are out to get revenue. But they should focus on the people we are borrowing from. What are they doing differently? What are they doing? How is their economy like? That place them in position for us to go and borrow from them. You know, those are the things that we should be talking about, not talking about borrowing, and some of this borrowing, I don't want to say, are being misappropriated, being embezzled, find themselves into private pockets. I am not just too comfortable with that. They should come up with, we are borrowing from China. This is what China is doing. We want to start doing so that in the next few years, we will be like China. Not saying we are not borrowing enough. Is borrowing a good thing that a government should be proud of, or should come up for somebody to open it and say, we have to borrow. All the ones you borrowed, what are you doing with it? Or what have you done with it?
All right then.
You want to say something?
No, go ahead.
You see, I've always said it, that the foundation is being laid as to how this economy, the direction of this economy. I'm sure by the time the new tax reform comes up next year, there will be some kind of leap in revenue generation, because up until now, only the poor pay tax, while the super rich evade tax. Now, with this, the convergence of our biometrics would compulsorily make you pay tax as from now next year, January 1st. And so, this tax would also show up our revenue. And if well managed and deployed to the right places, I think the economy should pick up by June next year. To the point that we would also say that we are doing well economically in this country. For me, 411% rise. You recall that last year, December, the budget was announced in October last year. And by December and early January, we were told that there were about a 5 trillion surplus in revenue generation from customs, from FIRS and all that, which was also deployed into the new budget and made it from, I think, from 49 to 53 point something trillion naira. So the way it is now is that already the oil sector is also experiencing some notch up. Yes. For instance, when this year started, I think what we were producing was 1.2, 1.3 at most. But as at last week, we were notching close to 1.9 million barrels per day.
Okay.
1.8 something, you know. And so the optics are good. We can only find it more pleasant at the turn of the year.
The optics may be good, but there is a headline here that draws concern as well. And it's interesting that you went to the oil sector. The big story on the cover page of The Punch says 8.41 trillion naira oil theft drains economy, fuels investors' doubts.
Now, you see, the Nigerian Navy the massa, they are working very hard. That's why we have.
Okay, let me take the riders now. As you mentioned, there is another thing. It says experts fault lack of arrests, prosecution in 4 years. Zero oil theft. Regulator hails lowest losses in 16 years amid reservations by analysts. Now, those are the riders.
You see, it was an all-comer affair during Buhari's tenure. In fact, the number of illegal bunkers in the country outstripped even all the IOCs that were drilling crude from Nigerian soil. The Navy was Armstrong, and even security operatives were also, some other security operatives were also Armstrong. We saw what was happening in the Niger Delta, where it was a free-for-all. Now, a new government came and tried as much as possible. We saw some of those videos. Even in homes, people were taking crude and keeping in their homes in cellophane bags. That's how cheap it was. But today, there is an improvement, and we can only encourage them to improve more on some of these things so that we can have our help for ourselves. It shouldn't be just a few because they are connected, they are up there, they have the means to be siphoning our crude. And it's like hemorrhaging the economy. You imagine if you take 50,000 barrels of crude from our soil illegally, you know what you have denied a lot of people. So for me, we can only give credit to the current government that that area is also given attention, and we're seeing the results from 1.3 to 1.8, getting to 1.9. So there's likelihood that we could even gross 2 million barrels per day by the end of this year.
All right.
Okay. I think Delek captured something that is quite instructive. He said that the optics are good. You know, the optics are good, but unfortunately, the reality on ground doesn't give hope or doesn't reflect what the optics are. Maybe, like you said, hopefully by June next year, we'll begin to see some of these things materialize. And it is comforting to have this kind of hope, you know, that optimism that you are given. But I just hope it doesn't get to a point where it's blind optimism. Because even in the midst of all these targets, you know, revenue targets that we are meeting and all of that, we still see the government still going abroad to borrow. Now, if we are meeting our targets, and in terms of meeting and exceeding our revenue targets, and instead of using it, you know, to pay off our debts, we still go ahead to borrow. I find it difficult to balance all of that. Then I have another issue with with the program, with the policies here. I understand that the interest rate has been reduced.
Yes.
From I think from 27.02% to 27%, which is just 0.2%. I don't know how much impact that is going to make, because manufacturers, the organized private sector, they're already kicking. They said, look, we need to do better than this. And it's always been hovering around that 27, 28% for a very long time. Why it's worrisome is because, one, when you try to mop up cash from society, because they also took that decision, or to push more money into the economy, when you are not producing, if you put in more money into the economy, it's going to work against inflation. So you are making efforts to reduce inflation, you are pushing more money into the economy, and you are just dropping the the interest rate by 0.2%. I don't know how much that is going to add up. And mind you, our neighboring country here, Ghana, Ghana's interest rate is 11% or thereabouts. South Africa is 7%, and we are operating at 27%. So how much of that is going to, you know, help revive the economy? It's yet to be seen. And looks, I think the central bank is still grappling with a lot in terms of not just exchange rate, but also the interest rate, balance of trade, and all of that. The report also says that the oil sector still accounted for a certain high percentage of what we contributed to the GDP, not even the service sector. And until we get the service sector to do much more, for the economy, we'll still be dependent on foreigners, to help us grow our GDP. If we are talking about tech now, technology, how many of our people are within the tech industry? We still see Indians coming in here, to render services in terms of maintenance and all of that. Like I always say, Nigeria is a work in progress. What we need to do is, another thing that the government needs to do is to fight corruption. If the government is able to fight corruption to the extent that there is a investor confidence is restored in the economy, we might just see more people pump money into this economy. That's it.
All right, then. All right, so still on this, this day newspaper report says monetary easing begins as CBN cuts MPR to 27%, cites GDP growth, falling inflation. Cardoso, our goal is to achieve single-digit inflation, declares 14 banks have fully met new capital threshold. Oh well, let's move on to another conversation. I think, I think these papers, The Punch and The Guardian, are being mischievous with the picture of Minister Wike and the family on the cover page as one of his sons, Jordan, was called to bar here. That's now this is a future maybe governor or lawmaker. Wike is really strategic. He just ensured that at least one or maybe all his children read law so they could get into the scheme of things in Nigeria. The Guardian also has that picture there. Oh well, let's move on to other headlines here. Pengasin Nupeng rejects government plan to sell assets. Gentlemen, The Guardian says Pengasin Nupeng won FG against selling JV stakes. Those are the headlines. Do we have it being reported in this day? Oh well, let's have your thoughts.
I don't see any reason why government cannot divest heavily from the upstream sector of the oil and gas area, because we have seen all along. A clear example is the NLNG. Because of lower stake of the federal government in NLNG, have you ever heard of any infraction in that organization? They are doing business and they are turning in huge tax and other revenue to the federal government, and they are at peace. But where you have major stake of federal government, a lot of issues would always arise. And so for me, if they are going to divest heavily and allow these well-organized organizations that have corporate governance driving their business, that's when we can have peace. Not with the behemoth we have now that is called an NPC.
I think the problem with, you might need to take a peep into that story. The problem that Nupeng has is not because the government is divesting. The problem is, who is government selling to? That is the problem that Nupeng has, because according to them, those equity shares, the participation is going into hands that happen to be, hands that play around government. It's like people selling national assets to themselves. That probably, because I came across the story somewhere, and it was like a certain company affiliated to this person that has interest in this business is one of the persons buying one stake in one JV stake like that. You know, so that is basically the problem that they have.
Well, let's see now. The writer here says oil marketers urge Dangote refinery to adopt inclusive distribution. Now, a federal government planned sale of its joint venture stakes is unsettling the oil and gas industry, as the petroleum and natural gas senior staff workers, Pengasin, and Nigeria Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers, NUPENG, have kicked against the move. Nigerian government is considering the sale of its stakes in the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited and various oil and gas joint ventures. All right. Well, we're not. I'm trying to get to where they might be. Okay. The federal, according to TUC chairman, and that's Alex Osifo. Well, he said the federal government intends to sell its joint venture stakes in oil companies, in the oil companies such as Owando, Renaissance, Shell, and other companies. The money realized from these operations belong to the federated accounts and not the federal government only. If the previous government had sold all these JVs before now, where will this government get the money to run its affairs? That's complaints coming from Osifo there. Oh, well. Well, I can't get to it. It's an interesting read anyway.
Yes, I think there's a version of it that I read where, in fact, specific entities were named. You know, a certain 25% has been earmarked for this entity, a certain 35% has been earmarked for this entity. Okay. And all those entities were related to people in government at one level or another. That is also part of the problem. They have. I'm not sure a traditional news media like Guardian might not, be very open in saying that. But Sahara Reporters wrote a report on that and did say a lot. And up until this moment, I've not heard a rebuttal, from the quarter is concerned. No, we are not in it. We are not bidding. We are not buying or any of that. So that is essentially what it is. Like I've always said, government has no business in business. And Dele here did point out about how the NLGL has become a good business. In fact, a model, exemplary in their operations and all of that. They turn in more money and they are scandal free. If you ask me, you don't get to hear that NLNG did this or that, quietly doing their business somewhere in Bonny. And I understand that Nigerian government has, is it 50?
No,
49%.
49%. Then the private sector has 51.
So
they don't have sole power.
The private sector is able to say, look, this is what we want.
Yes.
They have controlling shares, so they have controlling influence over that business. If it gets to this level, if it is done in a manner that is transparent and accountable, there's no reason why we should not do that.
Okay. Dr. Bright, let's have your thoughts on this.
Like Mr. Chikuma was trying to point out, we must also note that when unions speak like that, the Nigerians should know that there is something fishy. That people though they don't want to come out openly to say there is something actually fishy about it. I will always speak from the side of the people because in all of this, how does it actually affect the people? Mr. Dele Fanimo said just now that if the tax reform begins in January, that by June next year we may begin to find out, we will begin to see the benefit. I want to ask if that statement was from the government of the day or is just being optimistic that things would come. And I'm also so concerned also that when we look at maybe probably our current revenue status, there may also be need for us to compare it with the impact. Let's say, for example, we are having 100 million as maybe federal government to use. What is this 100 million supposed to do for these people? And now that the 100 million has been extended, what is the impact? If 100 million was to give us 100%, how many percent did he give to us? Because that will also help us who are the ordinary citizens to begin to understand and have hope in what the chart. We can also begin to project if federal government is getting this at this moment, if it increases to this is what we are going to be getting. These are the indices, these are the things that we are seeing. So we also join the government to plan. We should not be saying that the indices are good. The indices are good. We're getting 1.2 million barrels per day. Now we're having 1.8 increasing to 2 million. How does it translate to the common man, to the reality that we are seeing in the street? That is our major concern. If the common man is settled, we really don't care who sits in Aso Rock or wherever. But this is we are getting in the how does it come back to affect the life of the people? Leave all those percentage of drama and this. Like you talked about 27%, 27.02% interest rate, now coming to 27%. If you look at it, how does 0.2% affect the common man? Yes, when it comes to millions and billions, it will be something that is very, very big. So in all of this, let's always look at the reality of it in the life of the common man. Thank you.
All right then. Now let's go to another headline here. Benue IDPs vow to occupy FCT until normalcy returns. Now the PRO of the IDPs, Joseph Joe, yes, he has said that we will relocate to the FCT and occupy the FCT until normalcy returns in Benue. And he says we plan to be peaceful in our approach and our demands. Our demands are simple. He should end the Benue killings. That's addressing the president. The president should end the Benue killings. For us to return to our ancestral homes or give us jobs and shelter in Abuja, it goes on. He says that the IDPs, well, that's basically what the IDPs from Benue, in Benue, are asking for. That's what they intend to do. Occupy the FCT.
What they're asking for is legitimate. They are Nigerians. And the government swore to protect them and give them better life. So any breach of that agreement can elicit protest. So they have every right to protest. And besides, they are human beings. Blood runs in their vein. And I want to say that before the mass on the federal capital, I think federal government should do something about these incessant killings.
I fear if they attempt that, we might see the police force, the anti-riot police and the rest of them use force with tear gas and the rest, like we've seen in recent times. And that will be adding injury to salt to
I even wanted to ask injury. How do they intend to do that? Do they have
they'll get a bus.
Okay.
They'll get buses now.
They'll get
luxurious buses.
Probably.
They have money for that.
They have.
If they are in IDP, does it mean that they don't have money at all?
What do they do then?
They have.
They get support from NGOs and all that.
NGOs, so they'll just probably collect.
The NGOs may be even be sympathetic to their cause.
But mind you, NGO will not fund that. They will not give them. NGOs don't give money. They can only give you supplies.
And what if they give? What if they give supplies in terms of
buses?
Buses.
NGO will not do that. No NGO that what it sought will do that, and they will rather look for a way, to open an avenue for engagement between the people and the government. No NGO is going to give you buses to go and protest and occupy federal capital territory. They won't do that. So because
you are looking at foreign NGOs,
even local ones. No, except now they are not NGOs. They are not. They wouldn't be NGOs.
They wouldn't be NGOs.
They won't be NGOs.
They won't be.
Because what?
It's just in the nomenclature that will change.
Okay, the nomenclature that will change. My worry here was because when you read it, I was like, okay, how are they going to do this? Probably it's possible to get 4 or 5, 6 buses. Just do as if they are going to Abuja, and when you get are they going to National Assembly? Are they going to?
They'll occupy Abuja, so they probably occupy the city center.
Where in the city center?
By the time you see them roaming around Abuja or gathering in places,
it's no longer occupying now.
Then what is it? It's occupy. It's
occupy.
They are simply
moved to Abuja.
And they are saying that give us jobs in Abuja or fix our homes we can go back.
Their demands, their demands are very genuine. And at least they deserve the best because at last count, last time I checked, they are still citizens of this country. Now, government. For the first lady gave them a billion naira the other day, in cash. So did they share the money? And I keep going back to that question. What do they do there? If they trade, it's now a thriving community. You go out, buy and come back. How do you feed? You go. Mind you, they are quartered in makeshift tents and all of that. So how is life I think life should be very unbearable. So if they say, look, I think the appropriate thing they need to do is to keep engaging with the government, because if they get into Abuja, the minister is going to flush them out. Yes. Are they going to go to Eagle Square? Except maybe if they go to occupy the National Assembly, their representatives will come and listen to them and say, government, our people are here, so what do we do to them and all of that? But in terms of going to cause nuisance, riot policemen, FCT minister will use the people.
That has been my fear.
To push them out.
That in itself has been my fear, or my concern. Dr. Bright, let's have your take, and let's conclude with this in 1 minute.
Not to exercise what they believe in. First and foremost, no, you may not get an NGO to give them money to say, okay, pay transport to Abuja. But when there is a will, there will always be a way. They can always get themselves to Abuja. So that shouldn't be an issue, number one. And I don't want to believe that they are going to protest what they are suffering in Benue as a nuisance. They are not considering nuisance. They are going to demand for their rights. When the president visited them the last time, from the time the president visited and today, what has actually been done? And if the first lady gave $1 billion, what did she give the money for, and through whose part? And let's not just call it IDP. When we say IDP, it may just be seen like one city or one place where people go to enjoy. It is internally displaced people. You have your house, you have your normal habitat where you are staying, your normal business you are doing, and now you are sacked to go and be staying with somebody or staying somewhere. You are displaced from your normal habitat. Automatically, it's going to affect your business. It's going to affect everything that you are doing. So you may just end up sitting in one place because you just want to be alive. So it's not just displaced people. People were displaced from somewhere. They need to get back to where they were displaced from. So if the president went to their state, talked to them, appealed for them to remain calm, and nothing is being done, it will also be good for them to go and visit the president to remind him whatever promise made. You know, maybe they should take the displacement to Abuja there. I'm talking about the minister coming to flush them as well. That has been one way where Nigerians are being gagged not to exercise their rights or say what belongs to them. What we are expressing is it that these persons are not aware? Are they not aware of the killings in Benue? Are they not aware of people leaving their homes to go and stay in one place? You said just now that the newspaper was carrying the picture of the president and of the FCT minister of his son who just graduated. Did he graduate in Nigeria? Probably he has graduated in a foreign country. If he was in Nigeria and he was displaced, if he was displaced, will he have that picture to put in that particular place? So if they are
he went to Nigeria.
If they are comfortable. If they are comfortable where they are, does not mean that other persons are not comfortable. Their children are not better than those children in that IDP camp. So they shouldn't be playing lip service to this thing. They should go and do something about it. And after it is this particular government that talks about issues of insurgency lasting more than a particular time that the government have in hand. So you should prove to Nigeria.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Bright Ajaokuta. We're absolutely out of time. I was giving you one minute, but you've exceeded that. I know there's a lot to say in this regard, but we have to call it a day on Newspaper Review. Well, thank you very much for your time on the program. And also a big thanks to Daily Fanimo for staying with us on the program. Chukuma comes back later tonight at 6 p.m. For Political Lens. You want to tell us what to expect?
No, keep it to my chest.
All right, so it's in the can up until 6 p.m. 6 p.m. We'll be unbottling the can, and then you'll be aware of what the conversation will be later today at 6 p.m. on Political Lens. 11 o'clock is sports with Kizzy K. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shape our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Soibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on 49, right?
The 2564 Atlantic.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right.
Friday.
So they can see the game for themselves. With the talk back off, you can see the game for yourself. So it doesn't sound like we are just exaggerating Nigerian Super Eagles news and we don't talk about the South African side and we are looking into the game to say, are we the best side to make it to the World Cup? I always say it all the time, radio, TV, anywhere I find myself out from the shows of the radio, I always say it's the better side that gets it done. You should have told me when you were coming, but that's by the way. But let me start by saying here, a lot of people have to be blamed, scolded, shielded, and then punished for the current precarious situation that we find ourselves. I like to say it again, a lot of people need to take the blame. A lot of people need to be talked about. A lot of things need to be checked into. A lot of people need to be taking the responsibility for this one because right now, it's looking like a very different ball game. But just see this video for yourself, just as you unfold, just watch this video like a throwback of the game. Just get it full, just watch this, and then I'll be back to tell them more. Yes, it's that time again. Welcome to the show. Good morning, and thank you so much for being part of this Sports Republic show this time around. This is actually getting a lot of me. But quickly, let's talk about this one today. Nigeria Super Eagles are currently on a shocking and incredible, awful moment. My name is Kizike, and with me on the show today is just me reaching out to you. We're having our guests join us virtually, but hopefully it gets to connect when the time is up. Yes, so let's talk about this now. 11 points after 8 rounds of matches have been played out, remaining only 2 more matches on that shows. We did see a lot of things that happened yesterday. The La Liga, EA Sports, Real Madrid, all of this news. There's a news about Arena Shabalenka, the Formula 1 story. All of these are just somewhere around the corner. But let's get into the very big one, because this is, or possibly could be at the detriment of the nation. This just might be a thing to be looked out for, because currently right now, South Africa lead the group with 17 points, although with a possible 3 point and 3 goals deduction if found guilty of fielding in that player surrounding Teboho Mokoena against Lesotho, and that was for March 2025, followed by West African Minnows, Benin Republic, with a total of 14 points, 3 points more than the mighty Super Eagles of Nigeria. Now, on the show today, we're just going to talk about the Super Eagles. Other news just somewhere, the pecking order, but we tell you about the Super Eagles and how bad we've come, the reason why we may never qualify for the World Cup, the reason why we may not still qualify for the next World Cup after this one coming up. This is 2025, next year's 2026, and you have 2030 World Cup. It's a World Cup that comes at interval. It's a yearly, a 4-year thing, but looking at the way we are working, it's looking like we are not doing everything right. This is shocking and unacceptable to millions of Nigerians and Nigerian soccer football fans all over the world. How can the Super Eagles of Nigeria, a self-styled giant of Africa, struggle to qualify for the FIFA World Cup? How? Just how can we struggle? When did we get this to this phase? That's the question. When did we get here? That's like the big question I'm asking on the show today. Despite having some of the best players on the continent, and also despite being placed in perhaps one of the easiest group in that African qualifying series for the World Cup, why is our problem still on? Our problem did not actually start today. Because people are saying, no, it's Eric Chell, it's NFF. Yes, NFA to NFF is connected. Our problem started a long time ago. It didn't actually start today. It started the day we mistakenly sacked former Super Eagles coach, Gennett Rowe. The day we let Gennett Rowe go, that was when the problem started. Now, if you look, let's even talk about this. If you look back very well, just look back very well, you will accept and admit this, because that's the time and period that our football inevitably started losing its glory and direction, and we started operating like rudderless boats. And that for me is unfortunate. Gennett Rowe might not have given us the beautiful, free-flowing football that we wanted, but he gave us consistency, stability, and then determination. That's how these players play, the resilience, the prowess, all that need to be done on the game we could see during the 2018 time. He's the longest manager who has served Nigeria as a foreign manager. No one comes close. I think 5 years or thereabout, 5 years. He gave us the result we wanted. He spent a total of 5 years at the Super Eagles job as a head coach, and for that, 5 years was what it is. He always gave us something to share up about, something to share about. We could talk about Gennett Rowe. See, we don't miss out on World Cup. It's like our thing. Since we made our debut as 1994 until date, we've been making it to the World Cup. So from 2022 and coming to 2026, it's now looking like we will never make it to a World Cup. When Nigeria was placed in the same World Cup qualifying group with African football powers, houses like the Cameroon side, Gennett Rowe was there, Zambia, he was there, Algeria. Most Nigerians lost hope of a possible World Cup ticket. But let me tell you, against all odds, Gennett Rowe did the unthinkable and the unbelievable. He incredibly qualified Nigeria for the 2018 FIFA World Cup in Russia. Against all odds, with a game in hand, yet unplayed. You might not understand, we have 2 games left currently in 2025. A manager once qualified Nigeria to a World Cup with a game yet to be played. That's how we want to say it was a remarkable feat for the German tactician. That's how I think football should be done. When you talk about Nigerian football, and there's a question to say, which way Nigeria? As that was not enough, he took the Super Eagles of Nigeria to the 2019 African Cup of Nations, AFCON, in Egypt, and came back with a bronze medal. That, to me, is a pass mark. Then came to 22 FIFA World Cup, the ticket. Gennett Rowe had qualified Nigeria for the final lap of the 22 FIFA World Cup African qualifiers, and had secured a playoff ticket against West African neighbors, Ghana, before an administrative blunder and disaster struck. That was where everything changed for Nigerian football. So I don't want to believe you. Tell me, Gennett Rowe, he's a good coach. I don't know how he feels when he watch Nigerian football. I don't know how he feels personally for me. I'm just saying. Because I look at Nigerian football and like going down every day drastically, down the pecking order. Our number in the world is absolutely insane. relying on wrong advice and counsel. In December 2021, I tell you, the Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, in its usual trademark way of making very hasty and wrong decisions, wielded the hammer on Genetro and sacked the German coach. The NFF claimed that they weren't getting the result they wanted from the soccer man, from the German tactician. And there, they started talking a lot about Genetro. He was not good, let him leave the job, blah, 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 blah. All of this thing happened. He left the job. And look how much we are struggling now. And that was where our problem started. Our woes started. Genetro packed his bag and baggages and left the job. He left. We've seen foreign managers come to do the job in Nigeria. We've seen them. I mean, the first man that took us to the World Cup, Westerhoff Clements, used to be my manager when I was playing for Kwara Football Academy before I made a move to, Kwara United. I was playing for the MPFL side. So he knows this job, and we saw the transition from 94, 96, Born Free Joe. He came up, and it was like everything has changed. What happened next? Nigeria could not qualify for the Qatar 22 FIFA World Cup, having been edged out by West African neighbors. And that's Ghana. At the last stage of the qualifiers, it was a very painful experience for Nigerians and Nigeria soccer fans and lovers of all the world of football in Nigeria. It was that so bad. But where did it start? And since Genetro left, Nigeria has not been able. This, in fact, you need to know. It's like a Did You Know show. I feel like I'm doing a Did You Know show. If you feel I'm not saying it right on the other part, just check our stats. Since Genetro left Nigeria, we've not been able to make it to the FIFA World Cup. We've never been able to make it to the World Cup again. Our competition, we hardly missed before. We don't miss out on the World Cup. Since we made our debut back in 1994, we've always been part of the World Cup till... It's crazy, a crazy scenario. It's almost certain that we could miss the next edition of the FIFA World Cup again. Next year, if this happens, it will be a big blow to our football, as things would never remain the same again. Now, I feel bad about the story, right? But I don't know how the body that governs the game in Nigeria are feeling at this point in time. Sometimes I feel like the press men, the media men are feeling the pain than the bodies that need to own the game. They need to man up. That's the man you have on your screen. He is a German tactician. Like I've already said, he might not be the best coach in the world. He might not be the coach you say you want to have for yourself. He might not be the one to say, yeah, this is the German man. Oh, no. But we saw that stability, consistency. He qualified us to the World Cup for 2018. And guess what? Even though it did not go our way, because I don't know if Nigeria will ever win the World Cup till Jesus Christ comes, I'm saying. But let's be factual. We had that consistency. I could say, yes, I'm watching the Super Eagles. And I keep saying all of the time, look at our squad now. How many of them have been at the World Cup? Iwobi has been to the World Cup 2018. Yeah, he was part of the team. Trus Ekong was part of the team. What's his name again? Wilfred Ndidi was part of the team. So you can actually count. So let's just say majority of the players that we have in our current squad have not played at the World Cup. Key players like Osimhen, look, man, Moses Simon, keep calling these guys. They don't know what a World Cup looks like. And it's so bad that at the end of the day, you end your career and you never played at the World Cup. Now, I say it all the time, check out footballer stats. They know what it takes to be in the World Cup. You're playing in the very biggest tournament of football in the world. That's where the world will be coming together. And it's crazy to say that now we have a different format. Gianni Infantino was saying a lot about the FIFA, the way he wants to go. The FIFA president. And when you look into the background of how the World Cup wants to go this time around, and you're looking at the format has 10 African countries and Nigeria is not part of this one. Which way Nigeria? Well, let's come back to the current coach and the leadership of the Super Eagles, Eric Chell. He used to be my friend, but I feel like I'm losing it with Eric Chell. He's the man in charge now, and he has put millions of Nigerians in a very apprehensive and inconsolable situation. That's the truth. Since he took about the coaching job of the Super Eagles, you know what happened? He's now looking like things are not going well. Since Eric Chell took over, he hasn't been able to stamp his authority family on the team. He has not been able to win any important match convincingly for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. I'm not saying he's a bad gaffer, don't get me wrong, but we know his highest qualification with the Malian national team. We know it's the third position. We know all of this, as you know, right? Qualification, that's like the third position was a quarterfinal in an AFCON tournament. That is his highest rank as a coach. We always say in world, Eric Chell knows, maybe Eric Chell, I'm sorry I'm sounding this way today because I'm not sounding to be your friend. That's what the NFF has done. I don't want to put so much blame on the Franco-Malian, but I would do so when I need to do so, like I'm really doing now. He's not been able to restore priority to the national team. He's not been able to give us the hope and the confidence that every Nigerian supporters of the game needs all over the world. But I quite know that all of this, my point on the show this morning, and arguments may not go down well with you. With some people, they might be like, no, what's this presenter even saying? No, you're not saying it right. I know it might not go down well with you. That's why it's live. You should not agree with everything I say. It's not even me opposing. It's just a fact. It should be said. It should be stated. But I believe very strongly in my submission here. Well, for those saying that Eric Chell is good, he's a good coach and has done well. That is good and interesting to hear, I must tell you. But to understand this narrative very well, please, let's all go back down the memory lane again. Let's go together. When the then Super Eagles of Nigeria head coach, Johannes Bonfrey, they call him Bonfrey Joe, that's like the AKA, was wobbling and fumbling in the World qualifiers. You remember Korea, Japan 2022? Do you remember? Late Nigerian talisman and coach Amodu Shaibu was appointed to salvage the situation for Nigeria. And to do what? To make sure that the Nigerian team qualify and to make sure that Nigeria have very slim hopes of qualification for the World Cup. That's FIFA Korea Japan World Cup, if you know the World Cup after 2002, was restored and achieved with just 3 games left. So we've been going through a lot with Liberia leading the group with 12 points. Go back and check it, you'll see it. 12-point Liberia. Sudan had, I think, 9 points or there. Yes, 9 points. Nigeria had 7. Nigeria had just 7 points from 5 matches with just 3 matches remaining. And then Nigeria had a foreign coach then, in the person of a Dutchman, Johannes Bonfrey Joe. Nigeria's next game was versus, I think that's against Liberia at home. Then we went to play Sudan away, and then we played against Ghana at home. Guess what happened? I tell you. Later, Mother Tribal won all of the 3 games. He won all the 3 very dicey make-or-man or do-or-die matches, you want to call it, scoring 9 goals without conceding any goal at all. It was incredible to talk about. It was a big shocker. Before the Sudan-Nigeria match in Khartoum, I think it was Khartoum, Sudan took Nigeria to their worst pitch under temperatures that caused or could roast the players like corns. You know the way they roast corn? You see down the street of Lagos. Despite all of this intimidation and frustration from Sudan, guess what? Nigeria defeated them 4-0. And somebody today is saying that the South African stadium in Bloemfontein, Toyota, where the Super Eagles of Nigeria had the Bafana of South Africa to a 1-1 draw, you call it an epic draw, was bad. And that's why the Super Eagles couldn't play well. This is very, very, very shameful to talk about. This for me is a lame excuse. We are making a lot of excuses. That's the man, Amodu, you have on your screen. It's late today of blessed memory. I used to know him from our Edo State. Yeah, Tribe Amodu. Well respected. It's the reason why Yakubu is in the national, or he played in the national team. He integrated some of the players to the team. These are legends that should be talked about. These are men that you cannot write off. The upcoming case, you'll talk about those ones. Now, let me even ask you a pertinent question. Where was the Nigerian Football Federation NFF technical department when that South African Bloemfontein pitch was approved by the Federation? Where were they? It was approved by the Federation of International Football Association, that's FIFA, for the match. Where was our technical group? I don't want to say NFF now because it's like a board. It's like, you know, if you check the Nigerian Football Federation, if you check the organogram, you can see how it is. The NFF, the president, he has a face. Where was our technical crew? Being headed by right back, ex-international, Augustine Eguavoen, any way you want to call him, Austin Augustine goes for me. Where were they? These excuses for Eric Chell is just getting to something else. It's getting too lugubrious and shameful and disgraceful to Nigerian football. Why would Eric Chell now come out and say to us that he was satisfied with the draw in South Africa? Why? This is because the NFF can't read these lines. They cannot read the lines. If they used to read the lines, or if they can read the lines ahead of time, they would understand. So you see why I say it all the time, put the blame on them if Nigeria does not make it to the World Cup. It's nothing concerning the players. They have their own shares of the blame, but the majority of the blames, from me, my opinion, that's why it's a TV show, right, is that they should be blamed. They should be held accounted for this one. Imagine the NFF Secretary, Sanusi, right, His Excellency, with all due respect, saying that they are okay and satisfied with the Super Eagles team performance so far in the World Cup qualifying matches. A team that plays like amateurs. What a shame. How do you go rating the Super Eagles? You know, Victor Osimhen got off in the Rwanda game, if you remember very well, vividly, if you remember. Now, he got off in that very game, and people were like, Osimhen is off. How many times did Victor Osimhen get hold of the ball? I think he got off 35 minutes right in Nigeria, Uyo Stadium. How many of the time did he touch the ball? That's what you need to be talking about, because today is more like an eye-opener. Let's even be factual. Let's start believing it now before it happens, because I always have a motto that says, after all is said and done, more is said than done. Whose report do you believe? Well, we won't blame Eric Chell for where he has shamefully put us and placed us today. It's the NFF president, Ibrahim Musukuzo. For me, we should put all of the blame too. Who approved this appointment when he was fired by the late Malian side? No disrespect to the Malian Football Federation for poor performances. He got off on the job and we felt like, yes, this is the Messiah. But you know what is getting me upset on the show now? Because the NFF promised us, Amacho Pini came out, ex-president, and said, what? We will get you an enterprising coach. And last I heard the word enterprising was back then when I did for area, for South. Then I go back to Warri. And the enterprises. Now for sure for any junction, enterprising. If you know something for that, you go Ukpe. If you know something for Ukpe, you go downtown. And for Warri, that's so you be that time. Enterprising coach. And I'm like, oh, enterprising coach. I used to know enterprising has business. Something has to do with business. And I felt like Eric Chell is the best coach that will come and, not about Eric Chell. Not about Eric Chell, because I already knew Eric Chell before now. He used to be known on social media by the man that got the water poured on his head and then the rest of the stories. But aside that, they gave us a promise. Because I always say it. They say if you talk, you go down. You not talk, you sit there normally. Because road bend, normally say you bend waka put. Now real matter, so you play normally. This Nigeria when I did so sometimes, and they talk and say you go hard. We will see politicians maybe say you go won't do work. We not get self-interest because they give us what is connected. It's like politics and football. It does not work. Sports, say it's just no. Say that's what's killing the game. There's no way you want to merge it. Like it must break down. If you try to merge it, it will break down. Nigerian politicians, they don't even pity for us. They don't give us chance again. Because the way it's going now, it's that so bad. They give us manifesto when they manifest. Why? Did you watch Eric Chell's talk? Did you watch him on the very first day? He came, everything Eric Chell, it's sweet. The arranger and a coach. So they give us smile, everything is sweet. Picture, everything. They snap picture. Let's say it makes sense. And Madam Shehu Diko, NSC chairman, president, they one side. Goes out there. He never took tea. Malam Shehu Diko now be NSC chairman, they tell us we have tried our best. He's trying to segregate himself. The NSC, which is okay, and I understand it because it's a two different body. NSC, National Sports Commission, NFF, Nigerian Football Federation. They're not giving the same name. Not only NI start and I be the connection. You know connect. Eric Chell did what? Eric Chell was brought to Nigeria for simple reason. Just a simple reason. Come and salvage a difficult situation for the Super Eagles. And we're done. But what did Eric Chell achieve? Eric Chell will be feeling so bad today because he used to know I used to like Eric Chell, But Eric Chell achieved 4 games, 2 draws, 2 wins. Is this the result the NFF is wasting taxpayers' money on? I'll tell you something. One thing about jobs is the fact that that's why I like to say, I like to put pen to paper. People don't understand how it works. Sometimes you need to put pen to paper. Contract is key. It's sweet die. I think it's about £12 million or thereabout if United will have to let Amorim leave. I think it's about 12 million. I think so, or something of that nature. I think it's 12 million. I can check it. 12 million pounds if you let him go. Because he's put pen to paper. He signed a contract. You just cannot let him go. And if you're letting him go, you know you have to lose. Mind you, Eric Chell played a weak, I think he played a weak team. Yes, that's the one. He played a weak team in the group against Rwanda to get those 2 wins. Now, weak team be that one for me. If he had played South Africa and Benin Republic, he would have never gotten those wins. I'll tell you, that's what I feel, because Genetro had a very good structure with this team. The Benin side, they might be small. If you call them minnows, they're not far. Benin Republic, now Benin at the corner, Benin Republic, it works. It's not far from Nigeria. Like a neighboring country. But how can a team like that be stumbling on the national side like the Super Eagles, even with the qualities that we have? And again, why we say that the NFL technical department is made up of, they're made up of individuals that needs to study more on the game. Look at the contract they gave. Look at the contract they signed with this average coach, Eric Chell. Look. They call it curriculum vitae, CVs, some resume. It can't even match any Nigerian top coach. This is me saying it now. There's no way. Go and find out. Call them. Let's banter on this and let me tell you, show me the reason why. It's just that Nigerian coaches or ex-international who have done the job, they don't want to enhance themselves. They don't want to grow. There's no redevelopment. Personally, they don't want to grow. They just think that's what we all did. They don't want to grow. If they want to grow, they will grow. You know Amokashi's story, right? Wasn't Amunike? You know his story? You know what he did with Tanzania team? You know Kechi of late Kechi? You know what he did with the Togo team? You don't want to dare this man. If they really wanted to grow, they will grow. But they've chosen to be on this level. And then you cannot have that high capacity when you don't see high. You're always seeing low and you're just going down every day. You want to be the coach of the Super Eagles. How far have they gone? I recall when I had Samson Siasa. I know me, normally my mouth not good. Can I come back where I did? My mouth not good, real matter. My mouth not good. My mom be say different between me and some presenter. Say, I go tell you as you know if you beat me. I go tell you real matter. Just for your phone, me you know. I had Siasa. I think he was sitting. I was sitting here. I think he was here. He was sitting here. And we're asking him questions. Yeah. We brought him on the show. So questions were clear. So it was him saying a lot of things about, because we go ask you. We brought John Fashional. Questions was clear. And they asked him, say, you deny Nigeria, not for Nigeria. He was saying a lot. I don't even know, but those things need to be said. The facts need to be stated. Say it to the faces of those people. Let them know. Now, let me tell you how bad it could be. If we sack Eric Chell, we will have to pay him millions. It's crazy. If we sack Eric Chell now, we have to pay him millions. That's unfortunate. That's an unfortunate reality for me. The NFF lawyers who drafted that contract ought to be fired. In fact, if you don't even go work on mail and they sack them, go even sack them, not even matter. I keep saying this all the time because you know why we say this? This is September. We're closed. Very soon now, we'll come back again, we'll talk. 2 games left. We need to hammer the talk. But how much more can you say? How well can you talk about this? How well will you keep saying about the Nigerian Football Federation and they are not doing what they need to do? If people are saying that, I don't even understand that. They talk about every time. See, NFF, not be anybody, Papa. Oh no. Nobody, Papa, get NFF. No talk on. La Federation get on. Nobody, Papa, get on. Like real facts. Yeah, you know, this is me saying it. Nobody, Papa, get that thing. Not be anybody, Papa, get on. Now, Federation own. I always quote Shegun Odegbami, legendary of the game. I never watched him play. 1980 Nations Cup winner. I had him on the radio. He was bluntly saying it, that they really forgot, the NFF have forgotten that they are not the owner of this thing. It's not an individual thing. Now, Federation, get up. You're governing the body, and let's be factual. If I'm not doing my job well and I fail to deliver on the show, then I should be sacked. It's simple. The baton, that's so you've been a remat, and that's so you've been a clear thing. Best when they do work well, it's supposed to sack them. You do sack you. Sack. They say fire. I don't know. They say sack. Fire. One English way they use that time. Wait now. One English way they use that time. They go say now. He was relieved of his. You know, say he was relieved. No matter I did do now sack. Give him 4-letter words now. SACK. Don't sack him. But I will not be surprised to see at the end of the day. Don't mind me. I'm saying about this one because we need to be factual. We need to start losing our mind. We want to think something else. Because we you're talking, we even talk because talk the truth. Nigeria will not go walk up. Now, real matter. No guy wanting better. Nigeria will not go walk up. Because person when zinc they leak, he not feel like rainy season. You dey stash but you call it like rainy season. Make go your body. You don't go like her now. These are the faults. These are the blunders. These are the errors of the NFF. Who do not understand that this World Cup qualifiers was a mini league. Nigeria was never out. So many people were made to believe if Eric Chell had won all 4 matches as expected of him by those who brought him to Nigeria, claiming he knows African football very well, the Super Eagles of Nigeria would have been among the 2 best place finishers. But we do have right now. I don't mind to talk about this on the show alone. That's what the show is for. I don't mind talking about this on the show. If I talk this one, I finish one for sure. It don't matter. I like them. Because we need to talk about this. We need to say things the way it needs to be. I dedicate the show today to the Nigerian Football Federation. So maybe they know saying that they get the show. This one now, they get them. You say, we'll go talk about if that this one will talk, reach, finish, leave on. He reached to talk, he reached to hold. It's something I would like to go back and watch and say, yes, Kizike on the show said this. I like it. Because these people that are governing us don't even understand what they are doing. A precarious situation where the Super Eagles of Nigeria could miss the 2nd consecutive FIFA World Cup finals. Participation, this is very shameful. This shouldn't be happening in Nigeria right now. How can a whole Nigeria win or a whole Nigeria side with the back-to-back African best players not be in the World Cup? 2023 we had Osimhen, 24 was a Lookman. They can't beat Zimbabwe at home or South Africa away. How? And we want to qualify for the World Cup. it's a really big joke. And someone is impressed with the messy performance of the team. Honestly, we don't like to remember the devilish and unfortunate treatment the NFF gave to the late Super Eagles coach Amodu Shaibu. Despite qualifying Nigeria from the mathematically impossible and homeless situation and position, the NFF didn't allow him lead the team to the World Cup. That's where they say you don't respect your own. And there they come now. So, because they thought they have done it right. They thought and believed that his achievement was a fluke. It wasn't a fluke. He brought out his best and he gave us the result. Late coach Amodu Shaibu. See, you know one thing we don't even do in this Nigeria? Let me even say it. We don't remember our past heroes. That's why sometimes someone says, is Nigeria really worth dying for? Now, big question. Maybe like food for thought. We won't leave it like that. Is Nigeria really worth dying for? I think this is a show I have to replay again on the radio so I can listen to this, because maybe on a Saturday we'll have to play this again. Because late coach Amodu Shaibu repeated and replicated it in 2010 by again qualifying Nigeria for the 2010 FIFA World Cup. So 2002 he did it. And then he wasn't late then. He came back again and did it for 2010. If the Nigeria coach, they give this job, they want the mouth pressure, they want the push one, they do. Still be careful when they give job. They go rush you like two noodles. And then NFF still are now making the same mistake. Which, like, I mean, I feel like we're not learning. What a shame, what a country. My own candid advice is this. All those in the glass house today, if they don't qualify us for World Cup, if Nigeria don't go World Cup, the NFF operational head office in Abuja, they need to be forced to be resigning on that job. May they resign, and with immediate effect too, because it's like a madness that needs to be stopped. It's true. That's what it is. But let's go off that when I talk about South Africa. There's a news about the South African news, a news about South African talk, where we have the chief executive of South African Football Association, SAFA, Lydia Moyapo, has detailed what Bafana must do to qualify for the World Cup. Even with FIFA set to deduct 3 points and 3 goals from their tally for fielding in an ineligible player, Teboho Mokoena. FIFA has officially charged South Africa for fielding Teboho Mokoena in the 2-0 win over Lesotho, where in actual terms he was supposed to be suspended for picking up 2 yellow cards in previous games. Now, according to Lydia, she said, we have received communication from FIFA about an investigation that they have launched in terms of the Lesotho match where Teboho Mokoena was fielded. Wow. Okay, so it sounds good to be talked about, but she went ahead to explain the lack of concerns when it comes to losing 3 points, because all they need to do is to win their remaining 2 games, and it will be enough to see them go through as group winners with their current position in this very one. The FIFA disciplinary code reads, if a team fields a player who is not eligible to participate due to suspension, registration issues, nationality, and the rest of that, the match is automatically forfeited. The default result is a 3 loss unless the actual result was even more disadvantageous to the offending team. So that's like the FIFA rule. So we are going back to the rule to state it out, and so you know how it should be. Now, but according to Lydia, she said, we are not really worried about potential being docked 3 points. Our focus right now is to ensure that Bafana gets maximum points come October, because whatever happens, be it dogging of points or whatever, if we get 6 points come October, nothing else will matter. And that's true. So, you know, they've done their job. I think that's what it is. They've done their job. They've done what they need to do. They've set the pace high. So even if you dog that point, come out and now dog you the corner point, you dog come out the point for their head, it still doesn't say that they cannot make it to the World Cup. So if you take those points off, let's do your maths. Well, it will be 3 points docked off on those very one. But we'll see how it goes. And also, let's talk about Eric Chell before we do a freestyle with a man who is on the sideline. Let's tell you about Eric Chell. The head coach of the senior national team, Eric Chell, said the team can still qualify for the World Cup despite their poor position in their group, as they had a very, very, very toxic relationship with the way the group is going. Now, 2 matches left to be played. Third place Nigeria are currently 6 points behind group leader South Africa, and trails second place Benin Republic by 3 points, but South Africa will likely have a 3 points and 3 goals deduction for fielding in Teboho. They said they don't mind. But Richel is confident that even though the task looks hard on paper, his team will do their part in ensuring that they make it to the World Cup. And that's the World Cup that will be hosted by USA, Canada, Mexico. But Eric Chell said, we are not losing hope, because we can still be at the World Cup next year. 2 games is very much in football with 6 points to play. For 6 points to play for in October. So far, we haven't lost in our last 4 games in the qualifiers, and that is how we hope to end it and see what we can achieve. Sources also, sources at the NFF, the federation, saying that they are expecting the coach to make available the provisional list of players for the game in October against Lesotho and Benin Republic, respectively, and that will be next week. So we connect now to Benin Edo State. I don't know if he's on the sideline. If he's really ready, we can talk through. Let's start from the top. Let's go back to where we started from. I don't know. Do we have him? If we have him, then it's cool. We can talk. We can walk. All right, let's connect live then. Let's connect. Welcome. Let's have him so he can talk. Maybe different opinion. I don't know. But for me, I think we're done here. We are done. Yes, we're just done. Good morning. Great to have you.
Good morning, PZK.
Yeah. How are you doing today? Let me ask you. So, because I think I'm giving up on the Nigerian team. So let me care about you. I don't want to care about the federation anymore.
I'm doing fine, and I can see the energy and the passion you've been pouring out your heart. And I must say, I really commend the job that you are doing. Very, very wonderful. I just wish the NFF and every other footballing body could feel the pains that is in you right now and actually do the right thing. Right. I just really wish they could do the right thing after watching what you are saying.
Yeah. Okay, that's I'll take that as a compliment. But quickly, let's get into talk point. Nigeria. I'm just saying, I don't know what millions of Nigerians are thinking at this point in time. 2 games left to go. You can't pray that South Africa lose their 2 games. They have a quality team. They are okay and good to go. They are, well-deserved team for me. If you ask me within the African players or African countries on the Group C, who do I prefer to make it to the World Cup? If I don't want to be biased, if I don't want to be sentimental, if I don't want to do Nigeria thing, I will tell you, well-deserved for Hugo Bruce and his lads. They've worked in, they've put in a lot of energies. Now, what happens when points are docked? Benin Republic is 14 points, and Africa has more goals, right? Now, even if you dock those 3 points off them with the whatever, they still have a chance. They still stand a chance. They don't look like a team that's ready to slip points anytime soon. What's your make on that?
We have found ourselves in such position before, qualifying for the 2018 World Cup when we fielded an ineligible player. Yeah. Yes. And we still went on to qualify for the World Cup.
I remember.
Oh, yes. And Benue was our coach then. We qualified even with 3 points and 3 goals deducted. So South Africa, they are still in a very, very good position to qualify for the World Cup, even if they deduct 3 points. They just have to win their remaining 2 games. And they are not just winning their games probably by luck or by fluke. They have been playing very well. And like you rightly said before, they deserve to be at the World Cup. That, I think they're not playing and not being at the World Cup is going to be a very, very huge blow to them, to their players and to the coach, because they have actually done the job. They did it very well, and they deserve to be at the World Cup. I'm not going to say, because I'm in Nigeria, that Nigeria deserves to be at the World Cup over South Africa. No. They actually prepared, and they came prepared. They came with a game plan, and they are reaping the reward of their preparation and the work they've done so far. So if they qualify for the World Cup, kudos to them, because they actually deserve to be there.
Okay, so what could Eric Chell be doing now? What could he be thinking at this point in time? Now the World Cup is coming very close, and then we have the qualifiers for October. It's just so close again. What could be the mentality of the coach? That's one. If Nigeria does not make it to the World Cup, for me, the glass house, the NFL body should be sacked. That's me. But do you smell Eric Chell being relieved of his job?
Oh, yeah. For we, like you've been saying before, like he was called upon to do a job, a simple job, qualify the Super Eagles for the World Cup, and now he's not able to do that, or he would not be able to do that. Well, if I'm Eric Chell, I would by myself resign and waiting for them to give me the sack.
You resign by yourself?
Okay. Oh yes, because I was called upon to do a job, and I failed to deliver my job. So I will have to leave since I was not able to do the job. But I don't know what the plans of Eric Chell are, and neither what are the plans of the NFF and the people regulating the NFF. But like you said before, if Nigeria does not qualify for the World Cup, everybody in the NFF classes should sack. No sugarcoating anything, no saying, we tried our best. No. You have 4 years to make preparation for this event, and you still decided to not prepare at all. You just decided to do what's on your mind. So you have to face the music that you played. You have to dance to the music that you played. You have to leave that position since you are not competent enough. For Eric Chess, they just have to win his next 2 games and pray and hope. You have to say it now as Nigerians, and pray and hope that South Africa loses their remaining 2 games, because that's the only.
Wait, hold on. Let's see. Yeah. Be truthful to me. Don't lie, you. Do you see this South African set of a team? Just say it the way it is. Do they look like a team that's going to drop a point? Do they look like a team that will drop?
Of course not at all. Yes, you know a team that that is shaking, and a team that is well structured. Right. And that South African team, they are a team that are very well structured, and they have been winning all their games, and not just winning their games, they are winning convincingly. It's just the game between Nigeria and them that they drew, and because Nigeria is the more stronger side of in the group, and that is what I was expecting from the Super Eagles. Win the games against the weaker side. Then when you face South Africa, it's a game of the clash of the titans. So whatever result comes from it, we take it. If it's draw home and away, then we take it, and to make sure that we get results over the weaker side. Getting results over the weaker side, we have been drawing, and we also lost to Benin Republic. Come on, like that is really disgraceful, losing to Benin Republic in this era. No. It's really, well, I don't see South Africa dropping points at all. They deserve to qualify for the World Cup if come next month, if they win their remaining 2 games.
Okay, so Carrington Palmer, let me ask you this one now. The list will be out very soon, provisional list. Eric Chell will be naming out his players. Would there be any player you don't think should be in the squad? Or what kind of a squad are we anticipating to see? Are we going to see a different squad from what we've seen the other time? We know majority of the players will still have to come back, but is there any player you're advocating for? Maybe, just maybe, because some people are saying words like Gift Urban is on fire, he's doing well, he's not really been given that opportunity. I'm just saying, he plays for Hellas Verona, Gift Urban, we've seen him, he's just quality, that's the word. Against Juventus, he stole the show, even though they didn't get the result they needed, but Gift Urban is one player, people are saying, yes, Osimhen might not be fit enough, let's give some of these players some opportunities. Terry Murphy also not doing bad. I don't know. Could there be any player you just advocating for to say, let's have him in the team, or should we use what we have already? Don't forget, this is not a try your luck time.
And right from the qualifying series, I have been saying that I want to say a player that I really want to be dropped. And I don't. If he's saying this thing, he should forgive me. I don't care if he doesn't think he needs to be dropped for the Super Eagles team. Yeah, he got injured in the last game, and I think he has done his job for the Super Eagles. And right now, other players should be given opportunity to play. We have good players in the midfield position, players like Oidika that is doing very well at his club side, Club Brugge. And we also have Onyeka too, that is also doing very well. These are people that should be playing for the Super Eagles. And the Hellas Verona striker too, yes, he has been playing it and doing very well. Saramoto, the same thing. So right now, it's not a try your luck. Let's say, let me do with what I've been doing. No, when you are doing something, if you do something and you see not the work out, you will try another thing.
Normally.
So some of these players that you have been using, they have not been doing well. They have not been giving you the required results. Drop them. Get another set of players. This is not club football now that you say, oh, the transfer window has ended. This is a country football. You have different players playing for different leagues, even in our own base. Yes. So get some of these good players in, and let's and go for the 3 points, or rather the 6 points that are remaining, because that is our only slim chance of making it to the World Cup. Some players need to be dropped, and I mentioned one. We said he need to be dropped. He has done his job for the Super Eagles.
All right.
And yes, let other players come in.
All right, thank you so much, Carrington Palmer. I need to sign you out from here, but I don't know if it's me to apologize to you or you to apologize. I don't know who to apologize to, or if it's you. Apologize. I don't know. You got to the studio. If this is a late team, I don't know. But apologies. We got to connect with you very late. Hopefully tomorrow we can, we can start up on time. Then we can talk more. How about that? That works. All right, thank you so much, Carrington Palmer. That's Carrington Palmer all the way from Edo State, Benin to be exact. You already heard from me, but quickly let's shift attention and just give you some headlines so you can go search out for more. Lando Norris in the world of Formula One has said Red Bull resurgence in the last two races should come as no surprise as he prepares for Max Verstappen to become a factor in the title race. After consecutive victory in Azerbaijan and Italy, Max Verstappen moved 69 points off championship leader Oscar Piastri on Sunday and 44 points behind second place Norris. Max Verstappen win in Monza ended an 8-race win drought in which he only scored 2 podiums as Red Bull struggled for performance. Moving on, Norris said the defending champion recent victories are in line with Red Bull performance at the start of the season and should not come as a surprise. Quoting Lando Norris, he said, "It's not often that they are slow, so I think people need to stop being so surprised that we are seeing him being quick." Max Verstappen winning races already at the beginning of the year could have also rounded up round one. He think he was pretty one and also so good in what he does. Elsewhere, leaving that very phase, let's still continue on other sports away from the Nigerian football news because it's getting tiring. We wait to see how we can make sure and also make everything go on well. Now, moving on away from the Formula One story, what's next can be said about, let's talk about the tennis. Arina Sabalenka, romantic holiday in Greece. She's really having fun. Following her triumphant in emotional US Open victory, Arina Sabalenka is taking a step back from the tennis court to recharge in Greece. The world number one has been openly embracing her time of sharing a glimpse of romantic Greek gateway on Instagram. She's 27 and she took on Instagram to express her love for a Greece man or a Greece place, sharing a series of photos from her recent trip. She posted a series of photos from her vacation, which included a tender moment with her boyfriend, Giorgos Fagroli, sharing a kiss. You can see that later on. Other images showed Sabalenka enjoying her pictured Greek sceneries and also a red bikini and exploring historical sites like the Temple of the Poiston, the Sonion. If you know the Greek very well, if you know the world, the Athens place, the Aristophanes and Aristotle and the rest of that. But let's leave her news and go elsewhere. Wrapping up with this one, back and better. Djokovic set to play Shanghai Masters in first tournament since US Open. Former world number one Novak Djokovic will play at the Shanghai Masters event next month. Tournament organizers announced on Tuesday he is back and our four-time champion will return to Shanghai this year. Organizers posted on social media ahead of the event starting October 1. That's about the 24-time Grand Slam champion. And Novak Djokovic has not played in an official match since his defeat in the semifinals of the US Open to Carlos Alcaraz earlier in September. Thank you so much. This is where we have to call it a close. You already know that everything that's going to start will definitely come to an end. And this is me signing out on the Special Public Show. It was a great time with you as well. Thank you so much for everyone who was part of this show watching. I don't know where you're watching from, but thank you so much for being part of the show. And also to our guests virtually joining us, who joined us in the early hours, talk about Carrington Palmer. I see you. Thank you so much for doing this with me. This is me, Kizzy K, and I'm signing out. Don't forget that the show continues your way. It comes your way, rather, tomorrow, and that will be same time, 11 a.m. Nigerian time. We have the media news coming up next. My name is Kizzy K, the only football player without a jersey. I'll see you.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akọ ndị gbara n'ọkwa akọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya.
Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta.
Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shape our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Communication is power, and the world is reminded that without sign language, millions are left voiceless. The International Day of Sign Languages is a global call to recognize, protect, and promote sign languages as a bridge to inclusivity. This year's theme, No Human Rights Without Sign Language Rights, underscores the truth that access to language is access to dignity, equality, and opportunity. For the more than 70 million deaf people worldwide, sign language is not optional. It is their right, their voice, and their freedom. Yet, barriers remain. From schools to workplaces, from healthcare to justice systems, the absence of sign language recognition continues to shut out countless people from full participation in society. Experts and advocates are urging governments to do more by enshrining sign languages in policy, expanding interpreter services, and breaking down stigma.
Happy International Day of Sign Languages, everyone. No human right without sign language rights. Language in itself is a language. So now you now have a language for a specialized community of deaf persons, and providing sign language is also providing them with human rights. So if you are talking about fundamental human rights, it's not complete until that deaf child have access to language, which provides him or her access to expression, access also to education, and access, most importantly, to life skill, which is what we as Speaking Fingers is really about, to build them into becoming productive adults. I just said access to expression. You find out that many deaf persons have actually been accused wrongly, so they do not have the opportunity or a language to be able to express when we do not provide sign language as human rights access, as it were. So he or she may be wrongly accused or has been wrongly accused, and there's no language, or the society does not recognize it as a language for expression for him or her to also make a case. Even when one is guilty, you still have the space to be able to make a case for yourself. So providing access or enshrining sign language as a human right is also necessary for that deaf person to plead his or her cause, and most importantly, to express himself or herself. We've had cases in the healthcare sector where healthcare is denied because access to language is not available for such deaf person. So that's a call for healthcare professionals or practitioners to please be able to learn basic sign language so that they can also be able to include persons with disability, especially our deaf community.
As the world reflects on this day, One message rings clear. Inclusivity begins with communication, and there can be no human rights without sign language rights. The call is simple. Respects the language, respects the people. Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Well, start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh, yeah. The rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every tribe. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all night. Onward live, let the world ignite.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People TV. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin.
Before we begin the midday news, kindly visit our website at www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. The headlines. Muftuang insists on state police to end Plateau killings.
Sisano, Nassau extends strike deadline by 2 weeks.
ILO says inequality hampering progress on social justice.
PFN tax federal government on economy, corruption, citizen empowerment.
No apologies. Babio, a dictator, says Natasha.
1 in 6 North children risk death before age 5.
In the world of business, MANDA's Manufacturers Association of Nigeria warns of heavy risks in tax stamp.
And in sports, NFF congratulates Nadozie Madugu on Ballon d'Or.
In the world of entertainment, Asiwa Savage denies romance with Wizkid, clarifies relationship. Now the news in details. Plateau State Governor Caleb Muftuang has stated that centralized police command from Abuja is no longer sufficient to deal with localized threats. To that end, Muftuang, who spoke with the Nigerian Guild of Editors, NGE in Jos, renewed his call for the establishment of the state police. He disclosed that the state was already taking steps to strengthen grassroots policing through the state's community-based security outfit, the Operation Rainbow. The governor further disclosed that the state government has recruited 1,450 young operatives to begin training. He noted that the attackers, often infiltrated from Taraba, Nasarawa or Kaduna, strike the villages and retreat, adding that Abuja cannot monitor these local terrains the way the local people would do.
Meanwhile, reports say scores of terrorists were recently killed during the intensified nationwide military onslaught against insecurity, while 20 suspects were arrested and kidnapped victims rescued. Also, troops recovered a cache of arms, ammunition, motorcycles, stolen petroleum products, while the operation Hadinkai followed ISWAP Jazz attack in Barkin, Dambua and Biu areas of Borno State, killing several of their fighters. According to a military source, 36 hand grenade, 5 RPG bombs, 700 rounds of ammunition, uniforms and logistics were captured, while troops also intercepted 32 bicycles and a truckload of NPK fertilizer suspected for terrorist use.
Meanwhile, the debate over the creation of state police in Nigeria continues to stir controversy as a national assembly. While some lawmakers see it as a solution to rising insecurity, others remain strongly opposed. Voice of the People's Matthew Ogunsuade provides further details in this report.
At a time when Nigerians are demanding stronger security measures, a new proposal for the establishment of state police is back on the table. But not everyone is in support. Member of the House of Representatives Yusuf Gadi has restated his firm position, insisting that instead of creating new police structures, government should focus on adequately funding existing institutions like the police, the military, and the State Security Service. Supporting the move, Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu argued that state police would improve community security responses and give Nigerians a sense of ownership in law enforcement. As Voice of the People TV, we are on the street to get the opinion of Nigerians towards these new developments.
What I grew up knowing is for you to say the truth, you are less concerned. But to tell lies to get what you want, you're on top notch. Just what I'm trying to say, Nesses. Say the truth and die for we young lad of today, we youth of today. But those that are fathers are not ready to say the truth because they are scared of the consequence, which I'm not scared of. State police to me should be a scratch. Because we, the owner of the street ourselves, I would like to say this in my dialect. Only lo ni jekilu ebaje. That is my mother's tongue. Are you with me? Only lo koni jekilu ebaje. Meaning, you that owns the state or the country will not allow it to be scratched or spoiled, either with your absent or out of your absent. So we know what to do at the right time, not to initiate those that will conquer us indirectly with their ways of manipulating things.
It's better for us to have a state police, because when we have a state police, the state police will be able to control the state. They will be in charge of their state. Not that when you have a problem, there's what that happened, there's incident that happened like 3 months ago in Benue State. When they call police say they haven't given them order from Abuja. So if we have state police, we will not wait for order from Abuja before they will take their duty. So, and state police will be very close to the people of the state, not to wait for order from Abuja before they carry their own duty.
It's preferable. It is nice. It's a very good development. Because what I'm saying is that because the state police will take directives from the state governors, that depends on the federal, until because at the time they will move in action immediately without waiting for the directive from the Abuja to the state, the local government. By that time everything has gone, have been damaged, everything has been unrepairable again. So I prefer that we should stick on, develop them, equip them, establish them currently so that it can meet up with the current menace in the country.
Our state police is a very good idea, and it's really going to help. But a state situation in Nigeria, I don't think in Nigeria state police is a welcome idea, because the politicians, they are going to take a good advantage of it. They are going to influence them in terms of politics and any other thing. They are going to use them in a way. I think they should maintain the Nigeria police and let's equip them and let's go ahead with it.
As the debate continues, all eyes will be on the public hearing at the House of Representatives to determine the next step. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Well, thank you so very much, Matthew Guswada, for that particular report. Moving on, ahead of Nigeria's 65th independence anniversary, the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, PFN, has urged the federal government and state government to take urgent steps to fix the economy and corruption and empower citizens to live with dignity rather than being dependent. It also called for full independence of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, as a critical step towards credible elections in Nigeria, stating that only a free and fair process can restore confidence in the nation's democracy. Speaking on the state of the nation at a briefing to mark the PFN's 40th anniversary in Lagos, the President, Bishop Wale Oke, reminded leaders that Nigerians are passing through one of the most difficult seasons in the nation's history. He charged them to listen to the cries of populace, stating that the people are in agony and in pain and struggling to survive more than ever before.
Kogi Central District Representative in the Senate, Natasha has described Senate President Godswill Akpabio as a dictator. The senator resumed legislative duties at the National Assembly on Tuesday after her 6-month suspension, returning after the unsealing of her office. Upon resumption, Senator Natasha insisted that she has no apology to tender. She said that in retrospect, it is actually amazing how much she has had to pay in the past 6 months for the unjust suspension to the recall. However, she said she survived the recall and blackmail in that crazy lady on Facebook, thanking God and the people of Kogi Central and Nigeria at large, as well as her husband. She urged all men to support their wives in the same manner. According to her, in everything, sometimes it is good to push the institution to the test, adding that citizens should not cower in the face of injustice.
Moving on, the International Labour Organization has decried the consequences of persistent inequalities in societies, stating that in spite of the significant efforts in poverty reduction, education and productivity, it is slowing global progress on social justice. In its report on the State of Social Justice 2025, which was released on Tuesday, the ILO noted that deep-rooted disparities have persisted. This is in spite of extreme poverty, dropping from 39% in 1995 to 10% in 2025, and child labor among children aged 5 to 14 declining from 20% to 10%. According to the report, 71% of a worker earnings is still determined by circumstances of birth, such as country and gender, while informality in employment remains high, affecting 58% of the global workforce. Further noting that gender gap in labor force participation has narrowed by just 3% since 2005, currently at 25%. The ILO warned that with the present pace, it could take a century to close the global gender pay gap.
In a related development, the Joint Action Committee of the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities, SANU, and the Non-Academic Staff Union of Universities and Allied Institutions, NASU, has extended the strike ultimatum issued to the government by 2 weeks. Both unions had given the federal government a 7-day ultimatum over unresolved welfare issues, warning of a looming nationwide strike. In a joint letter by SANU President Mohammed Ibrahim, The unions decried what they described as the unjust disbursement of the earned allowances to staff of universities and non-payment of outstanding allowances, among others. However, in a fresh letter addressed to chapters of the union nationwide on Tuesday, the leadership of the union said the decision to extend the ultimatum followed a meeting with the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Education, Abel Anita, on September 19, 2025.
Still talking about labor matters, the Air Transport Services Senior Staff Association of Nigeria and the National Union of Air Transport Employees have petitioned the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority over alleged breach of the safety threshold ground handling charges by operators in the industry. In a joint petition by Atsasan, Principal Deputy General Secretary Francis Akinjole, and Noete Deputy General Secretary Odinaka Igbokwe, the unions expressed worry over the alleged violation of the pricing agreement reached earlier this year. They further called out the aviation industry regulator for allegedly refusing to respond to its earlier petition on the matter. The letter came as competition has stiffened among local handling companies.
Philanthropist Bill Gates has warned that 1 in 6 children born in northern Nigeria does not live to see their 5th birthday, raising concern at the high rate of child death in the region. In an interview ahead of the Gates Foundation's annual Goalkeepers event in New York, he described the statistics as a wake-up call for government and development partners to act with urgency. According to him, a kid born in the northern Nigeria has a 15% chance of dying before the age of 5, adding that one can either be part of improving that or act like it does not matter. Meanwhile, to bolster the global fight against preventable diseases, Gates says the foundation has pledged $912 million to the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria for 2026 to 2028 cycle. He explained that the funding is expected to sustain interventions that have already cut child death by half worldwide, from about 10 million annually to fewer than 5 million since year 2000.
Meanwhile, the African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, Africa CDC, is hosting a 3-day sensitization workshop in Accra, Ghana. The workshop, in partnership with Team Europe, the African Vaccine Manufacturing Initiative, AVMI, and the Ghana National Vaccine Institute, NVI, focuses on technology transfer for African vaccine manufacturers. Africa CDC said the workshop aimed to validate a draft companion guideline on technology transfer in biopharmaceutical manufacturing and strengthen efforts to build a sustainable vaccine manufacturing ecosystem on the continent. According to the Africa Public Health Agency, the initiative was part of the African Union's Partnership for African Vaccine Manufacturing, which was launched in 2021 to ensure that the continent produces 60% of its vaccines needs by 2040. Speaking at the event, Vice Chair of the AVMI Board of Directors and Chair of its Technology Group, Working Group, Dr. Simon Agwale, stressed the urgent need for Africa to reduce dependency on external partners for vaccine supply and technology.
You're still watching the Media News on Voice of the People television, and it's time for the Media News analysis. We're going to quick break, and when we come back, we'll be joined by Barrister Darlington Agumo, a political commentator, and also virtually we'll be joined by Chartered Human Resource Practitioner Barrister Adam Zata. These gentlemen help us analyze the Media News. Do well to stay with us. Welcome back. It's still the Media News and Voice of the People television. Like we told you earlier, it's time for the Media News analysis. And We have Barrister Darlington Agum already in the studio. Good afternoon, Barrister Darlington.
Good afternoon, Finn and David. How are you?
Good, thank you. Good to have you join today's Media News.
It's my pleasure.
All right, interestingly, without wasting much time, let's start off with a story about how the Gates Foundation have come up to, drop, well, I say a bombshell at this point in time, that a child burning in the northern part of the country does not really have a chance, let's say 15% chance of not meeting their 5th birthday. And they made this known, somewhere in New York City, where they were talking about how vulnerable the country is, especially the northern part of Nigeria, is to the fact that children are being exposed to so many things like tuberculosis, malaria, and even AIDS. Please help us walk around this with this particular revolution being made by Gates Foundation. Where are we headed?
The best way to know your health development, to know the status of your health facility, is how you treat the poor. How access do they have to health facilities? If your poor cannot access them, you are not making any headway. That is just the simple truth. Why are these people dying? Is it not because they cannot afford the health facilities that are not even there in the first place?
When you say they are not there, there was a particular report that was pushed out by this present administration when they were trying to let Nigerians know what we've been doing all this while with the budget and everything. And in that report, we learned that over 1,000 healthcare centers have been, will I say, refurbished by this present administration and also made upstream. Are you saying that the report now is, what will you make of that to start with?
Well, I have told you I will never believe them, because they have never told any truth. You see, this government, part of their credentials is the capacity to tell lies. Even if the health facilities are there, please, did you run a check and see whether the basic drugs are there? I mean, basic drugs, are they in that place? And so,
all right, then, Barrister, another question that comes to mind is the fact that since this administration came into power, they've been very vocal about a healthcare facility, which, again, Fina mentioned a couple of minutes ago. But the question I want to find out from you is, one of the major achievements of this administration is the fact that governors now have more than enough funds given to them, unlike the previous administration. And, of course, that's as a result of the subsidy is gone statement. Now, at this point, should we be talking just about the presidency and not talk about the governors who receive these amounts every other month and still do not prioritize the health of their people?
Whatever money they are getting is not for development.
How do you mean, Barrister?
No. The money the state governors are getting from the federal is not for development in their states.
What is it meant for them?
It is money for the boys, money for supporting us, money to be loyal. It is money for you to go and buy expensive houses abroad. No thanks to wicked. So, all this, okay, what is the government doing about it? What are they saying about it? Is there any check on these governors? Oh, so when it comes to spending money anyhow without a commensurate whatever, they will not tell you that it's separation of power. The president don't need to talk to the governor, but you are the one asking them to join APC. You are the one.
Barrister Darlington, in March 2025, this year, during the National Health Fellows Program, Nigeria as a nation, through this present administration, we launched, a program here where we have 774 local governments empowered health service commissions. And this actually happened to be a federal government initiative to make sure that we take this, primary health centers and primary health care centers now serious, to take everything, that has to do with medical outreach and everything down to the people on the grassroots. Now, isn't this more like a good work in the right direction? And if these people are working, how then do we still have such statement being made by the Gates Foundation that 1 out of every 6 child born in the North does not live to celebrate 5th birthday?
They were specific on the region involved. And you don't need to be told that such a report is correct.
The 774 local governments we have cut across the nation, Nigeria, Barrister Darlington. The empowerment also cut across 774 local governments in Nigeria.
What the government is telling you is different from what Bill Gates is telling you. Because in the case of Bill Gates, he was specific. And that's because of the problem in that region. I mean, nobody makes progress in a state of insecurity, in a state of chaos. Nobody makes progress.
Is it really the fault of the government at this point, given the fact that we've seen where persons or people will come up to say, we are not doing this because it's against our tradition, it's against our norms. For example, some persons will still tell you tomorrow that indulging in child marriage is a way to promote them, their culture and tradition and norm. Now, is it not the fault of the government, or are we seeing it to be more like a way of life of people?
Don't mind what they are telling you, because some people have always told us that a particular religion is the religion of peace. Is that not true? But in action, is it true? Is it true? And we are seeing what is going on in the northern region. So when people are talking, please look at where they are coming from.
All right, then, Barrister, another part I want you to help Africans and, of course, Nigerians get to is the part you mentioned earlier, the indices that Bill Gates had in all of this before spilling out these statistics that he did spill out. One which you mentioned is insecurity, and another, according to statistics, is poverty. Plus, the fact that infrastructural developments have been totally in low deficits in this region. But, again, I come to you on the part of state governors. Shouldn't the people at this point be very accountable by asking their state governors questions as regarding what they do with taxpayers' money from their states that is generated every other day from the state? Isn't that what we should be talking about now, rather than look at the federal level like we used to do?
If the federal is doing so well, David, the component units will follow suit. When the mother hen is eating, the chicks will be looking at the mouth and follow suit. So your federal government, is it doing well with the resources that comes to it at the end of every month?
So should that be a yardstick for not asking our governors questions?
Before you can ask the governor, ask the president, because there is a lot on the table. Has he cleared it?
Master, there are other governors that are doing well in the state, one of which is the Abia State governor who just came into power. And again, from all indices, looking more like he's doing fair enough than expected. Should the people of that state consistently applaud a governor, or should they applaud the president for doing well?
In a situation whereby most of the governors were appointed are not elected by the people, what do you expect? The other state you mentioned, you saw how the election panned out. If not for Naoti, that professor, Alex Oti wouldn't have been there. She was the one that insisted that, look, the actual and original result must be announced. And that is why Alex Oti is there today. So when you have a situation whereby governors were appointed, because you remember very well when somebody was telling his party members, do you want me to give you Edo State? And they say, yes, we want it. And he gave them Edo State. So will you now, if the man is not performing, will you blame him? He was just appointed to be there. So he's answerable to the person that appointed him, not the people. That is what is going on in Nigeria today. Yes, most of the governors were appointed, not elected.
Then, Barrister, at this point, what do you think is the way forward to getting it right?
Good.
If, of course, like you mentioned, this is not the right way to go.
Good. The people should wake up. That is part of what we are doing here. Let the people know their rights and then pursue that right. Nigerian people have been sleeping so much on their rights. And that is why the government is trampling on it.
You think they are not waking up enough?
No, they are not. Serious, they are not. If they are, why should we be here when Kathmandu, Nepal happened, when Bangladesh happened, the things that caused problem in those countries, and the people sacked their leaders and they ran helter-skelter. Look, what is going on in Nigeria is 10 times worse.
Are you saying?
10 times
worse. Are you saying, Barrister, that Nigerians should toe the line of Nepal when it comes to asking for responsibility and accountability of things from the government? Is that what you're saying?
Exactly.
Must we get to that point?
Oh, of course. Since we have been talking and talking, they don't want to listen. What do you think is the alternative? For us to remain and die in our own soil, Abi? No, die a needless death. Like this insecurity. David, is it not avoidable? Hold on. This insecurity, is it not avoidable that terrorists are now dictating terms for peace in Nigeria in 21st century? How long will this continue? And everybody is keeping quiet. Terrorists are telling you what they want to do, and they will do it, and nothing will happen. They will come out in the open, addressing the press and everybody. Terrorists.
It's interesting, Barrister, that you mentioned the terrorist part of this conversation, which again brings us to insecurity. But one question that comes to mind would be, you're aware, Barrister, that the president has given marching orders to his service chiefs, particularly on stamping out insecurity. Are you saying that the president is not being hands-on on his information and intel when it comes to insecurity, particularly in the Northeast where this situation is emanating from, Barrister?
David, the way they are pursuing the 2027 election, and the way they are talking about insecurity, are they the same? Can't you see that their priority is this election in 2027? That's why they are doing everything to make sure that they win.
Barrister,
but insecurity, they pay lip service because if they are not comfortable with what the army general said, he would have sacked them and replaced them.
Now, when you say that, what they are pursuing is a 2027 general election, of what gain is it going to be to the government that the people that are supposed to participate in the election are not even there to do so because of the fact that we've been displaced by people whom, according to what we gathered or what we were told, are not even Nigerians. So who then will now do the vote casting? People are in IDPs at this point in time. For example, in the morning, we learned that Umaka community and Umele in Injaba local government area, that people there are running away over issue of insecurity and attacks.
A governor, an APC governor in the Southeast, one told the people and the press that, look, even if it is one person that remains, he will still govern the state. He said it with his own mouth. And that is why he's not bothered. So, you think that they care about you. In fact, the lesser the better for them. You think they want many people on their neck? No. So if this insecurity can continue and with the population of Nigeria can be reduced to half, they will not bother.
But Barrister, you are very aware that the security issue of Nigeria is not the conventional war that you would have expected that the Nigerian army should go heads on with. At this point, Barrister, the question I want to find out from you is, how should the Nigerian army even go about this? Because they've been doing all they can. Of course, we see pockets of victories that they've been recording recently. But looking at the fact that this is not a conventional war, Barrister, particularly in the Northeast, because that's what we're talking about right now, is there a way out else that the Nigerian army is not aware of?
Look, do not be deceived. All this talk about conventional and non-conventional, guerrilla warfare. Why is it that in other clans, when this type of thing happen, they are taken out immediately? No, they are immediately. They won't give them 24 hours to continue with what they are doing. Okay, this other terrorists that come to town to hold a press conference before your so-called military and government officials, and nothing happened. After talking and bragging and all that, they will still go back with their guns and everything. So the military did not see them. My dear, there is a huge conspiracy about this insecurity. The day the truth will be told, I hope people will be ready to hear it.
And Barrister, how do you, or what do you expect the military to do when they have actually come back with reports that some of the people being kidnapped by these terrorists, they're using them as shield? Now, are you saying that they should go on with full force to bombard the area when we know we have innocent Nigerians, young girls kidnapped from their homes, being used as shields now for these insurgent group members or terrorists?
They should not use that excuse, because how many times do they use human beings as shield? How many times? Were you not here when they go and pay homage to Toju Bello in his den? Were you not here? And after discussing with them, the man said, oh, you know what? I will give you some of the arms I'm keeping. Take this one. The people that are kidnapped, take some of this one. Maybe they are useless to him and all that. And they came back. No, it did not happen in this country.
Now, the question I want to ask further is this. Some persons have come up to say that the state policing is the way forward. The likes of Caleb Muktuang of Plateau State come up to vow that he is going to go on with state policing, even when he created, I think, the Rainbow outfit and Operation Rainbow and all that. Now, Barrister, you also shared a lot of thought that if we were to, let go, find a way to decentralize the power or the security outfit in Nigeria, and create state one is going to help to end the issue of insecurity in Nigeria. See, some persons are saying that crime, according to some person, it's local.
How many times have they told you that state police is the way to go? Since Buhari era, we've been hearing about state police, yet no action taken.
Why do you think there's a delay in that particular?
Because they are not sincere. In fact, it may not even come to light. They are not sincere.
Why do you say so?
Because of what they are benefiting. That's the truth.
What are they benefiting, Barrister? Help us work on that. What do you think they're benefiting? When you say what they are benefiting, just help Nigerians understand that, please.
The IDP have told you that he doesn't want state police.
It's unconstitutional.
So, how will he allow it to happen?
Is it about the IGP or legislators and, of course, the executives having to bring up the policy that would make this happen?
Good. The civilian administrators in each state, they are not ready for it. What they are ready for, you see how they pursue it relentlessly. You know what I'm talking about. Whenever government is interested in something, you see how they go about it.
So you think that the empowerment of forest guards, because we heard the president giving that order, that state governors should find a way to empower, maybe 5,000, 2,000, according to their financial capacity, to help send forest guards now into the forest, which were, according to him, is where all these unscrupulous elements now carry out their carnages from. Even today, a particular representative member, legislator in Plateau State, also said something about the people causing mayhem in Plateau, moving from Zamfara State and camping within the borders. And when they are done with their attack, they run back. Now, don't you think that the move to empower forest guard is a way to, move towards having a state police? Maybe they are using that to test the waters, to know how effective that move will be.
Look, when this issue of forest guard came out, I advised them not to take that risk. Because I don't see what a forest guard is going to do. If our military, with all the training, with all the investment we have made in them, could not stop these guys, is it a forest guard that will do it? No, let us be sincere here. Those forest guards, they should not take that risk and go and confront the people that the military are running away from because of the weapon they are carrying. Then a forest guard will not go and do what? You can see how government think. I told them not to take that risk, because it's not worth it. If they go, they won't come back. They won't come back. So why try what you cannot finish?
All right, then.
The military are running away from them, and you want to go and put your head. Go ahead.
Well, one question I want to ask before we jump off this particular conversation of insecurity is, Barrister, from your perspective and analysis, can you say boldly that the military is overwhelmed with the extent of insecurity that we found in Nigeria, President?
Just today, in the paper, they said 3 military men were sentenced to life. We are sent to jail on life, or rather, they were sentenced to life for what? For selling arms to terrorists. Is that not true? This is just the 3 they caught. There are many others that are still operating and that is unknown to anybody, or that their godfather is protecting them. David, a whole 400 names have been given to Nigeria as to those who sponsoring this insecurity in Nigeria by a foreign government. Up to today, they have not even opened those lists or even look at the names and all that, not to talk of prosecuting them. And you are telling me that there is no conspiracy? I mean, when things are very obvious, you don't need to force it.
All right.
The federal government of Nigeria is complicit in what is going on. They cannot deny it.
Okay, but so let's move straight away from that now to, look at the educational sector, where we're learning again today that SANU and even NASU, they've decided to extend deadline to their for 2 weeks before they were back on strike. Before now, it was ASU talking about strike. We also have the National Resident Doctors also back on strike also in Nigeria. And if you check the 2025 budget, I think education have like 7.08%, 3.5 trillion naira being what was marked for this 2025 in education itself in Nigeria. If we have, for example, the education sector grounded by industrial action, and then we have doctors who are still talking about how aggrieved they are over the government not being able to meet up with their requirements and everything. And then someone is talking about primary health care not being that accessible because they don't really have, or they are not well furnished for people to use. Where is Nigeria if all the major sectors that we believe should help us actually is being crippled? Recall that the Abbas Sajidi, who happens to be the Speaker of the House of Representatives, defended this present administration borrowing. Why I'm asking all these questions is the fact that Nigeria's debt is increasing and they've been these monies are being borrowed for, according to him, to make sure that the power sector, transportation sector, education sector, and every other vital sector in Nigeria is being pushed upstream. And yet we're getting information about strike, industrial action, and all that. Please help us actually work on this.
That will tell you that the government is not doing the needful. Because I was thinking government will come out and say, look, we have settled this guy, we don't have any business with them. But, so that will tell you that the strike is necessary. Because that's the only way you can draw attention to government and what they are doing wrong. If they don't do so, government will not bother. Remember, before the strike, they will always have meeting, give warning and all that. Meanwhile, nobody is ready to listen. And it's not as if the money is not there.
Must there be a strike for the right thing to be done? Because even as we speak now, it's still on labor matter. Even the Air Transport Service Senior Staff, Association of Nigeria, and even NUATE are also not happy with the way things are going in Nigeria. Must there be an industrial action for the government to keep to their own part of bargain if something like that actually happens?
It has become part of achievement for government. Successive government in Nigeria, if they don't allow strike to happen under their watch, they have not made any progress. That's the truth. They will add it as part of that's their success story. That are under their watch, all the labor unions, all the affiliate bodies, they went on strike. And then that they were able to manage it. That's how they put it. That you under their watch, so this person went on strike, the other person went on strike, this other union went on strike, but they were able to manage it. You don't say, yes, they are very good in managing strike. But when it comes to politics, I have not had them go on strike on politics. They have never.
Well, quite unfortunate. But again, one question before I let you off, Barrister. With these developments from SANU and NASU, is there a possibility that this particular space for conversation will be utilized by the federal government that is being represented by the Minister of Education in this sector? Is that a possibility?
There is no strike that doesn't come to an end eventually. After damages have been done, I mean, it has been their stock in trade. They will allow things to go very bad. Then they will now call them for meeting and say, okay, what do you want? Okay, we are ready. Oh, yeah. Minister of Finance, go and bring out money. Is there any strike that lasted forever? No. They will allow the strike and they will allow things to spoil before they will now wake up. Like, if you're a responsible government, do you allow strike in the health sector? knowing fully well that on hourly basis people die. Even on a normal day, on a normal setting, people die on hourly basis. You can now imagine what will happen when there is a strike in that sector.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
Barrister. I said people want to depopulate us.
Thank you so much, Barrister Darlington Agumo. Would have loved to continue with the media news analysis, but we're pressed for time. And this is how far we can go on the media news analysis on Voice of the People television. You've been speaking with Barrister Darlington Agumo. He happens to be a political commentator. And it's also important to note that, the ideas and thoughts of the analysts is strictly for the analysts and not in any way that of Voice of the People television. We'll go to a quick break and we'll come back. The rest of the media news continues. Glad to have you back. It's still the media news and Voice of the People television. And Nigeria has joined the global community to mark the International Day of Sign Language with renewed calls for the inclusion of deaf persons in all sectors of the society, from education and sport to media and even road safety. Advocates say no one should be left behind. Correspondent Onyeka Ogolo has more in this report.
Road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her dead uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like Judge Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak, because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but back dates when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity.
Thank you so much, Abelo, for that report. Moving on, Lagos State government has identified as one of the top 7 states with the highest burden of HIV in Nigeria. A new survey is now on the way to provide updated data on treatment and services. Our correspondent, Onyeka Ogolo, has more of the report.
Youth leaders and community representatives to discuss the rollout of fresh HIV services survey. Permanent Secretary of Lagos State Ministry of Health, Dr. Olusegun Ogunboye, explained that the household survey will collect blood samples and data to measure how well HIV programs are working. The antiretroviral therapy now making a manageable condition much like diabetes or hypertension. Program Coordinator, Lagos State AIDS Control Agency, Oladipupo Fisher, said Lagos has prevalence rates of 1.4%, one of the highest nationwide. According to him, over 135,000 people in Lagos are already receiving AIDS treatment, a figure that highlights both the challenge and the progress made.
Lagos State has a prevalence of 1.4. The disease burden in Lagos, the last survey that was done in 2018, the Nigeria Indicator and Impact Survey, has Lagos as one of the 7 top states that's having the highest burden of HIV and AIDS in the country. And then because Lagos State has a lot of structure, and then the large immigration of people into the state actually push up the Lagos State HIV prevalence to that level. And more importantly, we have a very large number of people on treatment in Lagos. We have 135,225 people currently on treatment in Lagos, which is one of the highest in the country. So that actually put Lagos at the point which everybody wants to see how we can actually reduce the infection in the state.
From the youth perspective, Comrade Shitu Moshood Abayomi of the National Youth Council described the survey as a vital tool for monitoring sexually transmitted diseases and applauded the government and partners for their interventions.
This survey that they are about to, or they have commenced, or they are about to commence, it's a very nice one, and this will go a long way in monitoring the health status in terms of sexually transmitted disease in Lagos and Nigeria at large. Will help us monitor the level at which we are and the solution we have been provided, and to let us know the way to resolve more on the issues that we've actually are in AIDS and HIV.
While stakeholders expressed that HIV could be eliminated in the near future, they urge caution, warning goals require sustained action and commitment. The survey is expected to provide fresh data that will guide more effective strategies against HIV and AIDS, not just in Lagos, but across Nigeria. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Onyeka Ogolo for that wonderful reportage. Now to the business segment of the midday news. The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, has cautioned the federal government against the possible introduction of tax stamp system for accessible goods in Nigeria. In a statement, the Director General of MAN, Shego Ajayi Kadir, warned of the risks of heavy compliance costs, increased operational bottlenecks with limited increment revenue to be the reason for this stamp duty.
And then from there, let's move straight to some sports story. The Nigerian Football Federation has congratulated Super Falcons and Brighton and Wolverhampton goalkeeper Chiamaka Nnadozie on her 4th place finish at this year's Ballon d'Or ceremony in Paris on Monday night. Head of the NFF Media and Communications Department, Ademola Olajire, stated this in a statement in Abuja.
Now in the world of entertainment, Afrobeat star Tiwa Savage has dismissed her previous speculated romance with Wizkid, stating that the claim of dating another star were false. Savage further clarified that her earlier remark about dating a celebrity in the music industry did not refer to Wizkid, adding that the unnamed individual preferred to keep their relationship low-key while openly flirting with other women. And that is it on the Media News and Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube. We are Voice of the People Television, and on other social media platforms, we are VOP TV Live. Up next on our schedule is the Spotlight Show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina Chuku.
And I am David Edwin. Good afternoon.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
Voice of the People. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nu ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya. Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedikosi ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta. Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shape our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The 2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Are you ready to lift him high? All around the world, it's time. Let the praise wave ride. It's Praise Wave Live. Oh, yeah. The rhythm of grace we testify. Let's go. He turned our mourning into dancing, our silence into shouting. It's Praise Wave Live. Let the glory rise. We're riding the wave. Every moment, every try. Praise wave, lift him up. Praise wave, don't stop now. Praise wave, all day, all night. Once we're live, let the world ignite.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. How you all doing? Welcome to Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And don't forget, I'm your girl, Precious Agamanu, aka Call Me Prezi. Now, today's episode is an interesting one. I'm sure you don't want to go anywhere and you want to listen. It's a new day to stay positive, inspired, and grounded. We're bringing you an exciting blend of jest and purpose. So please don't shake, don't move, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned while we ride together. And yes, first on our list, we're talking about actress Rita Edochie shares her candid thought about second wives. You see, veteran Nollywood actress Rita Edochie has sparked controversy with her recent remarks condemning second wives, labeling them as witches and thieves. Oh God. Who built their happiness on another woman's pain. In a wildly shared social media post, Edochie asserted that no second wife is innocent, describing them as people who bring shame rather than glory. She warned that women who marry already taking men will eventually face the same heartbreak they caused, emphasizing that true marriage is between one man and one woman. Edochie's comments appear to be linked to the ongoing drama within the Edochie family, particularly actor Yul Edochie's marriage to Judy Austin, his second wife. The actress has consistently voiced strong support for May Edochie, Yul's first wife, and has used her platform to defend traditional marital values. Her statements have drawn mixed reactions, with some praising her for speaking the truth and others criticizing her for promoting stigma and division. First of all, I want to say this before going into what people have actually come out to say concerning this. See, first, marriage is not by force, okay? And the fact that it didn't really work out between Yul and his wife, it doesn't mean, you get what I'm trying to say. I always say this, marriage is not by force. If you feel that is not okay for you, you live peacefully, because I can't see you saying in a marriage that you're not comfortable and you're not okay with it. Do you get what I'm trying to say? Well, it's well, but a lot of persons have actually come out to air their own view on concerning what Rita Edochie has said concerning second wives. But as well, so please let's take some comments. We have a lot of people coming out to say things concerning second wives, being a second wife, also, because we have a lot of them that are also, you know, second wives. So please, so Tabo T said, are we complaining? It's well. So Benjamin said, world population 2025 estimates men about 4.5 billion roughly, women about, I don't know why Benjima is actually comparing, but the same, he's saying them say women was more. Okay, are you trying to say that the men should actually get married to the women more? Do you get it? Because there's no more, like men are few. Please, I don't understand you at Benjamin, but it's all right. Please, we have a lot of comments concerning this, and we'll take lots of them, because you now calling women that they are thieves, but trust me, I always say this, that if someone is in a particular marriage, and yes, you're committed to your wife and all that, I still believe in one man, one woman. Do you get? But if you feel that you're no longer comfortable with that particular marriage, definitely you guys can actually talk about it and move on, and maybe you want to settle down with somebody else and you're not feeling that vibe. You get what I'm trying to say? But you coming out to say, you know, a lot of things just happen. So I just feel that, and trust me, even yes, a lot of things happen, and these days people are trying to go into, you know, getting married to two wives. But I want to ask this question: is it possible to for a woman, because I think it's only for the men that they are always free to get married to, you know, free to get married to, you know, the husband, the men are free to get married to one wife, yes, or two wives or three wives, the way they please. But is it possible for also a woman to get married to different husbands? Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? I don't know, but you see the fact that people try to not see the wrong in men. You getting the second wife, getting the first wife, but when it comes to a woman, they always as well. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this, and yes, we'll take more comments. So Fancy Candle said, thank God I am the fourth. Oh wow, all right. Big Abby said, but she didn't lie. What's the love for married men to the point of destroying a home? Another woman is sad and crying. You know that's what you are doing, but yet you are doing it. Are you not a witch? Then you'll say he will make you happy at the detriment of another person's happiness. It's a lot. See, I always say this. Women, we too, they love, like, I think that's one thing with women. We always put our all in loving a person. You understand? It's not, I can't just say that for men. Men, you understand, they can actually move on easily and stuff like that. But women, they always try to put their all in a particular relationship. When they are in. That's one thing with women. And I can't just imagine. You know what I'm trying to say? I feel that when you are in a particular relationship with your wife or your husband, you should be in that relationship, or you be in that marriage. You don't need to, except both of you, we've discussed, I can't be in this marriage anymore. Like, I don't feel okay with it. You can then go for your divorce. But if you feel that this is what you want to do, fine. After all, there are lots of people that are getting married now, and they are getting their second husband. They are married. Yeah, you get what I'm trying to say. But it's all right. Please, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. Yes, we have a lot of them. And somebody else said, I really used to respect this woman, but these days, at internal ground as well. So Rose Cheese said, Madam, go rest, I beg. You are doing too much now. Okay. I think she's just voicing out. She's saying on her own perspective, like, I don't know. Yeah, you get what I'm trying to say. So another person, they just puts, Fola, I don't understand this, your laugh. But it's all good. At Fola, God will help you. A lot of persons have actually come out to say things concerning this. Yes, Jessica Posh one says, someone from polygamous home, her mama fit be the second wife self. You know those days now, and yes, those days, you know, our fathers, our grandfathers, they always had 2 wives. And so, I don't know, like, they always had 2 wives. And yes, everybody was living in peace, and you get what I'm trying to say. So, well, I don't know, but if you ask me, truth be told, I just still prefer that if you are not okay with the marriage, yes, you can move out. But if you're still in that marriage, I think you should just stick with your wife or stick with your husband, because all this whole stress. Like, how do you people even cope? Like, it's all right. So that takes us to another gist, and that happens to be ex-Big Brother Chef Uriel has revealed the reason why she no longer feels absolutely ready to say yes. You know, on her Instagram post, she emphasized that telling a woman she's getting old is like saying, why are you still alive? She stated that if she was asked years ago if she wanted to get married, that she would have said absolutely 100%. And she also referred that if the same question should be asked right now, that she would have to think twice. And she stated the reason are because the kind of men we've got left feels like inconsistent, egotistical, and narcissistic, manipulative people. I'm like, this is a whole lot. And she said that she wouldn't want to spend her life on high blood pressure medications. Well, you see, I can't just really say this about all men. Yes, the way women are not the same, likewise the men also are not the same. So I won't say that, but trust me, a lot of people are really going through a lot. So I'll still say that there are some good men out there, and yes, there are some good women out there. You know, a lot of persons have actually come out to say things concerning what Uriel has posted and said. So please, let's take some comments, because a lot of people have come out to say things about that. And trust me, it's not funny, because a lot of people are going through a lot. And Amachi official said, once men stop to the mumu for woman, now this kind of talk you go dey, yeah, wow, mumu, then call me at Amachi official as well. So someone else said, shall guide well if you be man or woman before you marry. That's the truth. You got to shine your eye. Marriage is not something that you just want to walk in and walk out at the same time. It's something you need to prepare yourself. Be prepared mentally, physically, spiritually, everything. And Ika said, who never see husband go say she don't prioritize marriage or turn feminist? Please, we should not even talk about it, because trust me, not because you're looking for a husband, you now want to jump into something that you've not even checked. You just want to go into relationship or go into the marriage like that. Please, I still say this. Check well, shine your eye. Because a lot of things are happening, and trust me, marriage is not something you just want. It's not a plaything. I always say this, it's not a plaything. You don't just come up and just feel that it's something you can just, people, a lot is happening. So we should just be mindful. That's what I'm trying to say. And yes, a lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Please, let's take more comments. And yes, another person said, all right, we have a lot of persons talking about this, and trust me, relationship, marriage, and all those stuff. And what about Uriel has all said about her not ready to say yes. So Duchess said, everybody I declare, don't declare as well. So Nora Okeke said, I love her last statement. Mine will be different. Yes, so that's what she actually said. She said hers will be different. And Yuji said, someone finally said the right words. Yes, because trust me, you meet a lot of character, they cry. Because a lot of men and a lot of women, their characters are nothing to write home about. I'm telling you, they don't even care. Whether you're hot, whether you feel, they don't care at all. So if you that is the one to go into that marriage or relationship, you have to be very careful. Yes, we have a lot of persons talking about this, and yes, we'll take more comments. Yeah, a lot of comments concerning this. So someone else said, she's saying nothing but the truth. The men out here these days are something else. It's well. African Echo said, no matter how fast a lie may run, the truth will always catch up. So Robert Rejoice said, there are still good men out there and I will marry one. Amen. To everyone waiting for their own spouse. Yes, God will give you yours. And trust me, yours won't be a troublesome person. Yes. Honored Man said, when you find your soulmate, you will get married. But now, still focus on your career and God bless you. Yes, at Honor, thanks, man. Thank you so much. Because a lot of people will just want to sit down and get married. You just feel like add value to yourself. You get what I'm trying to say? It's all good. Yes. And now we'll take a break. Trust me. And when we come back, we have a lot of things to talk about. And yes, a guest is joining us today. So please, I'm sure that I know that you won't go anywhere. Please don't go anywhere till we'll come back.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shape our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show. Yes, Spotlight. And I'm your girl, Precious Agamanu, a.k.a. Call Me Prezi. And yes, we talked about somebody joining us today. And I'm sure you want to see this person. So joining us today is a passionate gospel artist with over a decade of experience. He's making waves in the music scene alongside his band called Mercy Crew. Starting his professional music career in 2008, he initially honed his craft as a backup singer for 3 renowned gospel artists, gaining invaluable experiences and insight into the industry. In 2015-16, he took a bold step to create his own musical identity by performing Mercy Crew, a dynamic gospel band dedicated to delivering uplifting and inspiring performances. Together, Ayobami Johnson and Mercy Crew are committed to spreading messages of hope, faith, and spiritual renewal through their powerful music. With a rich background in gospel music and a unique sound shaped by years of dedication, Ayobami Johnson and Mercy Crew are poised to make a lasting impact in the gospel community and beyond. He is no other person than Ayobami Johnson.
Thank you.
we need to bring that roll. I don't know how to.
Yes, that is the.
He's not the one making the sound, please. Wow, this is all like this is beautiful. Welcome to the show. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great. You know, the weather today in Lagos is awesome. It has been raining since morning.
I always say this weather is for you. Like, because we, the single people, we are not going to them. They cannot choke us.
But fortunately,
you're married, right?
The weather is not in favor of
You're
me
married.
too. I'm not married.
Oh, Jesus,
I'm
please.
not married.
Don't worry, it's well. Don't worry. God will show us mercy because this weather is not smiling on any. Like I'm asking myself, what's going on?
Singles are not benefiting.
Whether it's 33 days that this woman wants to give. But it's all good. We give God all the glory.
We are still going to have a lot of rain this year, according to
I think so, and it's too much. You see the flood everywhere and everything. But regardless, we move. So how you doing? Like, how has been your week from Monday, Tuesday?
Okay, my week has been awesome.
Has it been busy? Lots of work.
It's not. Let me say, it has not been easy. Moving from one place to another, engage, studio rehearsal, many things like that.
Please, this studio rehearsal. A lot of people that talk like this. I've been saying this.
Okay.
You need to watch them very well.
Okay.
Their money they long. People like this don't really come. Yeah. Oh Jesus! But don't worry, we'll get to that. We'll get to that point. So before we go into what we have today, I would like to want to ask you a question out the box. You understand? So I don't know. A lot of people like our celebrities and people like you. They actually face criticism based on people. They hear stories that are not true about them. So I don't know if you actually heard about a story about yourself that you heard outside and you are like, really? Is this what you guys think of me? How did you feel about it?
Okay, I think it has happened to me. Lately, I've been hearing some things like, Messi Crew, the way he's moving, the way things is going on with him, and lately, maybe he has done something.
Yes.
Maybe he has visited someone or done something festive, But all I can say is criticism is part of our jobs. Criticism is part of our job. When you hear the one you can actually work or adjust. You adjust. The one that you don't need even to give them any answer. Just move on with your life. Continue with your things. That's all.
You see, simple people like this, they don't like trouble. Just move on with your life. Because, see, the truth is that, you see some Nigerians, they smile. They are not just smiling.
Yes.
Once they see somebody is making...
You are making progress.
Hey,
that is the problem.
Jeez, the way they will talk about it and they'll try to
I was talking to a brother yesterday.
Yes.
And he said that if you have glory,
you
have something you're doing, if you are not progressing in that thing, you don't have any issue with anybody. But immediately you are making progress, problem don't they? Problem don't they?
Go help us, please. I still said this. Nigerians, you need to be doing better. When somebody tries to, move to one point from another, do better, try to progress in a particular thing, make waves. Please, we should be congratulating them, not to be very.
And they don't know you are making a lot of sacrifices.
You see? A lot of people
need sacrifices.
We need to be kind with our words, what we say. I'm serious. We need to be kind. We need to do better because a lot of people are going through a lot. You come and be saying things that are not true. People should be pitying the people that you are talking about. But it's well. So, wow. I've listened to lots of your music and trust me, they are really inspiring. So how did you come about doing music?
Okay, let me be frank with you.
Yeah.
I was born and brought up in a white Gaming church.
Wow.
CCC to be precise. That was where I grew up. So growing up in a church, even in a church environment, it has been music. You understand? So as I'm growing up, I just discovered that I can sing. A member of the choir, a Sunday school choir.
Yes.
Gradually, that's how I got to where I am today.
So you know a lot of people they actually started from the church.
Okay.
Now those people actually went into doing some songs like being a Davido and all those kind of songs.
Yes.
So why did you choose gospel? Because I feel that you have other opportunities to actually do this or do this, but you chose gospel. So why did you choose gospel?
Okay, gospel. I'm from Christian home. Number one.
Yeah.
2, singing gospel is something I discovered that this is the area the Lord called me. And secondly, when I was growing up, my dad called me and he let me know that this is my line. This is where I should be.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying now? This is my area of concentration. So, and as I'm growing up, I discovered that where I get more inspiration is when I'm in even the church. when I'm the gathering of saints. Where I worship, I sing praises. That's where you get the best of me. So for that alone, I know that this is where God called me to be. Yeah.
I know you've performed in a lot, lots of events. So your team and you and your team, that is the Mercy Crew. Yeah. How did you even get those names? Because when I saw the name, I saw Mercy Crew. They tag them Mercy.
I don't know if you go ask that question. Definitely.
He said you don't know that. Why would I will have to ask, man. Okay. So because why the name? Why did you choose the name?
That name, Mercy Crew.
Yeah.
I was in a relationship with a lady.
Oh wow.
In 2015 or 2014.
Girl, this is the time. So
then,
what really happened?
Her name was Doyin Adefioye.
All right.
But now Doyin Ifa Tumishi, because she's married now.
Oh, okay.
With a kid. So when we were together that day, we were talking about this music career of mine. Like, okay, what name should we give this band?
Yeah.
No, I don't want to come with any name like, okay, this we just want something unique, something special. You know, and she's a very, very intelligent. She's a very, very intelligent lady. I feel like you are bearing Mercy. Mercy is part of your name. Why can't you just name it Mercy and Crew? So Mercy and Crew, that's how the
name came out. She's actually a good friend.
So I'm giving kudos to her if she's watching this program now. So thank you very much.
Friends that oh my! So that's like what was it like for you growing up? Because I know a lot of parents didn't really support their children in being what they want to be, like especially when it comes to entertainment or performing in events and stuff like that. What was your childhood like? Did it really give you the opportunity? Did your parents really give you the opportunity to really express yourself that way? I don't know, like.
Okay, do you want me to say the truth?
Yeah.
The truth about my growing up was terrible. It was a terrible one. It's something I don't want to always discuss.
Yeah.
Especially in a show like this. But I will tell you part of my story. You know, I lost my mom when I was very young.
Oh, wow.
I lost my mom when I was very young. So, and I came from a polygamous home. It has been living from one person to another. That alone affected my education.
Wow.
It affected so many things in my life. So, it was a terrible one. It was a terrible one. You know, being alone, trying to live with this person, and somehow you later find yourself that you are moved from that person to another person.
Yeah.
Moving from, like, you're living in Lagos State now to Ogun State.
Yes.
Living, somebody you don't even know.
Yes.
So it was a terrible one. But thank God, this is where I am today.
Wow, this is a lot. All right, we'll talk. We're still going to talk about a lot of things with Ayobami, and please, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, Ayobami is still sharing his lights with us. So please don't go anywhere, because I'm sure you don't want to miss this. Please stay tuned.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
beautiful people, welcome back to the show Spotlight. And yes, don't forget, I'm your girl Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Pressy. And yes, don't forget, we are still having someone special with us today, and his name is still Ayobami. He has been sharing his life with us about his musical career, and trust me, I've been enjoying myself, and I'm sure you're also enjoying yourself. So yes, we are back to him today. Ayobami, yeah. So you were talking about your career and your musical career and your journey about your music, and you were saying a lot of things. So at what point did you really have that confidence that you are meant for this? Because a lot of people will actually go through those things in their childhood and don't know how to prioritize or put them in place. But what really put you that, like, what made you to say, this is what I want to do, and you chose music?
Okay. There was a particular year in my former church.
Yeah.
Well, when we had our harvest.
Yeah.
So after that, there is this woman that called me that she said that they are having I think 75 or 80th birthday of her mom, that she wanted to come and perform there.
Yeah.
So I think that was my first outing show, playing outside aside from church.
Wow.
So the man gave me, I think I couldn't remember, maybe 25,000 or 20,000.
Then you know what it takes. So please.
So I arranged some of my guys and the people in the choir who don't really have a band then.
Yes.
So I arranged some of those guys. Then we go to that birthday. I think it's 88 or 75. I can't really remember.
Yeah.
So we performed, we did, and that was how this band. We don't really have a name then. Even that the people were like, give us your business card. You didn't plan that. So I was just giving them my number. Okay, you can actually reach me, because it didn't even occur to me that I should go with a business card. No name.
Yes.
The band doesn't have any name then. So that was my first show. But ever since then, I just summoned courage that I can do this.
You can do this.
Based on the fact that I've worked with some of the artists that I mentioned earlier. I've worked with like gospel artists that, you know, I've back up for them. And the energy is there, the vibes is there. I feel like, okay, I can do this. That was how I started.
So I heard when you were talking about you chose your career than settling down with somebody or money, or why did you even do that? Like, was it like you just decided on doing this gospel alone?
Okay.
Because you know, a lot of people would want to prioritize, like they want to choose, like I want to go after the money. I'm not going after the gospel. I want to go after the money. So why did you choose that way?
Okay, let's say gospel. If you want to do any music in life at all, you need money. If you don't have money, forget about it. Even all these secular musicians, they spend a lot of money to promote their songs. You understand?
Yeah.
So in the gospel line, you need money. But money shouldn't be your priority. Let's assume that you want to drop a single now.
Yeah.
You have to rehearse with some people, go to the studio, have a studio section before you finally have your... You understand what I'm saying now? So all this process, all these things like what I just mentioned, you need money to achieve them. So if you don't have money, forget it. Forget it. You can't even if it is gospel. You can't do gospel.
Please, we like money. If you don't have money, just forget it.
Forget it.
You heard it from him. Forget it, because it's the main thing. Like financially, you have to be stable.
Financially, you have to be stable. But one thing is, money shouldn't be your priority, like I said. But you need money to finance. Don't say that now that I've started working, now that I've started singing, that I want to make money. No. There are some churches, like me now, they call me, I don't charge them. Most churches, I don't charge them. There are churches
you know that this thing is actually happening. You know, there's this dispute that people have with artists and like gospel musicians and the church, the leaders in the church. So they're like, if you don't come, there are some artists that do that. If you don't have so amount to pay me. I'm not sure I want to come to your church. So I don't know people that do that. Do you really like the idea? Because a lot of people say they can't actually go to this particular place if they don't get this kind of amount of money. Like you have to pay for their hotel bills, stuff like that. You have to feed them and stuff like that. You know, all of the stuff happening.
Okay, like yesterday I was on a conference call with some people.
Yes.
We want to have a program. We want to invite a known artist, gospel artist. So the person now said he's not going to charge us, but we are going to pay for his what's it called? His the backup singers.
Yeah.
And we are going to fuel his car.
Yes.
You know, all those stuff like that.
Yes.
So invariably he's trying to charge us, but not direct. You understand what I'm saying? Because there's no way you have people that are working with you.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm saying that a church gave me an invite. They want me to come and perform or minister.
Yeah.
Now I said, I don't want to charge. We are coming.
Yeah.
Get into that church. Let's say from Lagos to Warri now. Get into that church. They are not giving us 200,000 naira. And I have like 10 guys are working with me.
So will you say that? Because I also know that you perform both at weddings and do you also the way you take control of the church aspect, do you also take control like that? On the wedding? Oh my, because
no, precious. That one is different now.
All right.
That is a show. You understand?
Yeah.
You know, you have to get equipment.
Yes.
You have to pay your media people.
Yes.
You have to pay your crew. You have to get so many things. So you have to charge.
Please, when I was saying that this one is very long, people would think I was joking. But it's the truth. See the way he's saying it, but it's well. It seems I will go and change so that, you know, I will start singing like.
Wow. Do you have a music background?
Please. We are coming up. So I know a lot of people, your fans are actually watching you and our viewers also watching you. So I know you've talked about your background, but during your growing up, when you were growing up, were there songs you'd love to, you like listening to, people that really inspire you musically? Are there people that actually inspired you musically that you loved listening to?
I have a lot of them. I don't want to be biased. That's the reason why I won't mention anybody's name.
Oh, okay.
I love a lot of them.
Okay.
All our mommies in the gospel, all our daddies in the gospel. I don't want to mention them because if I should mention him, I may mix some people.
Some people,
and they are watching me. They may later watch it and say that this guy did not mention my name. So these people, when you listen to their music, see, the thing is, you can't make music on your own. You have to derive an inspiration from some people.
Yeah.
So where I get my inspiration from is these people. When you listen to their music, the lyrics, it will enhance you to do your own music.
So do you flow more well with beats or you flow more well with lyrics? Because a lot of people, I don't know how you make your songs or how you write your songs because I've listened to them. They are deep and trust me, there's something you really want to dance to. So I'd like to ask, how do you make your songs? How do you make your songs? Do you prefer when you go, maybe when you listen to a beat, you just get to write your songs? How do you get to?
Okay, you can compose songs in two ways. Number one is there are songs you receive from God.
Yeah.
There's this man, I love him so much.
Yeah.
Don't see how you come.
Yes.
You know, he's somebody I said I won't mention him. I finally mentioned. I love him so much because his lyrics, very simple but powerful. Very simple, powerful. So there are songs you can receive from God, from the Holy Spirit.
Yes.
There are ones that you can feel like, oh, I feel more inspired. Let me just write something down. You write some lyrics, then you now create melody. You have those lyrics down.
Yeah.
It's not yet a song. You have the lyrics down. Then you can now put a melody on those lyrics. But you know the song you receive from God, they are always powerful. I have one songs that I'm looking for.
So you have a project on
a project on grant. Looking for someone to feature. It's a powerful worship.
See, I'm saying this month.
It's a powerful one. When that songs, I was on the ministration with one of my boss back then.
Yeah.
When I was backing off for him, and that song, the Lord Almighty dropped that song, and I went outside to drop the song, to record the song on mine.
Yeah.
You understand? So it was a powerful one. So two ways you can do a song. Listening to other people's songs, you derive inspiration from there. Another one is you can sit down and
this is a lot. So I'd like to ask, because I know your career that we're actually watching you right now, and how do you get to be bonded with your crew? Because I know some crews are not really that close. Well, maybe I don't know how to say it, but maybe when you are having rehearsals, there might be disputes and stuff like that. How are you able to, you know, get them closer, get them together, get them aligned with you in what you do?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Transparency.
Yes.
That's the code.
Code.
Anything you're doing that you are not open up to people, they will not trust you. That's number one. And gradually you're losing them.
Yes.
Finally, one day they will just decide that they are not working with you again. Transparency. I let them know this is what is happening.
Yes.
This is the money that came in. This is the project we are doing.
Yeah.
I carry them along. Most times they even make the decisions. Like, okay, boss, can we do it this way? No, they don't even call me boss. You won't know boss among us because we relate like one.
Because I've seen that, like, that closeness. I'm like,
yes, we relate like one big family. We don't have, there's nothing like seniority. There's not like somebody is boss. Something like, you understand, the bond is there. And that's why I said it's transparency. Anything you're doing in life, even if you have an organization, you have a complaint that you are not open up to people.
Yes.
Then you are not getting it right.
Wow. So what was your first performance like with your crew? How did the audience really accept it? Were they happy? Yes, your first.
Is it show or ministration?
Both the show, but the administration, maybe generally. Which one really caught your attention and you were like, if you're going to have something like this kind of event again, I'm going to come back?
Well, the best one I can say now that I have is a gathering of saints, administration.
Yeah.
I belong to Ekonla Davis Ministry.
Wow.
So we had our choir anniversary last August.
Yeah.
So I was one of the artists they invited.
Yeah.
So when they called me, I was one that the minister last. When they called my name, the next minister of God that will be ministering to us, Yobami Johnson, the way people shouted, the high pain.
Only you.
I'm saying this because maybe later on, some of them can watch this program, but they are still watching. They are watching right now. I have to just go back to that ministry and give a testimony because I was overwhelmed. I was. I go emotional. Understand? Because people were just shouting.
Yeah.
I think was like, I've never seen something like that before. You understand? But that day, the Lord took over, and it was an awesome moment in the presence of God.
Wow. This is like, it's me. I'm even. I don't talk this and say, be like, say I won't go. They change. When I know whether I'm singing be my calling right now.
You can sing down. Singing is part of. Don't
worry. I just they talk. I never know whether. Wow, this is so beautiful. So I'd like to ask, like, what are your approach to, like, how do you engage with your audience during performances? Like, how do you get your audience, your people you're actually talking to flow with you?
Okay. I engage with my audience by moving closer to them, especially in the show. If you have watched some of my clips, some of my videos, go to my IG page, you see that my body they come down when I do show. When the way you are sitting now, I may just come around you. Maybe I'm singing now.
Maybe the gesture.
I'll just come. I may just
give you the
mic.
Please.
People love that a lot.
Yes.
They want to join. Yes. They want to enjoy the flows. Yes. They want to vibe with you. So there's none of my show, no dull moments.
Please, no dull moments on my show. Wow. So about your project, what are people really anticipating about? What are the anticipations for your new project?
Okay. We just dropped a medley recently, like 2 months ago, called Praise Thee by Mexico. It's on all platforms.
Okay.
We have it on Boomplay, on AudioMac, all Spotify and the rest. But now we are working towards something by January. Hopefully, I'll be having my first concert.
Oh, wow.
I'll be having my first concert. The concert is going to be a free concert for all. Although, to some of my people, I'll have to sell the table. But to everybody, it's going to be a free concert.
Wow.
And we'll be having like a well-known gospel artist. At least 3 people over there.
Wow.
By January, but the date is not disclose yet.
Wow. So people are really expecting a lot.
Yes. January 2026.
Okay.
By God's grace, I pray the Lord will give us grace to be alive till then and beyond.
Wow.
And you are invited.
Please. So I know a lot of persons are actually watching you now, and your fans, they are really watching you now, and they want like to know how they can actually go into music. So what's your advice for them?
Okay, music is a jealous profession. Let me put it that way.
Yeah.
If you want to do music, if you are called to do music, you know, some people will be like me say I won't sing. Like you're saying that you want to sing now.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of work to do. Number one, you need to know that money shouldn't be the major problem. I mean, your priority.
Yeah.
That okay, I want to do music because I want to make money. That shouldn't be your mindset. Two, you need to listen to people's music, seek opinion, advice. So how can I go about this before you can make a good music? And you need God. I think that's what I should even put for self.
Yes.
You need God. There is a program we had in our church recently. The man of God said, if you want to do anything in life, maybe you want to go into a relationship with a man, with a lady, with anybody, you want to do a business, put God first.
Yes.
If you didn't put God first, along the line, you are not having problem. You are not calling God to come and intervene. God will not answer you. Because when you want to start the business, you didn't invite him. He didn't call God to be the alpha. You don't want to call God to come and be the omega. It's not possible. You understand what I'm saying now? So put God first.
Yes.
Then God can direct you. God will give you wisdom.
Wisdom and insight.
So
I really liked what you actually said. And I want to ask this question, maybe out of the box. You know, some persons actually pray particularly for a particular thing from God. And maybe at the long run, they don't get that particular thing. Maybe they go out of God's way to get those things. So what would you say? Have you been in such situation where you are praying to God for a testimony or a breakthrough or something like that, and you've actually gone out of your way to achieve that thing?
Deuteronomy chapter 8 verse 18 says, it is God that giveth power to have wealth.
Yeah.
I've faced a lot of challenges, which I'm still facing one, but I know God will see me through. Money, or anything you are trusting God for.
Yeah.
Nobody that God has ever forgotten. If you have prayed to God, prayer is just like you're saving the money in a bank.
Yes.
Sometimes there are some prayers that you have prayed like 10 years ago, 5 years ago.
Yeah.
By the time the prayer is now germinating, even you yourself, you have forgotten that you have prayed such prayer.
Yeah.
By the time you're seeing the result. So there has never been a time in my life that I give up on God. I will never give up on God. Because God has been awesome. This man is sitting before you.
Now, and maybe they want to see you do a little song for us for the time. So what song will you be doing for us?
Okay. There's this worship that he said I'm still going to feature someone.
Yeah.
It's a Yoruba gospel songs. I don't know if you understand it, but let me just sing.
Yeah.
It says, Ìwọ ni olórí ogun, ìwọ ló yẹ, ìwọ ló tọ́ sí láti gba ògo, ọlá rẹ nìyí o. Shubare mímọ́, ọlá rẹ nìyí o, Baba ọ̀run. It means it is only God that deserves our praises. It is only God that deserves our worship. Then one of my songs that people knows very well is Nígbà tí mo rò iṣẹ́ ìyanu rẹ, Ọlọ́run mi oníṣẹ́ ara, Bàbá ẹ ṣé, mo rọ́wọ́ rẹ, àánú rẹ ló gbé mi ró. Lamentation chapter 3 verse 22 says it's by God's mercy that we are not consumed. So we are all enjoying God's mercy. That's the meaning of that song.
Oh wow, I really enjoyed myself. Thank you so much, Ayobami, for sharing your light with us today. And I'm sure that our viewers and your fans have enjoyed themselves today. And me too, I also did enjoy myself.
Thank you very much.
So to our amazing viewers, thanks for staying with us on Spotlight. Trust me, it was a blast. If you're going viral or you're going global, please don't forget, stay true to your journey. And don't forget to follow us on all our platforms at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels for more exciting time. And don't forget, I am your girl, Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So, bye for now.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday. From the views on the streets,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lord.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her dead uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but back date when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It just means that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So how aware, really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered. Their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies. And one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said, the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government, government will always turn out, they sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of Lasoda that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church as part of my commitment to this work. I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, Everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them, and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part-time, part-time, part-time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Colgate Face of Africa. I'm saying keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV. Fatima, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Ever wonder what inspires your favorite gospel artists? Explore and discover the rich heritage of continental gospel music and how this transformative journey has evolved and shaped cultures around the world. As we dig deep into archival treasures, feel the energy in our praise jam, Gospel Fusion on Voice of the People Television. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. and be part of a transformative experience that uplifts and inspires. Join us as we explore the transformative power of gospel music and its ability to uplift spirits and unite hearts. Tune in this Sunday, 3 to 4 p.m. on Voice of the People Television. Gospel Fusion. Let's fuse our hearts in praise and joy.
Voice of the people, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People. Politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you, VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news stories. Again, the African News from Malawi, where Malawi's President Lazarus Chakwera on Wednesday conceded defeat in this month's presidential election. Chakwera, in an address to the nation, cited respect for the will of the citizens and respect for the Constitution for conceding defeat. Malawi's Electoral Commission is due to release the presidential election results at a briefing starting around 1200 hours GMT. Official results released so far show former President Peter Mutharika has built a commanding lead over incumbent President Chakwera. Moving on, Kenya's Githunguri MP Gathoni Wamunchoba has declared she won't join the Democracy for the Citizens Party, that is DCP, citing dictatorship within the party. The lawmaker was previously a staunch supporter of Gachagua until recently, when she chose to break away from the former deputy president's fold. She alleges Gachagua's side thrives on intimidation and coercion. Wamunchoba decried being harassed by Gachagua and his allies. She vowed not to be reduced to a sycophant just to get the former deputy president's favor. The MP further suggested that DCP was headed for a fail if Gachagua would remain as its leader. The MP recently decried persecution from Gachagua supporters after she condoled with the family of Kikuyu MP Kimani Nchungwa, whose patriarch died on September the 4th. Still in Kenya, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua's Democracy for Citizens Party has suffered a setback after one of his candidates in the by-election withdrew from the race. Adan Mohammed, also known as Kionkozi, withdrew from the race weeks after being nominated by the DCP to run for the Banisa constituency parliamentary seat in Mandera County. According to local media reports, before dropping out of the race, Mohammed had visited the State House, sparking questions on whether it was the reason behind his decision. Photos shared online showed Mohammed, who was set to run under the DCP ticket alongside his UDA rival Ahmed Bari Malim Hassan and President William Ruto at State House. In another development still in Kenya, International Monetary Fund staff will visit Kenya from September the 25th to October the 9th to begin talks with the government on a possible IMF-backed program, the fund has said on Wednesday. The East African nation's $3.6 billion program with the IMF expired in April, and officials, including the governor of the central bank, Kamal Turgay, have expressed interest in getting a new one that will include a lending component. Haimanot Tefera, the IMF's mission chief for Kenya, said in a statement that an IMF staff team will begin initial discussions in the coming days on a possible fund-supported program. Meanwhile, TradeWeb data showed Kenya's dollar bond pecked up after the news, with the 2048 maturing gaining 0.7 cents to bid at 89.88 cents on the dollar. Elsewhere, Egypt has warned that its decade-old peace agreement with Israel is at risk due to Israel's ongoing military operations in Gaza. Speaking at the UN Security Council session on Tuesday evening, Egypt's ambassador to the UN, Osama Abdel Khalik, said Israel's action threatens the peace that has lasted for nearly 50 years, with potentially severe consequences for the entire region. He stated that Israel's intentions are no longer hidden and that its official statements and actions suggest a real plan to reshape Palestinian presence in Gaza. Ambassador Abdul Khalik accused Israel of trying to forcibly displace large parts of Gaza's population through military attacks, starvation, and the destruction of basic living conditions, all of which Egypt firmly rejects. Away from that report, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa said on Tuesday his country is in talks with U.S. trade representative to reduce tariff levied by U.S. President Donald Trump after telling world leaders that trade is now being used as a weapon. The U.S. is South Africa's partner. Trump, in August, imposed a 30% tariff on imports from South Africa after Ramaphosa's government made several unsuccessful attempts to secure a trade agreement. Ramaphosa told the Council on Foreign Relations in New York that his country wants the tariff that President Trump is seeking to levy on it, adding that the levy was already being reduced. Ramaphosa likened trade to a weapon earlier in the day in remarks delivered at the UN General Assembly. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news this afternoon. And joining us in the studios to make sense of these stories and more is Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter and, most importantly, a public and political affairs analyst. Mr. Fanimo, a very good afternoon to you. Thank you so very much for being here. Also joining us virtually is all the way from Kenya is Professor X.N. Iraki. Professor is a professor with the University of Nairobi in Kenya. A very good afternoon, Professor Iraki. Well, I think we're still expecting him to join the conversation, but also joining us virtually is Mr. Martins Irere Njwe, all the way from Kenya as well. Mr. Martins is a public affairs analyst, a financial advisor, and the CEO and founder of Wealthgate Insurance Agency. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you. I understand he's also not in with us yet, so we expect them to join the conversation.
David, thank you.
Oh, yes. Okay. Very good afternoon to you. I can hear you now. I want to start off with you, Mr. Martins. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Well, let me start off from the conversations emanating from South Africa's president saying trade is presently serving as a weapon. And of course, that statement relatably is implying to the tariff increase imposed upon his nation, and I'm talking about South Africa, by the U.S. government. Again, you would recall that a 30% tariff increase was imposed on South Africa and some other African nations. First, what's your position with the statement from Ramaphosa, who again is saying that the U.S. government is in conversation with his government to reduce that tariff increase?
Thank you, Mr. David. When we revert in matters of trade, is something that is very crucial for a country growth, and even it is some in matters of diplomatic ties, whereby a country trading with another country or the trade world, it makes the economy grow, and it makes the global market to be a home for everyone. So in this case, it is so that South Africa and America, they have differences in matters of diplomatic ties, and that's why you can see there is a time this South African president was in the US, and he was pleading in this area of time to be lifted, and we can see that it's like U.S. government is not in line to do it as soon as possible, and this will now put South African trade market in a dilemma, or rather in a crossroad. So this is how I think South Africa should make their diplomatic ties with America. United States of America to be concrete for them to see the right of them in matters of trade.
All right, then. I'm still going to stay with you, Mr. Martins. You're a financial advisor, and one of the most important part of this conversation is that when trade relations like this is currently ongoing, and of course discussions like this are ongoing, it is imperative that the both parties know what they are bringing to the table. But from your perspective as a financial advisor, do you see South Africa being on the advantage in terms of this conversation with the U.S. government, particularly in the part of reduction of the tariff that was imposed by the Donald Trump administration on South Africa? Is South Africa has any advantage at all in this conversation?
In this case, we can see when there is like antagonism between two parties, you find everyone will lose on the other hand. When we look into the global market, we can see dollar is international currency of trade, bearing in mind South Africa is the blacks and the white settlers, so the dollar exchange will be affected, and the other way the economy of South Africa still will ask to leverage in other avenues. So I think that where I'm bringing the one diplomatic areas to be built to ensure this is done with the limited time possible.
All right, then.
Because this will put the two parties in a dire constraint in matters of trade and the economy.
All right, then. But let me bring this conversation to the studio here in Nigeria. Mr. Fanimo, this is one conversation that has been ongoing. Interestingly, you're aware of the fact that Donald Trump administration did impose a tariff increase on countries in Africa, and South Africa got a whopping 30% in that particular conversation. But the president of South Africa at the UN Congress did say that trade is now a weapon, which again, he said trade is serving as a weapon. Is it a possibility that Ramaphosa is talking from the position of the imposed tariff increase, or he's saying something that Africans should be very aware of when it comes to negotiations between bilateral trade nations like South Africa and the U.S.?
So when Trump was coming in, I knew he was going to do all this. But I also know that it was an initial graduate that will peter out at some point. And it took Russia, India, to force Trump to apply the necessary brakes. If you recall that when he was imposing, I think it was 20% on India, Modi came out to say, yes, we have about 750,000 Indians in America.
Right.
Please repatriate them home. I'm ready to take them. He knew the consequence of allowing
that about two persons leave.
Because California will be dead the next minute. The Silicon Valley.
So in other words, in that conversation, India seemed to be on an advantageous side in this trade.
Exactly. Russia is steep in steel and wheat. And of course, they also have oil, like America.
Right.
So you have power of negotiation. When you come to the negotiation table with a weak ace in your hand, you become a pawn. And then in the chess game, the other person becomes king.
In other words, what you're saying at this point is South Africa is not at an advantageous side at all.
No. And I'll tell you why. The only reason why Trump is a little bit liberal with South Africa, he wanted to go the whole hog when he imposed that 30% tariff.
Right.
But at the same time, it was cut short because of the Africans that colonized, that introduced apartheid. And he knows that the indigenous South Africans were massing against those guys. And that was why he gave them free passage to America. You know, you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So now he knows. And these are the people that are in the commanding height of industry in South Africa. So what he's trying to do now is, okay, yes, you can win a war, but you may not achieve peace.
Now, in this conversation, Mr. Fanimo, is there a possibility as well that, according to some quarters, the likes of Cyril Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, is not clearly looking at away from having to do trade with just the U.S., because it's also in the BRICS nation that has Brazil, Russia, and India in the mix.
Now, you see, you can't ignore America when it comes to bilateral trade. America has about 300 million population.
So that seems to be the reason why he's constantly looking for ways to drop the tariff. I'm talking about Ramaphosa now.
Ramaphosa knows that he's coming to the negotiation table from a weak position. And he also knows that most of the real estate, the real sector in South Africa are owned by non-South Africans. But migrants. He doesn't want what happened to Zimbabwe president then, Robert Mugabe, when he sent out American farmers. You recall that?
Right.
That was when the currency of Zimbabwe plummeted.
But then, sorry to butt in here, Mr. Fanimo. This, again, is one of the reasons why Donald Trump practically imposed that 30% tariff increase on South Africa, because he did call it a white genocide, because Ramaphosa was also trying to get back the farmlands that were meant for South Africans that are in the hands of white farmers.
You're just leading me like a counsel, in this.
Okay.
You saw my direction and you also saw what I was trying to explain to you.
Right.
You see, in all of this, those guys weren't originally not South Africans. They are migrants who came to dominate the space in South Africa. And the result of their domination during apartheid is still present in South Africa.
Well, when it comes to the economy as well.
You understand?
Right.
The last time I went to South Africa, the first thing I noticed was I never saw a white man holding a black woman or sitting with a black man in their pub. Because usually when I go to any country, the first thing I explore is their pub, And that's the only way you can also begin to gauge the relationship between ethnicity, religion, and all that. But what I'm saying in essence is Trump has to tread softly at some point.
Okay.
And Ramaphosa would have some level of mileage in the course of this, but with compromise.
Compromise on the part of who now?
Compromise on the two sides.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, definitely we'll keep our eyes on this.
Trump will not want his people to suffer because they're going to suffer economic loss if Ramaphosa, as president of South Africa, sides with black South Africans that are indigenous to South Africa. And they are a tiny few, but with commanding height, holding on to the economic jugular of South Africa.
All right, then that particular conversation, like I said earlier, we would definitely keep our eyes on it as it progresses. But is there the possibility, before I move away from this, is there the possibility that Donald Trump might want to reduce the tariff, the increased tariff on South Africa, based on these conversations that are ongoing at the UN Congress?
General Assembly.
Yeah, General Assembly.
The optics are good.
On the part of South Africa?
South Africa. And I hope, Trump has not been, in the last 2-3 months, he has not been as belligerent as when he came in January. So he's beginning to see the reality on ground. And it's also beginning to see the futility in seeing himself as the almighty in the economic and military spheres in the world arena. So
all right, then.
He's now taking a little bit of cautious steps.
Okay, well, like I said earlier, we would definitely be keeping our eyes on this conversation as it progresses. Let's take on another conversation. Interestingly, Egypt is talking tough, and Egypt is saying at this point, the 50-year-old peace relationship that has existed between Israel, Egypt, and of course Palestinians is threatened by the consistent non-ceasefire on the part of Israel. Well, of course, at the UN Security Council, the Egyptian ambassador did say that as it stands, Israel's action is threatening the peace that has lasted for over 50 years.
Was there any peace?
There was, actually.
Maybe peace of the graveyard. Because all these years, since 1948, all these years, it's just a momentary, external induced peace process.
Would you say that perhaps if that attack by the Palestinians did not happen to the on the Egyptian soil, the peace, relative peace as it were, would not still be existing?
You see, the moment you realize and you understand that you are an underdog in an environment, you have to guard your loins at all times. Ceasefire agreement had been breached by the Palestinians, against Egypt. I mean, against Israel.
Right.
And so they are always on their guard. They let their guard, and over 2,300 people were killed in one day.
But then again, why is Egypt not talking to the part of the region of the ceasefire deal that is ongoing, but rather speaking to the fact that Israel, at this point,
had become belligerent?
Why is Egyptian ambassador?
It's clear. It's clear now. It's clear. Egypt, Jordan, Turkey, and the rest of them around that axis, they feel that Israel is an usurper.
Because they are Arab nations.
Yes, because they are Arab nations. So that emotive part of it, you cannot rule it out.
But before I jump off this story, Mr. Fanmo, and of course go to Kenya, is there the possibility that this ceasefire deal would see the light of the day with the way both the Israeli forces are now going about it? Because yes, like you mentioned earlier, it was hinted upon by the Palestinians.
You see, the point is there is mutual distrust between these gladiators. And as such, when you know that you can't trust your enemy to follow the tenet of an agreement, you have to close your eyes briefly. In fact, when you are closing the eyes, you don't close the two, you close only one eye. And that's what Israel is adopting. Israel, one, knows that it's an underdog. What is the population of Israel? Now, compared to the population of Egypt, Jordan, Turkey, Palestine, Iraq, and all the rest.
Right.
So, Israel is just lucky
with the support of the American government.
Because of the support coming from American government. And they were also building their arsenal. They were not relenting all these years in building their arsenal. Otherwise, Israel would have been overrun.
All right, then let's take this conversation to Kenya, where Mr. Martins is still standing by. Well, again, I want to ask you the same question. As it stands, do you think that the relationship, I beg your pardon, the peace deal that is being brokered as it stands between Israel and, of course, Gaza is going to in any way see the light of the day? Because, hey, Gaza seemed to have reneged on that particular deal. What do you think would be the way forward, going with the way Israel is going in this particular war that is non-stopping? You might need to unmute yourself so we can hear you.
Thank you so much. We have to understand that anytime a country goes to war with another country, it has to understand that there are consequences. And I have seen various countries in Africa going against the Israel attack on Gaza, consistent attack on Gaza, but in any war there are consequences. And since Palestinians started this war, now Israel wants to suppress them to an extent that in 30 years to come, Palestinians will be no way to attack them again or to raise a war threat against Israel. So telling Israel to pull out from this war without having the cease war agreement, which now we can see it has been broken, Israel will live to be a threat, will live to be insecure to other countries and other intruders. I think despite what has happened, there should be what we call diplomatic allies, to bring into conversation on how to end this war. But seeing Egypt attacking Israel, another country, South Africa is attacking Israel, other countries across the Arabs are attacking Israel, this now brings a threat to Israel again. So that's why now Israel will not pull out until every country is requesting for ceasefire, because we have seen other countries showing sympathy, condoling with the Palestinians. So what I can advise is that there should be a concrete conversation into this matter and to address the issues that has been breached, so that we can see this ceasefire coming into a closer sooner, and it will be crossed in a certain way that balanced the coup.
That comes to mind when, of course, you were talking, is the fact that yes, there's been ceasefire agreements, but it's been reneged upon. But let me bring this conversation to your country, and I want to talk about politics in Kenya right now. You would recall that what's her name again? Gatoni Wamunchuba. I hope I pronounced that right. Did declare that she would not be joining the Democracy for Citizens Party, that's the DCP, where former President Gachagua is running from, or running with, as it were. But why do you think she decided to move away from that, even though she did say that the party is thriving on intimidation and coercion? From your position, why do you think this lady, who a lot of persons have said might just be another force in that particular party to help the party pull the weight that is expected to pull in the next coming election, why do you think she's deciding right now to stay away from the DCP?
Thank you, Mr. David. We have to understand in politics there is that game of chess, whereby the incumbent or the ruling regime, they don't want to be seen branching from the track. Secondly, every politician likes to see where there is green patch or where the brand is battered. I think they are playing what we call the game of chess. So I think there must be interest from the current regime. They feel if they lose this in their in their docket, they're gonna lose the political mileage or track. That's why I think there is that conversation going on to bring this lady or Muchomba on board. Looking on the other side of DCP party, there must be even terms and conditions, and I think from there might be disagreement in between. The other thing is that I have heard there have been rumor mongers from within the party whereby you behaving as if you are part of us, and hence you are the part of the other party. So I think there is that political betrayal as well. And on the other hand, I think the current regime is poaching her to come back, and any agreement that made her to run away will be breached so that they can run in the one page.
Okay, now you just made a very huge allegation now, and I want to find out as well, is that also the situation between Adan Mohammed, also known as Kionkonzi, who, again, some quarters have said is being lured by the presidency to come to their party. Is that what you think is playing? Because you would recall that he's supposed to run for the Banisa constituency parliamentary seat, which, again, is another major force with the DCP. Is there a possibility that this is what's going on again?
That's why I'm saying the president will have a upper hand, ensuring that his party is not disoriented by the opposition. So he will make sure, may it be money, may it be any possession he will create, may it be any reward, he will ensure that no one in the party is leaving to join the opposition. Hence, it's gonna weaken their marriage and their trust to the people. Even, this lady is in a area is so influential. And the ends losing her, it shows that the current regime their vote will be drained from the other hand. So it means they want her to stay, not to leave or to join the opposition. I think when she is given a good reward, she will just leave the opposition and start bringing accusations. There is antagonism, there is rumor mongers, there is this happening. I think that allegation is part of the politics to dilute the opposition.
All right, then. Let me bring this conversation to the studio here. Mr. Fanimo, interestingly, this is something that you are familiar with. When I say familiar, I mean even as a reporter right here in Nigeria, having covered elections and, of course, political movements like this. The lady Wamunchuba, beg your pardon, is leaving the opposition party that is being touted as the major opposition party that could give President William Ruto's party a major run for their money. She's leaving the opposition and, of course, citing dictatorship within the party. From your view as a reporter over time, a seasoned one at that, do you think that the porting, I call it porting, of political players like this is anything to go by when it comes to the hand of the presidency trying to making sure that everybody that has the weight on the opposition is coming to their aid?
You see, generically, politics in Africa is a different ballgame.
Okay.
You see, when you talk about political parties, democracy started from Greece, Athens.
Right.
And that's why it was defined as government of the people, by the people, for the people. Now, if it is government of the people, then the people within that confine should be considered as the owner of democracy.
Okay.
Now we have addressed of the people, by the people, which means whoever is emerging in that system must be from the people.
Okay.
They will vote. The vote will count, and those they want will be elected and will be sworn in, and they will be at peace. then it is for the people. That means whatever dividend that is coming should be for the people, not the representative that is sent there. But you find out that across Africa, it's a different, it's a reversal of role this time. Once you are elected, you become the king. And then the subjects that brought you to power now becomes puppets. And it's always winner takes all.
Okay.
In African politics. So what is happening to that woman? You won't isolate it. That is just peculiar to her. You know what has been happening in Nigeria here.
Right.
But the optics will be like, okay, I'm tired of this. I'm moving to this. But the undercurrent, which we may not be able to prove because we are not there, would also suggest something different.
But then again, Mr. Fadimo, one thing that comes to mind while you were talking about the optics and all of that is the fact that we've had women presidents across Africa. In Liberia, we had Johnson Sirleaf. And of course, I remember right now, I think it's Tanzania, there is also Madam Hassan also there. Now, the question now would be, is this about a gender thing in politics?
No. You see, when you play politics, you come to the table with compromise, tolerance, and forbearance.
Okay.
If you don't have all these qualities, then the waters will be too hot for you to stay in one place. It takes a lot of grit, a lot of resilience, a lot of tolerance, a lot of compromise, a lot of carpet bagging for you to be able to stay hold and stay firm in a political party.
Now, all of these things you mentioned, Mr. Fadimo, a man who is in politics could absorb this as easy as he can. But can a woman do this?
In most cases, it's difficult for a woman to do. Because let me tell you, one of the disadvantages of a woman being in politics is more nurturer.
Okay.
Most of the decisions you see in the afternoon part of it is just showing what had been concluded in the night. If you see politicians going into a meeting in the afternoon, believe it that it is just for the press.
So if it's that difficult for a woman
it's difficult
to navigate when it comes to the political landscape in Africa, then of course it is not far-fetched that this woman is saying that what is being found at the opposition party where she is presently is nothing short of dictatorship.
And there is to the ruling party.
Looking at these statements of dictatorship, and how the male folks play it in Africa.
You see, the unfortunate part of it is women are their own problem.
How do you mean?
President. The first set of people and rubbished her. If you have 2-3 people now champion the King Gibe and the other woman.
Right. Say earlier, democracy is for the people by
in Africa.
Well, we'll wrap up this conversation, Mr. Fadimo, with the fact Mr. Lazarus Chakwera is the former president of the nation, of course, saying that this is a respect to uphold.
I think we need to comment this, and in a cue from that, it shows that we need to concede defeat.
But some would say this is one out of
many.
Conversation to Kenya, and of course, same question in just maybe 30 seconds to the former president, President Peter Mutharika. What's your position with these statements coming from the president of Malawi? We can hear you.
To former President Peter Mutharika, President Chakwera, maturity in democracy, it is also to other countries of Africa, because since it is an example that there is us the winning team, and they tried once more, and he has won again to bring the zest of democracy in Africa to emulate their obeying the rule offload.
We have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the Africa Reporter right here in Nigeria, and also a public and political affairs commentator as well. Mr. Dele Fanimo, thank you so very much for being here.
It's always my pleasure.
Also joined us virtually all the way from Kenya is Mr. Martins Irere Njue. Mr. Martins is a public affairs analyst, a financial advisor, and the CEO and founder of Wellgate Insurance Agency. Thank you so very much, Mr. Martins, for being here as well. All right then, we're going to a quick break right now. When we return, the rest of the African news will continue shortly, just after this quick break. Please just stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African news right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. 3 suspects have been killed during a shootout with police in Aterivale, west of Pretoria. The confrontation happened after members of the Highway Patrol, working with private security, acted on intelligence regarding a group of suspects reportedly involved in multiple hijacking around the area. The suspects were spotted traveling in a car matching the description provided by intelligence. Police said when officers attempted to stop the car, the suspects refused and a high-speed chase ensued. Spokesperson D. Natasha said the suspect then opened fire with the police and, of course, giving sustained injuries. Moving on, there are reports that say tens of thousands of Sudanese persons have fallen victim to dengue fever and other diseases. Southern Health Minister said as seasonal rains for the test infrastructure in hospitals devastated by conflict, as millions of persons displaced by fighting returns to their homes in Sudan, while others continue to flee the unusual high spread of disease like dengue fever, cholera, and malaria this year highlights the hidden cost of almost 30 months of war. The conflict between Sudan's army and the paramilitary rapid support forces has created the world's worst humanitarian crisis and spread famine, and has shown no signs of slowing, although the army has recaptured the capital, Khartoum, and other parts of the country. Moving on, Zimbabwe has been chosen among 10 countries worldwide to introduce lenacapavir, an experimental HIV prevention drug that provides protection with just 2 injections per year. The development is being hailed as a major milestone in the country's decade-long battle against HIV and AIDS. The initiatives were headed by the U.S. President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, PEPFAR, in partnership with the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria, is expected to make lenacapavir available to up to 2 million persons in high-burden countries. Announcing the breakthrough, the United States Embassy in Harare said the intervention marked a decisive step forward in reducing new infections. Well, from that particular story, talking African business news, there are reports that say Botswana is seeking to close a deal to acquire a majority stake in De Beers by the end of October as negotiations continue with Anglo American, the diamond mining controlling shareholder, and other interested buyers. Anglo American, which owns 85% of De Beers, has been working through a restructuring process for the past 16 months and is planning to divest its stakes. The government of Botswana, which already holds a 15% stake in the diamond company, aims to increase that to more than 50%. Botswana President Duma Boko confirmed that talks are on the way. Still talking business, Angola State's diamond company, Ndiama, has bid for a minority stake in Anglo-American diamond units De Beers. the African country Ministry of Mineral Resources, Petroleum in Namibia, Angola, South Africa, and Canada. The diamond company, which has been put up for sale by Anglo Amid, falling diamond prices, had attracted interest from at least 6 consortiums. Angola's proposal does not seek majority control in the Botswana-based De Beers, but instead believes it should continue to be a private sector-led firm, according to the statement. And from that business story, let's just wrap up the African news with some sports stories. Goals in each half from Masha Munetsi and Tolu Arokodare fired Wolves through to the 4th round of the Carabao Cup after the Nigerian centre-forward brings some relief for the Premier League strugglers who beat West Ham in the last round after the worst league start in their history left them bottom of the table. They have lost their opening 5 top flight games, including a 3-2 home defeat to the Toffees last month, but remain confident Pereira's experience will prove crucial in arresting their side. Wolves boss Victor Pereira says the time for adaptation has finished and wants his players to ignite their season. To wrap up the African news, let's just give one more story in sports. Bafana head coach Hugo Bruce has announced his preliminary squad for South Africa's last 2 FIFA World Cup qualifiers in October. The squad features 45 players, 3 less than Bruce's preliminary squad for South Africa's qualifiers in September. Mamelodi Sundowns, Fawaz Basandien, and Siyabonga Ngenzaza Van Ronnie. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African news right here in Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Everybody, what's going on? My name is Kiki. Keep watching VOP TV. Thanks.
Hey guys, what's going on? Olumide Oru, the Fresh Prince of Lagos here, and this is VOP TV, guys.
Hello guys, I want you to please keep on watching VOP TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Hafiz Oyetoro. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Shout out to VOP TV.
Very big shout out to the fans and lovers of VOP TV. My name is Tayo Faduro. I'm an actor that you are going to live to love. Keep watching. Cheers.
Hi everyone, so shout out to VOP TV.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Go Get Face of Africa and saying keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV. Fatima, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Maritime Frontier Show. My name is Jili Utoni. Today, we are speaking with Dr. Basil Onwulisa, the author of The Toll of Corruption in Nigeria, the role of illicit checkpoints in the exorbitant prices of goods across Nigeria. He is a maritime personality with about over 3 decades of experience within the sector. And I think he knows his onions when he talks about corruption within the system. Today, we are going to look at those things that we define as corruption within the sector and those things that tend to militate against the growth of the maritime sector. Dr. Olisa, good afternoon, and you're welcome to the program, sir.
Good afternoon or good evening, my viewers and Dr. Dili Utomi.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, I'm just Mr. Dili Utomi.
You are a doctor here, all right. A doctor is somebody that has a foreknowledge of anything. You're a doctor of journalism.
Thank you so very much, sir, for that honor. Sir, I want to take a look. What do you think define as corruption? Let's start from that.
Corruption is doing things in appropriate ways. That is negating the extant laws and the constitution of a nation or a group. Corruption is manipulating situations, taking money in exchange for doing the right thing, and so on and so forth. Corruption can be defined as slave driving. When you talk about slave driving, you say people holding themselves to hostage by allowing indices of manipulation to go on. A historian can describe it as those things that has kept them far away from their goals.
How do you relate it to the maritime sector, sir?
The maritime sector has been grappling with issues of corruption for quite a long time now. In the beginning, it was using calculator to type the amount to be given. Today, it has graduated to where our money at every corner, at every section. You see people, officials, government representatives shouting to those that are coming to do offshore transaction with them, that where our money, where our settlement. That was not the same way before. It used to be bringing out a tablet of calculator and putting an amount there, and the other person will press his own value that he wants to give. But today, it has become a norm that people don't even care if they are collecting money with camera. To the extent that those are security agents that collect money on the highway, they collect money and even give you the commuter change. They can collect 500 naira where they're supposed to receive 200 and give the commuter 300 naira. So it has become a norm. It's no longer, no official is afraid of collecting or giving bribe.
So you're saying that it has become brazy. Corruption has been normalized within the Nigerian society, especially the maritime sector. Is that what you are?
Yes. The corruption itself is yielded over 1 trillion naira on monthly basis in Nigeria.
How do you come to that figure, sir?
Fine. The figure cannot be far-fetched. When you transverse from one area to the other in this country, for example, you want to travel to Lagos to Onitsha and you have a truck that is carrying goods, the driver will always request for eguzo if it's an Igbo driver.
What's that, sir?
Eguzo, that is money for the road. If it is a Yoruba man, he will request for owo olopa, that is money for the police. If it is a Malab, he will say ina kudinhanya. Kudinhanya means where the money, where you will take the drop, the make sacrifice. If not, your goods cannot reach the expected destination. That is what is going on.
So virtually MSC Group has a name for it now. I mean, it has become something that
it has become a norm and it's becoming in fact part of the constitution of Nigeria.
Sir, can you quantify the effect of corruption in terms of not just Naira and Kobo, in terms of what it has done to the national psyche, in terms of the wreck it has done to the availability of infrastructure, medical centers, schools, roads? Can you quantify? Can you try to put a figure on what we have lost?
The truth of the matter is that the issue of corruption in Nigeria today is burying a lot of dreams. It's destroying a lot of people. And corruption is affecting every industry in Nigeria. Every industry, everything, schools. Today saying that lecturers are collecting money to pass students. How can you evaluate the quality of knowledge of a student that paid money through from part 1 to part to his final year? How can you quantify his knowledge when what is needed is to settle the lecturer? Some settle with even their body. Corruption in Nigeria is abnormally becoming dangerous. And if we allow it to continue, we'll be destroying the psyche of this nation. And the future generation may not have a place they will call Nigeria. Just think about it. A friend of mine told me how he left Kano with a truckload of tomato, fresh tomato. But because of harassment on the road, the truck supposed to get to Lagos maximum 3 days. It got to Lagos after 11 days. What happened? 80% of the tomato have already gone, have been destroyed because overstay on the road. Because anywhere you get, they will park and go and negotiate and settle with officials. Every day, everywhere they come to a roadblock raised by non-state actors. Cows are raising roadblocks, communities are raising roadblocks, area boys are raising roadblocks, custom, police, navy, all manner of people. Before they negotiate and get to their final destination, they have spent extra 7 to 8 days, within which all these perishable items can be destroyed. I get what I'm saying. So we should not be taking this as a joke. Government has to wade in and take care of the problem of corruption. If not, before you know it, corruption will destroy this country. Corruption also comes from people using chemicals to prepare beer and cooking the gospel and sell to the public, destroying lives. Corruption has come to people who are using chalk. This chalk they write in school to prepare tablets and sell to the people. You are going to the hospital to receive treatment. Actually, you have gone to the hospital to receive death certificate. Yes, through fake drugs.
Sir, we are talking particularly about the maritime sector. Now, that's where we are mainly concerned about today. Let's narrow it down to the base. Which area of the maritime sector do you think that the government should beam its searchlight in order to try and remove those things that cause corruption, in order to create more transparency within the dailies? Is it the customs, the other government agencies, or which particular area do you think?
The truth of the matter is this: when it comes to the major stakeholders in this industry of corruption, is the Federal Operation Unit of Nigerian Customs. They are not even supposed to be there. The Federal Operation Unit of Nigerian Customs are just working on their purposes with a simple mechanism of transaction, which is about collecting value from custom and then positioning your container for examination. It is presumed that when you collect the value, custom did not see the consignment. But when you examine it, custom has already seen the consignment you brought in, and they value it in pari passu with the amount of money you paid, and see whether the amount paid is okay as a good value for that goods. If they have done that due diligence and are able to release the consignment to the owner, what are the Federal Operation Unit doing at the gates of our custom area command, picking the same consignment, taking it to their office to start examination of load and all that. At the end of the day, what happens? How many containers have they seized out of the over 1,000 that are taken in a month? They have not seized up to 20 containers out of those. Those they seize their containers are those that are not able to tame their selfish interests. If they are able to tame their selfish interests, they will let them go. It's as easy as that. Think about it. If you go to Marital now, receive custom, arresting containers, arresting vehicles, used vehicles, telling them that we did not pay this is a compromise. Who compromise? Who is the person that compromise? Is it not custom? If they give you value, you pay. Another custom will say compromise. A senior officer, a DC valuation will give you value, you pay. And I see on the road, we say that it's not proper, give us our money. Officer on duty. Officer on duty is a crime against Nigerians. Anywhere you hear that language, officer on duty, don't take it lightly. It's a crime trying to bring in abnormality to normality. What is officer on duty? Holding somebody to the jugular and asking him to give you money and he claims that he's officer on duty. Is that the highest irresponsibility? And some of these shipping companies are terminal organizations are said to be owned by our politicians. After stealing our money, they are holding us hostage again. Increasing charges and increasing service charges at will. Look at PTML Grimadi, for example, charging container of auction that is supposed to pay 25% of the total value that custom gave it or auction committee gave it. They are giving people 7 million naira to go and pay on auction container.
That's what's the difference? You said 7 million. Also,
if you have 2 million naira as the value of auction container, 25% of it is 500,000.
Yeah.
But they are collecting 7 million.
Why?
They are extorting people. They are just like bandits. These shipping company and terminal operators, especially this Grimadi and PTML.
Sir, in defense of, they're just trying to do my job and play the was advocate here. Do you have evidence that these are happening?
We will give you evidence. Right now, Seth, I've asked my lawyers to give the notice of prosecution, notice of going to court. And in that notice, when we give them the notice, I will give you copies.
No, TML command or
TML command, for example, right now, because the matter was reported to us 2 months ago. Up to night at Dobby.
That's the customs command itself.
Though the shipping company, the terminal company, is supposed to collect 25% of the cost of the container.
Okay.
That terminal company is collecting 7 million, which is daylight robbery. And for 2 months now, some people reported the issue to me. We've been going back and forth. Finally, they say 4 million. Finally, they are saying 2 million.
That's the cost for using the storage facility.
I think you need to understand this on that. If I had known, I would come with a customs auction paper. At that auction paper, you see where they say 25% of this value on the auction will be paid to shipping companies. 25% will be paid to terminal operators. Yeah. But now, terminal operators are giving demurrage to auction container. They're asking auction container to pay demurrage to the tune of 7 million. 7 million naira.
What's their own argument? Because if it's a demurrage, if it's an auction article or auction item, it's supposed to have been evacuated to another place. Is it not?
No. When they give you auction container, you are supposed to pay 25% of the value of the auction. As custom give you value, you pay 25%. 25% of 2 million is 500,000.
The 25%, does it cover the storage facility, the use of the storage facilities?
Auction container has no business with storage facilities. It's auction now. Auction container has no value. Auction is over time. You are not selling it to the owner. How can you be asking a third party to come and pay storage facility? Does it really make sense?
And I just want to better understand this.
But does it make sense? I just want to be that you allocated auction container to this man or that woman, and he comes here trying to collect demurrage that made the man abandon his container in the first place from the man that custom sold the container? It doesn't really make any sense. What is allowable is 537,500 naira for 40 feet. For 20 feet is half. That is what is allowable by the custom authorities. But the shipping line like BTML has no respect for our laws. They have no respect for Nigerians. They have no respect for anybody. They are charging the allotee of this auction. Do more rich. Is it his business, for God's sake? So let us understand this thing because it's very important.
Yeah. Okay.
And we are using this meeting to say that if he continues, we will mobilize all people to see the BTML. I ask for the money they stole from them over the years in this matter. I hope that's what I'm saying.
I do. Now, also just try to, I'm not trying to justify this action, but in defense of what you talked about, the Federal Operations Unit a while ago, and talk about the fact that they take goods just about 500 meters away from the command, and then they are just 500 meters away from there, and then they find the vehicles or the cargo. There have been, over the years, there's been this issue of cargo flying or vehicle flying. The Federal Operations Units in their own defense have always said that they are there to checkmate this illegal movement of uncleared goods. That goods are illegally taken away
in
from
custom clearing business. Customs are the custodians of the port security. That now, if you want to remove every consignment from the port, custom will be aware. Custom are at the gate. What do you mean by flying? Is it flying in the sky?
Is it that some of the
which was at the flying in the sky or the Nigerian black market use?
You driven the goods illegally.
You cannot remove anything from the port without the collaboration and conspiration of our conspiracy of our customs and other agencies like police at the gate.
So why it still happens?
I don't know. I'm not aware. But if it happens, they should take their officers responsible. Nobody should be stuck on the road and be asking, did you fly your container or did you not fly it? Is it not a shameful thing? Are we the only country where they clear goods? Even in Semeboda here, in Cotonou, they are clearing goods. Why should our own container will not develop wing and fly out? Then it is only federal operation that can take a flying container. Does it really make sense? Let me tell you what is happening. They are creating shops where to collect money from Nigerians. Extortion in Nigeria is a 20 trillion naira business monthly basis. Extortion, stealing. That is why our economy will never be okay. Economy will never be good in a country where corruption, stealing in the name of doing your job and manipulation of laws and rules and regulations of Nigeria. There's no economy will ever stand on that kind of situation. In fact, what is the real problem of our economy is corruption. It's bribery and corruption, manipulation, stealing of government revenue, stealing of Nigerian money. Think about it now. What is really supposed to be the norm? If you don't pay duty to a consignment, if you don't pay for a consignment, are you getting me? Automatically, you cannot go to shipping company and release because it is your payment of duty that will prompt the system to send your information to shipping company for them to write your TDO, and then you go to terminal to take delivery. So how did they fly? How can you remove container without paying duty or remove a car but without paying duty? It's impossible. What happened is that they agree with customs and give them cash and they allow the container to go. So if such a thing happens, who is the main culprit? It is the customs. So federal operation should go and find the officer that conspired with non-state actors and business people to allow container to leave the port.
Okay, well, in the defense of them, we think that the best way for them to tackle that issue is to stay on the road, close to the
The
community.
best way to enrich their pocket is to stand on the road to enrich their pocket.
Sir, how do you come to the 20 trillion naira cost of corruption?
By research I did over the 7 months of writing this book.
7 months.
7 months. Sorry, 7 years of writing this book. Sorry. There's a research I did, the evaluation. If you go to any checkpoint, now be it police, custom, or army, you will see where they are putting money in a drum. You see a drum, a bag, a sack, or anything like that. If you look properly, you see that that drum is full with money. Are you getting me? So if there are 5,000 roadblocks in Nigeria, for example, multiply that 5,000 roadblocks with what they are carried in cartons and bags and drums every day, you will have about over 20 trillion in monthly basis. And what happens? This money that is being taken from people are plowed into the cost of goods. That's why a consignment that is supposed to sell for 30,000 naira will now be sold for 70,000. For example, now they will be sleeping. They will bring rice to the warehouses. Bags of rice, potted rice to the warehouses. Once you carry 10 bags of rice to go and bury your mother or father that died in the southeast, they will seize the vehicle and seize the rice and impound both if you are unable to deal with their selfish interests. So that's the way it is.
Sir, tell us, what inspired you to write this book?
What inspired me to, when I was writing the book, I was trying to create an avenue for discussion, an avenue for national conference on corruption, an avenue to sit down and discuss this matter that wants to ruin all of us. Let's think about it. Your son is going to the university, and your son is settling the lecturers, and he finally became a lawyer after settling the lecturers. What will be the fate of his patients? My daughter, for example, if she's doing pharmacy, and at the end of the day, she graduates through this system, what kind of drugs will she produce? What kind of that's what kind of help can she help the society? Services with something that the garbage in, garbage out. I remember somebody called my attention to a lecturer in a certain institution where he was in school. Somebody, a friend, that if you want to pass his course, you must give him a social amount of money. If not, if you read 48 hours in 2 days, continue reading, you enter for that exam, you will fail. Except if you give him that amount of money, you will get a pass. So it is in every aspect. It's not only on custom. It's in government that you submit your application for job in a government establishment. If you did not follow it up with settlement, you will not get the job. Somebody who has nothing to offer will get the job by settlement. Today, you see more and more people who read arts working in banks that needs calculation, while those that did ICT and other related courses like accounting and finance, they are not getting the job. The system that is corrupt can never grow. And Nigeria is so blessed with human resources, with material resources, with wonderful weather condition and climatic condition. But these corrupt people and corrupt ideas and corruption in government has made it impossible for this country to get out from crawling. We are still crawling. For how long? When will we stand and start working? So Roshote is destroying our nation. Okay. It is a serious matter.
Sir, you are a freight forwarder, call you a licensed customs agent, and you help clear goods along the logistics supply chain. What are your basic experiences dealing with people especially government officials at various stages?
My experience is sad. My experience is very sad and disappointed. For example, even as it is now that I'm talking about corruption and transparency and all that, I'm a victim because I'm a victim of all the people that are corrupt in the industry. They see me as sorry just about it. Yes, they see me as a bad person trying to destroy their channel of eating or channel of taking care of their family. But I can tell you that a society that is not corrupt, even they that are in government will enjoy more. Many years back, a minister of Federal Republic died on the road he refused to construct. That minister, I can't remember his name now, he's from Kwara State. He was traveling from an angle of Kwara State, angle of Niger State to Kwara State. He had an accident on a bad road and he died there. If he had done the road, he might not die. He died because of the bad aspect of that road. Today, because we agree that corruption is a sweet sugar, our children are the product of that corruption. They cannot spiritually, any child that was taken care of with stolen money will never amount to anything. That's why you see generations of people who stole our money, their children did not amount to anything. I cannot start barbarizing those families and mentioning their name. So it's better than all of us to repent and change and do the right thing. Coming to my pains and all these pains I'm suffering, are you getting me? Even those that are in my industry, the clan afford in the leadership, most of them see me as a bad companion because maybe I am trying to tell them, instead of them to be fighting for their own personal gain, they should fight for the overall interest of the whole practitioners, the interest of the importers, the shipping agents, the transport logistics companies, and so on and so forth. They are seeing it as if I am just trying to wait them. But anything that is brought out from the fringe of the teeth will never fool you. You can never be fed fine because of those meats that hang on your teeth that you are bringing out to chew them and swallow again. Until we begin to do the right thing and put our resources to the development of our nation. Those that have stolen too much, they still die of terminal ailment. It's a curse. A curse is upon their head. They don't know it. I'm telling you, this is it. All the money you are stealing the commonwealth of the people, you end up dying a miserable death. If I will make the list. In fact, I will write a book on that when I will mention names. On people, they were very, very prominent families in the time past, but because of the way they stole the commonwealth of Nigeria, they died a miserable death, and their children were nowhere to be seen as making impacts in the society. Despite them studying in England, studying in America, studying in Peru, studying in Spain, their children still end up with hard drug issues. So the best thing to do is let us change that to and enjoy life. Most of my age cannot sit down and talk because they don't have the strength. But God gives me the strength to move because I am an arrow of the truth. The spear I shoot is that of the truth. The Bible says that the first set of people that will enter the hellfire are the fearful, those that are afraid. Those that are afraid to say the truth. Those that are afraid to do the right thing. Those that are afraid in any way. That's why the Bible says that the fear not in the Bible is more than faith in them. Listen, because it's warning you that you are the first set of people in Revelation. I think Revelation 12 or so, that will enter the hellfire are the fearful. Those who hide the tree. Those who give evil reports. And that is the way it is.
Professor, you served as the president of Association of Nigerian Customs Brokers, ASCB, and now the president of the National Compliance Joint Task workforce of licensed carrying agents. That's the NCJTFLCA.
Yes.
What is the objective of this association, the NCJTFLCA?
The main objective of the organization is to try to change the story, to change the narrative.
What narrative, sir?
The narrative of corruption, that without corruption, nobody will become rich. Nobody will do business and survive in Nigeria if you are not corrupt. That is the main objective. And the organization itself is supposed to be a marriage between all the associations in the maritime industry. We're supposed to come together. If you see our constitution, we wanted to have a relationship with all practitioners, the transport logistics, the freight forwarders, the maritime practitioners, and also the custom brokers. You know, all of them, they have diverse names with diverse roles they play. We can come together as one and liberate our people from shame, from lack of knowledge, from disrespect that they have been given by all manner of people, how they are being disrespected. You know, if you see an agent, we are not respected by the importer. We are not respected by the customs. We are not respected by other groups. We are not even respected by ourselves. We are seen as thieves. But the truth is that is because of the controversial way of doing things in the system, whereby if you have a Mercedes-Benz 2020 model, you can pay duty 100,000. Me, I'll pay 100,000 or 50,000. That man there will pay 70,000. But the official duty is 100,000. Are you getting me? Why can't custom say, okay, fine, let us tell you people the duty of this vehicle so that you pay and go and carry your vehicle? Or this item, they put the amount of money you are supposed to pay in the system. Once you call up one container of fabrics, the duty will come out. You pay and go and carry your consignment. So that those that were doing business will respect us. Because when I pay duty 100,000, you paid 40 and pay 30. The other people will be seen by their importer as not knowing what they are doing. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Yeah, sir. You just mentioned that you try to engage other associations within the maritime sector. We have at least 5 registered, that's 5 licensed accredited associations by the Council for the Registration of Freight Forwarders in Nigeria, the CRFA. How well did you try to engage them in order to sell this idea to them and let them understand the benefits of coming together and then being advocates of battle against corruption within the system?
I can tell you for free that discussions are ongoing. The national secretary of our organization is a member of a sister association. The Western Zone PRO is also a member of another association, and so on and so forth. A lot of them are coming in. They are beginning to understand that we are not coming to shoot ourselves on the leg. Because when we came out, they believe that this corruption, how can these people come in and say they want to fight corruption? They want to destroy our business, so they want to open our game in the public. But this whole game, it is the clearing agent that is losing and the importer. The customs, other security agents are smiling to the back. I hope you understand what I'm saying. For example, now, if you capture a job and custom put alert, who is the settlement of the alert going into? It is the customs. Are you getting me? And if you want to carry your goods and police put bullet or stoppage, and you go to the office and settle them and remove the stoppage, who is winning?
So how does the association tend to stop all this?
We are already in partnership with EFCC and other anti-graft agency, and we have about 6 or 7 cases in court already. And we have some matters also with this police, trying to bring all these criminals to book, because some of them are claiming to be officers and officials, but they're actually criminals. And we'll prove it in court.
Okay. So, what's the response of these security agents? Yeah.
You know that through our,
I want to get them to, like your idea.
through our advocacy, the east-west road that have been perverted with more than 18 custom checkpoints have been reduced to 7 now. Are you aware?
The east-west road.
So that's a Lagos stretch to Port Harcourt.
Okay.
There are about 18 custom checkpoints. It's about 7 now.
Oh.
Take a trip. 11 has gone. Lagos Badagry Expressway that they have up to 20 custom checkpoints. Custom alone. Some come and do hit and run. Carry, go and chop and drop. They have all gone. About 6 is left. Some of you that are living on that road should have to know.
They've been reviewed before.
They have been reduced to 4. How did that happen? It is through our advocacy.
Yes, sir. But also playing the devil's advocate. There was a report that people tried to, your agency, association tried to set up roadblocks along the way. That's the Lagos Badagry Expressway. What's your reaction to that?
This book is my witness. The toll of corruption in Nigeria. The role of illicit checkpoints in the exorbitant prices of goods that cost Nigeria. If we mount roadblock, it's an illicit roadblock. So how can me that I'm talking about illicit roadblock put an illicit roadblock? I can tell you for free that the people that wrote that publication, they have apologized to me. And you can reach across to them and ask them. They have apologized and they have brought down the publication. Are you still seeing the publication?
What inspired them to write that in the first place?
What inspired them to write it is just, I'm going to guess, is that those who are afraid of us want to give us a bad name to hang us. But they cannot succeed because when I wrote petition because I can write petition easily. I wrote petition to the AIK Maritime Police reporting those people. And I asked them to produce the record they said we wrote to COSOR, intimating that we are going to open a checkpoint on Lagos by the expressway. They couldn't produce it. Who gave you the report? Nobody gave them. They cannot say that this person or that person. What they are saying is that let us speak. That they didn't know that it was me that can be president of this organization. That if they knew, they know me that I'm a no-nonsense person, that they would have tried it. And I believe since they have come with that kind of voice, we cannot become good people under one height. We accepted it. I told one of them that I've accepted the apology, that I will even withdraw the matter from the police.
Right. Yes. Thank you. We'll be speaking with Dr. Basil Onwulisa, the author of The Toll of Corruption in Nigeria. We'll be back in a jiffy after this short break. Thank you.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Okay. We are welcome back to the program Maritime Frontier Show. My name remains Dili Utomi. We have been talking with Dr. Basil Onwulisa, the author of The Toll of Corruption in Nigeria, the role of illicit checkpoints in the exorbitant prices of goods across Nigeria. So, we have been talking generally about corruption and particularly about the aspects in the maritime sector. No, there are agencies, different agencies of government within the maritime sector. We have the economic regulator, which is in Nigeria Shippers Council. What do you think their role is in the role they should play in trying to curb these corrupting intentions that you so much talk about?
The truth of the matter is that the so-called regulatory agencies, they don't even know their rules. They don't know their rules. They try to also take out a living through those rules. Are you getting me? For example, if in the Nigerian situation, if you report a case to the police, you will give police money to investigate the case. Are you aware? If that is the case, if you give a matter to those regulatory agencies, if you don't give them money, they will not do justice to the case. So their position is nonsense. They're not doing their roles. They're not playing their part.
Which particular one? Because you have several family agencies within the marital sector.
Needless to mention names, all of them are not playing their roles. All of them. There's no particular one. Maybe you're searching shadow and say, oh, is this one? Is this? All of them are not playing their role. Like I said, since the federal government cannot empower police to investigate a case brought to them, it is the person that reported the case that will be financing and funding the investigation of the case. There's no investigation. All those things are fallacies. The true investigation is when you report a case, and then the body you reported the matter to is empowered to follow up the case, both financially and morally. They will do a huge job, what they call a human job. You cannot achieve it anywhere in any regulatory body in Nigeria. Even the FCCPC, that somebody is giving glowing attribute. The FCCPC, if you report a matter there, which I have done, when some criminal banks online, all these banks are criminal banks. Why have the FCCPC or anybody allowed them to operate in? The one that will pop up and say they will give you 10 million naira loan, and they say you should enter your details. This or that. I can give them BVM. They will give you 10,000 and asking you for interest of 15,000 in 7 days. Is that not armed robbery? What have they done about that one? Look, what these regulatory agencies are actually doing is running their own personal business. You come to them, you report a matter, you fund them. When you are tired of funding them, the person you are reporting the matter against will start funding them, and justice will be miscarriage. There'll be a miscarriage of justice. Because, for example, now, I reported, for example, let me give you an example. I report a shipping company to one of the regulatory agencies that are extorting me. Are you getting me? And they ask me what to do, the sacrifice to make and all that. I play those games, they start work. Once I stop contributing, and those people I reported start contributing, and then the people that are fully loaded, my petition or whatever complaint will not see the light of the day. Maybe when I come, they will tell me, look, we are not called to, you can go to court. Are you getting what I'm saying?
Are you saying that the regulatory agencies and other agencies are sitting on their hands? They are not doing what
they are collaborating, they are conspiring, they are working for the highest bidder. And I stand to be corrected. And I want, at times when I'm facing the television, that they should come along. Let us talk about it. So how to ask them question, they respond, and then I throw them the big question.
But that's a very bleak assessment of government agencies, is it not? Isn't that very worrying? If you could sit down and television and say this, and then you say you have your facts about them.
You say that the journalist is always playing devil's advocate, right? I'm playing demon's advocate. In the real sense of what is a demon advocate. It's an advocate that is challenging the devil himself, because they're offerings of the devil. So what I'm telling you now is simple. If you want to know whether I am making the point or saying the truth, try reporting an act, an offense by any shipping company or by any terminal operators. There are some shipping companies that have my own refund to me for 3 years unpaid up to today. A shipping company like MNC, I have old deposits, the container deposits, and they are still owing me 3 years after.
3 years.
Yes.
Did you not do it with proper documentation?
They look at the argument. They say that they want to pay the container the money to the importer. Are you getting me? Why should they pay it to the importer? I paid the money to them from my account. The importer, they were 5 in that container. And they gave me, they paid me to do the business. And they want me to surrender the money to the importers that have no business in payment of that. I paid it. The money should come back to me. I pay for my account. But the truth is that I don't have time yet. If I have time, when I ask for that refund, they will pay through their nose.
What is the
I'm loading my money doing running their business for years.
Which particular agency were I supposed to report to on this?
Nigeria Shippers Council.
What did they do about it? Or you did?
I have not reported to them because I don't have the time. It's a big time. You spend more money following all this and what they call wild goose chase. I have better solution. They say that there are low costs in the land according to them, but there are costs. If you do diligently follow your court matter without allowing for what they call
technicalities,
that destroy your case, you win any case in court because the court is simple. If you steal my goat and I have a video where you steal my goat and the video where you are cooking my goat and eating it, will the judge ever have the courts to say that you did not steal my goat? Yeah, I have you in video. You stole my goat. I have you another video where you are slaughtering the same goat with the same coat on the goat. And you clear the goat, chop the pepper soup. You say I will not get justice. I will get justice. Forget about it. We continue to get justice because we always follow. They don't know that at times, and that might do where they stop collecting money from importers and clearing agents from all these small vehicles. Our men are there at times taking, recording what they are doing. Are you getting what I'm saying? That is for free. I'm giving you this for free. I will say, don't polish, but I tell you that we have them on record, some of them stealing money from the public. In the name that they say that you did a short payment.
Sir, how well have you tried to push the issues to the front burner or for the federal government to be able to come to your aid and let's say, see the argument from your own point of view?
We are working. In fact, we are working with some government departments that are willing to help us. Many people are tired, are fed up of this corruption, and people that are some of them that are in the civil service are angry with the level of corruption in Nigeria. So there are some of them that we are working closely with to make sure that this does not continue, and they are cooperating with us. And I can tell you, before 6 months from now, you see a lot of improvement on things. Since you can attest that semi-border now to Lagos is about 4 this year. At your own level, you remember last year, how many were there? Customs. There are those they call those that come to do hit and run. They are no longer coming. And we are asking the federal government, at least in the tariff, let them put CCTV on our roads, especially at any place there are legitimate checkpoints. Let them put CCTV there to monitor the activities of those actors. For example, there's supposed to be a CCTV where there's a military checkpoint. There's supposed to be a CCTV where there's police or custom checkpoint. If there's what they call deterrent in the international environment, it will deter them from this. And you see a lot of people will close up their checkpoints when they know now they're collecting money on camera. I hope you understand me. Yeah. They will abandon the business. They are not putting checkpoint because they love Nigeria so much. If not, they will have arrested all these kidnappers and armed robbers. They are doing it for their own personal pocket and those that send them.
I want to borrow from the experience of a particular country. The Berlin Wall was said to have been built about 2,000 years ago. They said for the first 100 years, the wall was always breached. People inside find a way of bringing people outside to come and attack people inside. because of
for money.
Yeah, because of their own selfish. And the ruling people within that time, they were frustrated at this high wall. How come these people keep coming in for about the first 100 years until somebody took the drastic steps of really educating the people inside? Because in our own palace, we say there is a rat inside that invites one outside that there's a fish hidden somewhere. Why can't the federal government do things like this, right? Borrowing such experiences, where go the drastic way, maybe even involve foreigners who are well experienced and well trained in prison for anti-corruption, come and take care of some of the things, because the way you're describing it, Nigeria is losing a lot. 20 trillion naira, like you said, is huge amount of money. That's about maybe about half of our national budget or more. It was with me. So, what do you think drastically that should be done to curtail this?
What should be done is that it is high time the federal government get the issues of corruption seriously. Are you getting? Because corruption is also in the contract they are giving. They too, they are living in contract scams. See, for example, I saw the other day, is it 200 street lights we are giving for 683 million? Street lights, 683 million, 200 pieces. And at the end of the day, the person that will do that contract might not get 50 million. And then you will do a shady job. At the end of the day, when heavy rain and heavy wind come, the thing will be blown. So that if you pass there after 2 weeks, there will be no, street light again. And what it means that the government has just thrown 683 million into the drain. That 683 million can be used to establish like 500 mechanized farms across Nigeria, bringing in experts. Are you getting me? To build an industrial production of certain categories of food items for local consumption and export. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Just imagine the Cambodians, they have rice commodities that can get a yield in 50 days. There are 365 days in a year. Automatically, if you want to cultivate rice, that rice with your irrigation, you can get 7 times rice yield in a year. For example, are you getting what I'm saying? Or 6 times yield. And then we keep on, using our natural phenomenon in farming to meet the mechanized panel, like using natural fertilizers, organic fertilizers to build organic food. Do you know that in United States and United Kingdom, they buy organic food times 10 of what they pay for other varieties of food? Do you know that? For example, now you say organic cocoyam that is cultivated in Africa, in the streets of United States or UK. People that know the value will buy it times 7 or times 8 of what they are selling, the ones that they are using GMO or what kind of thing to produce. Because you are eating health. Are you getting what I say? Federal government can just put that 683 million they put on street light to manipulate the people, and the politician that collected the money is taking home about 400 million for next election, to use it to kind of bring foreign partners in farming and other ways, animal husbandry, to start rearing varieties of food items that can be used for local consumption to reduce cost and also to be sold internationally. Almost 87% of our agricultural lands have not been cultivated in Nigeria. 87%. And the people of Nigeria that God created with the best weather and climatic condition ever in the entire world are still suffering and groaning in hunger. Why can't government use that their big hand to work with us, people like us that have contact with agricultural organizations in Cambodia, in Vietnam, and other nations of the world that have turned hardship and difficulty into powerful tools of development. Malaysia, Indonesia, you see they are taking our palm in those Asian nations and made it a war. You know, palm oil is the best source of our protein and energy. Other than all these vast sickness-causing vegetable oil they are selling in the market, refined palm oil is the best world over. And there are more than 7 items you can extract from the palm oil. Are you getting me? Government can bring in these Indonesians, Malaysians, Vietnamese, this thing and all those, and Thailand people, and come and develop the agricultural potentials of Nigeria. The land scattered all over the world, all over Nigeria. There's a pond or something like a lake in Abuja. That lake, my Israeli friend who were driving past through that place, he saw it. He said that this place can produce 300 metric tons of fish every month. Every month.
Okay.
That's what this.
What kind of fish should that be?
Normal fish that will grow in good environment. Now what they use is just to push the eggs inside the descent, how to hatch the fish and throw it inside that place. It's a lake. If you know the lake, what do they call it in Abuja? Jabi Lake. They will just seize it up. That's a way they will construct something like a silo, covering up where the fish can escape. You will till that place is a natural environment for fish breeding now. They just be feeding the fish now with all manner of things. You know, they showed me one video where they are feeding fish with even vegetables. Just, you know, in Nigeria, they start wasting money for feeding fish. They don't feed fish with the even natural things. You know, vegetables and some plants, if you grind it and cook it well and put it, the fish will be eating it and getting fat and getting healthy and getting delicious, because those things are natural elements than those artificial food that are feeding our fish. That's why if you eat our own fish that they breed at home, it's tasteless in comparison with what is seen on the fish. But they will do that fish, you know, they don't have land. They don't have land in here.
So they don't have much.
So because of that fact that they don't have good arable land like us, the small land they have, even their farms are covered with tents. You know that they cover their larger areas of land with tents. And Nigeria, we don't have that. That is stress. Our environment is good. Climate condition is good. We don't need to cover our farm with tents. There are certain varieties of light that go here. We are giving it. Yes, just what you need is irrigation. And the base of a Nigerian nation is water. You can create irrigation from anywhere. So, if we can do that and start being productive, go to China, you see people, how they work. Chinese people, they enjoy themselves as well, but they work hard and enjoy. Here, everybody is standing on the road collecting money from people. If you are coming from Agor to here, you see young men that are supposed to be in the far collecting money from keke drivers, from bike drivers, from people who are hauling goods. Then if you are sending someone to dispatch a letter for you, they will plumb the person. That's why instead of you to dispatch a letter to Victoria Island with 5,000 naira, you end up paying 10,000 for sending a letter to VI. So everywhere is filled with young, strong men misbehaving up and down, refusing to do the right thing to keep body and soul together, because government did not create a platform for these youth to develop themselves.
Thank you so very much, sir. Please, before we go, give us a parting shots. What do you think should be done to curb this corruption, and then to...
I spent the last few minutes to tell you what will be done. It is mobilizing the youth, showing them there are legitimate ways to make money. Let's assume that you employ our youth in these farms that I'm proposing, about 200 in areas of influence and areas of such activity. There are places in Nigeria now that you can do goat breeding, very easy. There are places you can do sheep breeding, very easy. There's where you can do poultry on a natural environment, not this type of net which they confine chicken in a place they are eating. Just open environment, you can breed like 40 million chicken in a 6 hectares of land. Breed them naturally. That's a technology the Chinese people use. They breed them naturally. They feed them twice a day. Early morning when they wake up, they feed them. And then later in the evening, they will play some music. If they hear that music, the chicken will start coming back and come and eat that dinner and go to bed. If you see the chicken are healthy, yeah. Some of the food items they give them are actually medicine, roots, that's seeds, the all natural things that will keep them healthy. So if you can do that, you create all these type of settlements all over Nigeria. Graduates can start working there, beginning like $1,000 a month. $1,000 is about 1.5 million. Are you getting me? And they can sustain the farm. Everybody will be happy. And the meat, they can prepare the chicken and do export, prepare the goat and export. The world are waiting for Nigeria to send their natural food to them to enjoy, rather than buying a chicken that will be as big as this. When you eat it, cancer will start growing in your stomach. So these are the best way to go. And we have the mechanism to drive it.
All right. Thank you so very much, sir. We have been talking to Dr. Bassey Owoli, sir, a author of the Tool of Corruption in Nigeria. It's been such a loaded edition of this program, the Maritime Frontier Show. My name is Dili Utomi. Tune in again next week on the same program. Thank you so very much for staying tuned.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. People's Voice, Mondays through Thursdays, 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions. You don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shape our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Go Get Face of Africa. I'm saying keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, welcome to the program. Yes, it is People's Voice on VOP TV, where citizens start to shape the narrative. Today, we're dissecting a major story that is dominating the headlines and sparking conversation across the nation. Nigerians' reserved seats bill for women gains momentum. Is it really gaining that momentum? Join the conversation with experts, insights, and citizen perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Saviour Udo. Other news stories with details. First Lady Fund raised for National Library. Oluremi Tinubu at 65 Fund launched to commemorate the First Lady's 65th birthday has collected over 20 billion in donation for the construction of a state-of-art National Library. The library is envisioned as a beacon of knowledge and cultural preservation for the future generations. The fund has received overwhelming responses from individuals, organizations, communities across Nigeria. Oluremi Tinubu emphasized that our efforts are driven by a deep sense of duty and patriotism, not political ambition. Okay, so in as much as this is quite controversial, but of course I need to congratulate the First Lady for deeming it fit to look into our international library, okay, to say, okay, instead of me taking my birthday cakes, instead of me taking gifts, instead of me taking a Maybach as a car gift, no, send all the money to me, let me renovate a particular educational institution, which is lovely and commendable. But over 20 billion in how many days? In this same Nigeria. So it shows that we have money. That's why the government will not take us serious. Because they said everybody sent money randomly, okay? But I just hope that aside from the First Lady, if I also decide to announce my birthday, I hope that I will get something, no? Let it not be that this particular favor is just for one person or it's just for the seat of First Lady and it can't go round. But congratulations to us. And now we're actually looking forward to seeing how the implementation and the usage and transparency of that particular funds will go. Okay? But this is all I would say as regards to that particular one. And one more time, happy belated birthday, Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And away from that particular one, Senator Natasha returns to National Assembly after 6 months suspension. Senator Natasha Akpoti-Oduan has resumed her duties at the National Assembly, reclaiming her office in the Senate wing after a 6-month suspension. The Kogi Central lawmaker was suspended in March over alleged violation of Senate standing rules, specifically related to a seat reassignment dispute. It's unclear whether she is fully participated. She would fully participate in the upcoming plenary session, which is slated for October 7. But Senate Minority Leader Abba Moro is expecting to move a motion for her to be reinstated after a public apology. The Senate leadership decision to unseal her office signal a potential easing of tension between Akpoti Oduahan and Senate President Godswill Akpabio. In case you people don't know, I have to mention this again. She said she would never, she is not apologizing, okay? And aside from that, when she talked yesterday, she said that she is also a senator, the same way Godswill Akpabio is a senator, and he shouldn't treat her like a servant, because that's how a dictatorship, will I call it ruler or what have you, treats the subject. She is not. In short, they are all senators, and they only decided to pick one person to be the head or to be a leader of that particular house. So, let there be equality in all of this particular thing that we're talking about. And aside from that particular one, if we're talking about bill, okay, pushing a particular bill for inclusivity for women and, pushing for more women to be in the National Assembly, the State Assembly, and we are treating one like this like a scapegoat, what message are you sending across board? Okay? What message are we sending across board? So let's actually look into this particular one. If you want her to come back, let her come back. You didn't appoint her. Our people voted her in. So let her do her job. That's all I have to say. Lawmakers oppose state police, cite lack of trust in governors. Anambra, I beg your pardon, a member of House of Representatives, Yusuf Gadi, has opposed the call for state police, warning that governors cannot be trusted with control of policing in their states. Gaji, who chairs the House Committee on Defense, believes that the community policing is more effective alternative. Okay, so this particular situation, the reason why I mentioned that of Anambra was because I read in the news yesterday, and of course I read it here, where they called them, there is this particular name they call their state policing outfits. Okay, Akune Chamber, yes. I think that has come in now. Akune Chamber. These people have been doing the opposite of what their main directive and their main jobs were meant to be in the state. Okay, putting fears in the people's heart and treating the people of Anambra in any way. They stripped the particular core members, which we actually saw in the news. And the Ezendigbo, I believe, reached out to the governor, Soludo, and he mentioned that there should be a reform. And that was the question I asked. I said, for an outfit that just started and we're already shouting for a reform, that's the reason why the presidency cannot take us serious as regards to state policing. Because some people are already misusing the power. And that's why some people are saying that if governors have the full authority backed by the presidency, that they might also misuse it. So we have to look into all of this particular situation. We need it, yes, but we need a proper, will I call it a blueprint, okay? A proper way of implementation, otherwise we would also still miss it. Just like that of the NSAS that we protested about, okay? And away from that particular one, Lagos House calls for tougher safety measures after fire outbreak and building collapse. The Lagos State House of Assembly has urged the state government to strengthen its emergency response system and enforce safety regulations to prevent increasing fire incidents and building collapses. Speaker Mudashiru Abbas emphasized the need for a stakeholders meeting to develop a long-term strategy for curbing fire outbreak. Of course, I would commend the Lagos House for that particular one. And I wouldn't just want them to talk, but I would want a full follow-up so as to make sure that that particular tragedy that happened last week doesn't take place anymore in Lagos State. Okay? Tinubu and Atiku engage in fierce battle for Buhari's northern bloc. The power struggle has emerged between President Bola Tinubu and former Vice President Atiku Abubakar as they vie to control of former President Muhammadu Buhari, declaring firm support for his coalition under the African Democratic Congress, ADC. This move is seen as a direct challenge in northern politics. Someone even said that with the way the president went to Kayalis, still decided to shift the allegiance to Atiku Abubakar. This really means a lot, and this is actually saying the stadium, or will I call it the battleground. 2027 is just the goal that everyone is talking about right now. So let's see what happens afterwards. All right, ADC tells Tinubu, Nigeria is not Lagos. Forget 2031. The African Democratic Congress has rejected claims that President Bola Tinubu has no plans to extend his stay in office beyond 2031, insisting his constitutional mandate expires in 2027. Economic hardship and abuse of power under Tinubu's administration. Bandits and terrorists operate within impunity in the north, levying tax on citizens and kidnapping people in broad daylight. The naira has collapsed, inflation is out of control, food prices have tripled, and jobs are vanishing. Journalists are harassed, peaceful protesters are brutalized, and court orders are ignored. ADC has actually said a lot, okay, in that particular one. But let's wait for whichever party that wants to say that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu would not make it after 2027 in terms of the polls, okay, let them show workings and let them come and challenge it, which is what everyone is actually saying. But while you are actually saying that you want to challenge the fight against itself cannot stand. So first, build your home. First, settle with the aggrieved members. First, fix that particular litigation or that particular court issue that you're already having with the leadership, the Dave Mark-led leadership. And afterwards, then we can proceed from there. Otherwise, if you're actually giving projections and you're giving your predictions already as regards to 2027, yet your house is not in order, we don't know what would actually come afterwards. All right? And away from that particular one, still iron and steel manufacturing Tinubu positive results, and that Nigerians should be patient and allow him to fully implement his plans and to fulfill his mandate. What I would just ask Mr. Dewoye is that if you were not the chair of that particular agency, would you have said this? If you're just a common man, a common Nigerian who knows, what he or she goes through every day just to put food on their table, would you have said what you're saying? We are not saying that I'm not also saying that they shouldn't be patient, but all I'm saying is if you were on this other side and you were really feeling it and you were not chairing any agency, any parastatal, would you have actually sounded this way? That's just my question for you. But till then, let's hope for the best. Northern Group warns Abubakar Malami. The North-West Democracy Monitoring Group, NDMG, has cautioned former Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, to desist from raising false alarm over insecurity in the Northwest region. Malami had claimed his convoy was attacked by suspected political thugs in Kebbi State, but the NDMG chairman, Abubakar Sani, accused him of attempting to manipulate insecurity for political advantage. Okay, so I also saw that particular news when they said Malami's convoy was attacked. If you're actually saying his convoy wasn't attacked, no problem. But for you to say that he should stop what he's saying as regards to the insecurity, even if Malami doesn't say it, we know that insecurity is ravaging the north. Okay, so, but if you're actually saying that there is no insecurity enough, no problem. Maybe it has been conquered 100%. But I just hope that tomorrow you would not also call on the presidency or call on the armed forces for them to do something about it. That's all I have to say about that particular one. Okay, so to join the conversation, kindly call the number 09044732605, 09044732605. Follow us on social media at VOP TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOP TV. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as I return, we will dive into the topic, Nigerians Reserve Seats Bill for Women's Gain Momentum. You don't go nowhere, stay tuned, please. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the program, Restore People's Voice on VOP TV. The Reserve Seats for Women Bill in Nigeria aim to increase women creating dedicated seats for. Here's the latest update as regards to the particular one. The bill seeks to guarantee gender balance and promote inclusive governance by reserving seats for women in the Senate and House Representative. One female House member elected per state, total to 74 new seats. President Tinubu, Senate, then Godswill Akpabio, and House Speaker Tajuddin has for the bill, emphasizing the need to reflect current realities and safeguard equity. A lot of women protested of the bill, while over 1 million Nigerian women submitted signed petitions in support of the bill. Has received backing from international bodies, including the Commission, European Union, United Nations, for democracy and inclusion. That's the moment the bill faces obstacles, which needs 2/3 of the National Assembly and 24 state legislators to approve if it's okay. If it is passed, the bill provision would kick in after the current National Assembly's attempt and be reviewed after 16 years, potentially enhancing women's political representation in Nigeria and promoting inclusive governance. We're now being joined by a lawyer, author, and a public affairs analyst from Abuja, who's joining us virtually, Mr. Liberty Wilson. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, sir.
You're welcome on board. It's been a while.
Yeah,
how is Abuja today?
It's fine, sir. Everything here is okay.
Okay. Lagos, we're now in the pool in Lagos. Okay, so all you need is you need a canoe, or if you can swim, then you can maneuver your way around our Lagos Island. But it's nice that Abuja is good. All right, thank you for joining the program. And also in the studio, we have a veteran reporter and a political analyst, Mr. Dele Fanimo. You're welcome on board again.
Always my pleasure to be here.
Yes, sir. Okay, so quickly, I would like us to dive into this. Mr. Dele, let me start with you in the studio before we go to the Abuja man. What's the main objective for this reserve seats for women bill? And can you explain how it's aimed to promote gender balance in Nigerians' governance? Because you would agree with me that Senator Natasha's issue is still ongoing. And if we're actually pushing for a particular bill, yet we've actually singled one out, okay, as a scapegoat, and the men are actually doing whatsoever they feel that is right for them as regards to this particular situation. And they're not fretting. They don't even think whatsoever they've done so far is wrong. Even against the court ruling, the court actually said that that suspension was unconstitutional. Yet, she decided to stay away for 6 months. Here she is now. 6 months is over, and they don't want her back to join the plenary. What do you have to make out of this, sir?
Well, let me start with the reserve seats. You see, I'm not an apostle of discountenancing merit for an all-comer affair in anything. We have seen women rising to the top of their career. We have seen women excelling. We have seen women presidents elsewhere. It wasn't as if a seat was reserved for them. Helen Sirleaf of Liberia fought through to become the president of Liberia. I've forgotten this woman in Brazil. Fought through, mobilized, galvanized before she became the president of Brazil. Today, the number of women in the banking sector as CEO has outstripped the number of men as CEO in the various banks. They didn't get there because they are women. They got there as a result of their resilient diligence, hard work, commitment, and integrity. So why should politics be different? Political positions, especially elective positions, shouldn't be served a la carte. People should work for it on their merit. Yes, you might say that women are constrained, but you find out, if you look at the demography of those who vote in this country, they are mainly youth and women too. Why is it that I think what we should be talking about at this point is dismantling cultural values that relegate women to the background in the scheme of things in Nigeria, and making sure that there is conscious, concrete, and transparent way of empowering women and even the girl child. Okonjo-Iweala didn't become a top player in World Bank before she became the DG of WTO as a result of because she's a woman. Lagarde, who was at the top of IMF at some point, didn't get there because she's a woman. So what they are promoting here, for me, I don't really subscribe to it. Let us dismantle some of those religious and cultural sentiments that limit the power of women to rise to the top. Rather than saying you are giving. In actual fact, politicians are not to be trusted in any way. It's one thing to enact a bill, it's another thing to follow it through. So, for me, let the women not say Uhuru. They should work harder and make sure that they get what they want, not on a platter of gold, but based on merit.
Not on a platter of gold, but based on merit. Now, let me quickly add up to this particular one, sir. Okay, so if you're talking about based on merit, we've seen different cases as regards to this political scene where we're all planning for elections, and for so many political parties, they don't sell their tickets to women, they give them. Okay, now, in a particular position where a woman is quite competent, okay, to go for that particular position, and you would just see maybe in a few months' time and all of that, the party leaders will just call her and say, you are stepping down for this particular person. Of course, maybe that's the person that wants to bankroll, or the person is funding. And when it comes to the funding part of politics, that's one of the reasons why they get to push the women, okay, back, and they would say, you have to step down for this other person to go. So even if they are pushing this particular bill, who will be handing them the ticket? And how will they cross from that particular place.
That's why I said Nigeria as it is today, and it will continue to be, is not bereft of policies, enactments, bills, decrees, amendment to constitution and all that. But the implementation is always faulty. And I want to say here that we need to be conscious about some of these things. For me, yes, there are limitations to women's access to economic power. What made it so? Cultural values and then religious sentiment. That woman, I've forgotten her name now, in Adamawa, was coasting up to victory before Fintry came.
Yeah. She was even announced, I believe.
Yes, she was announced, you know.
And it was overturned.
But because of the fact that it's so thick up there that women are not supposed to lead where men are. And somehow the table was turned. And the rest they say is history. So rather than come to the National Assembly to enact a law that is not enforceable, why don't we go back to our various constituencies and homes and begin to say that it is not out of error that women were created. And that women should also run for political offices the way men run. And there is nothing limiting the woman from being a leader. We have seen women in leadership positions that have excelled both in the public life and private life. So there shouldn't be any limitation to that. Rather than say you want to make a bill that will not be enforceable.
Okay, so Benani was her name.
Benani, yes.
Yes, sir. Okay, so let's move to Mr. Wilson, Liberty. Mr. Wilson, are you there? Please unmute your mic if you can hear me. Hello, can you hear me, Mr. Wilson?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, I can hear you loud and clear now. So how will the passage of this particular bill impact women's representation in Nigerians' politics? Can you provide examples of potential benefits? And will this particular bill lead to significant increase in women's participation in governance? So please talk about that.
Thank you so much for having me this evening. It's not really out of place to say that this bill is timely. In my own humble opinion, it's timely because the issue of women representation in Nigeria has been institutionalized, though not really in the context of practices per se, but in the context of conduct. Just as Mr. Dele rightly asserted, you talk about our cultures, you talk about our traditions, you talk about our religious beliefs that have kept women at bay when it comes to issues of politics and the rest of them. And though Mr. Dele hinges his proposition on the fact that what needs to be tackled at this material point in time is those issues of our cultures and traditions. But then I have a feeling that institutionalizing in a way or the other, bringing this to bear in the context of having a certain percentage or a certain quota provided by the Constitution of Women in National Assembly is really going to enhance representation of women. Take, for example, currently as it is in the National Assembly, I think both in the upper and lower chamber, we have just 21, I think it's 21 women, you know, out of how many hundreds of representatives, we only have 21 women. And in all the states houses of assembly, I think we have just like 48 of women in all the state houses of assembly. And then about 15 state houses of assembly does not have a single woman in the state house of assembly. So, you know, in a way or the other, though this is not really what is in the Constitution. We see our practices over time and then our our conduct that have kept women in the most disadvantaged position, have kept them there for ages. So I think this bill is a welcome idea, and it's going to really enhance representation of women. Take, for example, there are a lot of countries that have adopted these representative quotas in their own constitutions. I think we have about 135 countries in the world that have adopted this system, and it's working. But you see countries like Saudi Arabia that recently just adopted a change that permitted women to even participate in elections, have this kind of quota of women representation in their parliament. So we have a lot of countries all over. So for us to be able to cut off this system that have kept these women out for a long time, the best thing to do at this material point in time is to be all out to support this bill, irrespective of how we feel about it. So this is my humble opinion.
Okay, so what are some of the challenges facing the passage of this bill? How can it be addressed? And some critics argue that the bill may increase the cost of governance. Is this a valid concern, and how can it be mitigated?
Thank you so much. They have their own opinions and they are entitled to same. But I feel, by my own research and comparative analysis, I discovered that per representation, it's not going to add, it is less than 1% of the current National Assembly budget. And I think even if it's going to increase the cost of government, over time we've been criticizing the government for spending a lot on public offices and the rest of them, especially members of the National Assembly. But then I feel like what is worth doing is worth doing well. No matter how it's going to cost, really have a system that provides for women representation in our parliament or in our government. It's so important. It's not really something to really even go ahead asking questions about its sustainability before we go on to do it. The issues we're talking about has to do with cutting costs of governance, is poor implementation of projects, issues of course, like you see a lot of allocations in the National Assembly that we have no idea where those monies goes to. So if we are going to talk about cutting the cost of governance, these are the things we need to talk about, not really increasing the numbers of persons in the National Assembly. So I feel in a way that though there are hinges, these things doesn't just happen in vacuum. They happen, and there are prices we have to pay for every change. And then I feel like no matter how it's going to cost, it will be okay. Women are mothers, and trust me, they are in touch with the realities of the common man more than women. You cannot take away this reality. And they're coming to think of it. I'm actually from the northern part of the country, and I was happy that Mr. Dele made an example with Adamawa State, the state I came from.
Wow.
The truth about the matter is that we have a system that does not in whatever way give woman a chance. Whatever way. But whatever parameter, in a way or the other, Binani tried her best. But what really caught her off, just rightly, as Mr. Dele said, was these issues of systematic deformity. And then, if we are going to give a level playing field for everybody to rise through the rank to become or to attain, just what Mr. Dele says, we end up not having women. Even after 10, 20 years, we end up not having women. Becoming, like, if I'm going to give you an example with northern part of the country where I came from, we have a system that has zero tolerance for women representation. It's an abomination to see a woman sitting in a decision-making seat.
I'm aware of that.
Yes. If we are going to institutionalize these things, it's going to be very easy, because trust me, when this is institutionalized, in Katsina will not say that, okay, now because our culture and our religion does not allow women to be in seat of power, therefore we want people from Akwa Ibom to now occupy seats that are located to Katsina. That definitely is not going to work. So in a way or the other, by the time these opportunities are given, you discover that in a way or the other, we have practical pointers. We have little village girls who will point at these women in the National Assembly as practical examples of what they want to become. So I feel like no matter the cost, no matter what is to be expended, no matter what.
Okay, so I think we're having a network glitch there from Mr. Wilson Liberty. Are you there? Okay, so let me just come back to the studio. All right, let's talk about the international perspective of this particular situation. How does Nigerian proposed bill compare to similar initiatives in other countries? What can be learned from international best practice? And what role can international organizations play in supporting the passage of these bills, sir?
This is politics. And Nigeria is sovereign. It's a sovereign state. So there is little or no influence coming from external bodies, international agencies, countries beyond the shores of Nigeria that can put too much pressure on us to allow this to happen. I've told you, it's like you are giving orders to policemen to go and arrest when you know that the fortress is not something that is penetrable, that is impregnable, such that the policeman cannot get to the suspect. It's like you are sending them on an errand that they will know they will never succeed. So it's the same way here. Until we dismantle those chains, until we break those chains, religious, cultural, traditional beliefs that inhibit, that stunt the growth of women, until that chain is broken and women are economically empowered, that is the only way we can begin to have a semblance of more women representation in governance. But even if you give them the whole slots, if they don't have, and in actual fact, you cannot de-enfranchise the male in that constituency, because that would be running contrary to constitutional provision. So, and when there is a conflict, the constitution stays supreme over such in terms of adjudication.
Yeah.
And there is no part of the constitution that precludes a male or a female from contesting election. So, either we like it or not, what we should be talking about, except they are playing to the gallery. That's why they will not listen to some of these submissions. They have to dismantle those chains. They have to break those chains.
Okay, sir. Let me come in here. Let's look at this Natasha's situation. I've not really gotten your take as regards the old saga that happened to her from the suspension till now, that it's taking the National Assembly time for them to reinstate her back into office and for she to do legislative duty. What's your take on all of this situation surrounding Natasha's case?
My position has not changed and is not likely to change. You see, Natasha erred on the floor of the House. The rules of engagement in the National Assembly was circulated among members, both new and old. It's another thing to ignore it or to decide not to go through those rules.
Okay.
And ignorance is no excuse in law.
In law, yes.
There are certain things you cannot do on the floor of the Senate, especially when there is plenary, and Natasha ran foul of that.
So have you forgotten that this present Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, okay, when he was also, when he was still just a senator in that same house, he did the same thing to Saraki. Have you forgotten, sir?
Of course, I am aware.
So what happened to him?
Well,
was it suspended? No, I want us to look at this particular thing.
Listen.
Was it suspended, sir?
It inflames passion when we talk about Natasha. Natasha is somebody that I dearly like for two reasons.
Okay.
For her resilience, for her commitment to justice, and then for championing the resuscitation of Ajaokuta Steel rolling mill. For those reasons, it's somebody dear to me. But that will not detract. I am not somebody that would think from my heart. I rather think more from my brain and less from my heart.
Okay.
So, at the point of what transpired on the floor of the Senate that 50th fateful day, Natasha erred. take her to anywhere.
I'm not against that particular.
Now, she was suspended.
But Akpabio was not suspended.
Well,
Saraki did not suspend him.
How many thieves go to court?
Okay,
so all the thieves that go to court.
So now we have a selected punishment or selected sanctioning.
No. If
that's how it's looking to me, sir.
Let me tell you. Armed robber can come to your house.
Not my house, sir. They can go somewhere.
Armed robber can visit anybody. It is left for that person to either report or keep quiet. If that person decides to keep quiet, will you hold government accountable for that?
If we have a good regulated body, sir. If we have a good regulated body, okay.
Which body will regulate the Senate?
It is okay.
It self-regulatory. As a matter, they are supposed to be watchdog. So who watches the dog? That is the watchdog.
That's the problem.
So for me, if Saraki decided to close his eyes to whatever Akpabio did then, it doesn't mean there is no law.
Even after Saraki, you would agree with me, sir. Another one happened during the late president's time, Buhari, where this is the former Senate president before Akpabio now.
Is it Lima? I've forgotten his name now.
Something like that happened as well. I've forgotten the senator that was talking to him, and he said, please, at least sit. Can they off his mic? They did. He was still talking. And he said he needs to hear him. We didn't see any suspension.
That is at the discretion of the Senate president then.
Okay, so the discretion of this particular Senate president now decides to suspend Natasha. But Natasha
decided to report to the plenary.
Decided to report.
And then the plenary decided to suspend.
But sir, Natasha is not the first. I want you to
Akpabio did not suspend Natasha.
Okay, it was the plenary that he reported to.
That suspended.
Okay, Natasha. So but Natasha is not the first, or was not the first to had actually talk, and they told the senator to
have told
but
you
they are now selecting who they want to actually sanction.
If somebody slaps you and you turn the left cheek, it is your prerogative.
I'm fulfilling the scripture, sir.
Yes, but it may not, that person, the man that slaps may not be lucky next time. If he slaps somebody who does not believe in the scripture, who will go to the police station to go and arrest.
I sincerely know that Mr. Dele is quite diplomatic as regards to this particular conversation.
No.
But I love the fact that you said that if Bukola Saraki, who was the former Senate president, yes, had decided to also report Akpabio, then
Lawan is the Senate president.
Yes. So if he had decided to report, okay, the Senate could have also taken
the disciplinary committee.
The disciplinary committee would have also taken, taken it up against Akpabio, and Ahmad Lawan would have also done same. And before Natasha's situation, the other senator that also did something like this, but because it was not amplified to this particular point, if Senator Akpabio felt like, but of course, he was APC and the other person was IDP, and I'm going to get the video and see how to do that between tomorrow and next. Okay, just what we want to be doing, selecting who we want to report and who we are not going to report, then I don't think we're ready for this particular government yet, and we're not ready to serve the people as we actually claimed, okay, to do. Now, let me go to Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson, are you still there? Please unmute your mic. Can you hear me? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you loud and clear now. So how does this bill align with...
yes, I can hear you.
Yes, how does this bill align with Nigerian existing law and policies on gender equality? Are there any potential conflicts or synergies? And what role can Nigeria's civil society play in advocating for the passage of this bill? Please go ahead.
Sorry, please. I didn't get you quite clearly.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I didn't get the question.
Okay, so I said, how does this bill align with Nigerians' existing law and policies on gender equality? Are there any potential conflicts or synergies? And I wanted to take them simultaneously. And what role can Nigerian civil society play in advocating for the passage of this bill?
As it is, the bill is not in whatever way in conflict with any existing equality legislation in Nigeria. It's not in whatever way. I think the bill in itself is a sum total of what all equality legislations have been aiming at. Because we carefully look at all equality legislations are all clearly pointing to this system of quota. When we have a system of representation that goes beyond our institutionalized cultural and religious practices. So there's no existing law that this bill appears to be in conflict with. Though there must be changes. We know we're bringing some additions in the seats of the National Assembly. There must be changes in the fundamental constitution of the country. Precisely section 48, section 49 that provides for numbers of seats in both the lower and the upper chamber, and section 90 or 91 of the constitution that provides for the numbers of seats in the state assemblies. So there must be alterations or amendment in those constitutions to be able to accommodate this provision. But this does not in whatever way connote that the legislation is in conflict with any existing law. And then talking about the role all Nigerians can play, I think it is at this point that we truly should be able to understand that democracy is calling us to take a stand for it at this material point in time. One thing with us in this country is that we accept democracy, but when the lights are off, we turn around to deny the inclusive philosophy of the tenant itself. If we cannot accept a single or a one-sided democracy. If we say we are practicing democracy, we should be bold enough not to be scared of. If we say we are practicing democracy, we should be bold enough not to be scared of whatever changes that may come to provide for inclusivity or to provide for accommodation of a particular set of people or a particular set of agenda that have felt left out over time. So I think it calls for all of us Nigerians to at this material point in time, both in the public affairs and the legal sector, and both in whatever institutions we find ourselves, to begin to advocate for the rights of women in inclusive democracy. I think it's very important. In Adamawa State, for example, I can give you an example. The governor of Adamawa State have taken steps. The deputy governor of Adamawa State is a woman, and then I think through his policy, he made it compulsory for his own party, through some gentleman arrangement within the party system, that ensure that all the 21 vice chairmen of local governments are women. And then there is a certain percentage allocated to women in the commissionership of the state. In a way or the other, we think this is going against the normal traditional practice that have actually gained traction over time. Okay. And I feel it is time for all of us Nigerians to lend our voice in this sector to enhance the acceptability of this bill.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Wilson, for joining the program. Thank you for that particular final submission. I would also like to take your final submission on this situation, sir.
Well, my final submission is that elective positions should not be served a la carte. People should really work hard and fight for it. Then all the others in the way of allowing women, giving energy to women, empowering women to succeed in politics should be encouraged. You know, they should dismantle all those obstacles before women. Then Natasha's case, Natasha has been reinstated into the National Assembly.
But we don't know if they will allow at the plenary.
We still have between now and Tuesday. And we expect that, given her experience as a battle-ready woman, she should also toe the line of peace and find a way around the National Assembly members so that by plenary on Tuesday, we should have a smooth sail to the next level.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Dele, for joining the program. And also thank you, Mr. Wilson, for joining the program virtually from Abuja. All right. Quickly, I'd just like us to have this at the back of our mind that the views and opinion expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. Of course, we're all entitled to our opinions. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough people do last. Whatsoever you face will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening rest.
Communication is power, and the world is reminded that without sign language, millions are left voiceless. The International Day of Sign Languages is a global call to recognize, protect, and promote sign languages as a bridge to inclusivity. This year's theme, No Human Rights Without Sign Language Rights, underscores the truth that access to language is access to dignity, equality, and opportunity. For the more than 70 million deaf people worldwide, sign language is not optional. It is their right, their voice, and their freedom. Yet, barriers remain. From schools to workplaces, from healthcare to justice systems, the absence of sign language recognition continues to shut out countless people from full participation in society. Experts and advocates are urging governments to do more by enshrining sign languages in policy, expanding interpreter services, and breaking down stigma.
Happy International Day of Sign Languages, everyone. No human right without sign language rights. Language in itself is a language. So now you now have a language for a specialized community of deaf persons, and providing sign language is also providing them with human rights. So if you are talking about fundamental human rights, it's not complete until that deaf child have access to language, which provides him or her access to expression, access also to education, and access, most importantly, to life skill, which is what we as Speaking Fingers is really about, to build them into becoming productive adults. I just said access to expression. You find out that many deaf persons have actually been accused wrongly. So they do not have the opportunity or a language to be able to express when we do not provide sign language as human rights access, as it were. So he or she may be wrongly accused or has been wrongly accused, and there's no language, or the society does not recognize it as a language for expression for him or her to also make a case. Even when one is guilty, you still have the space to be able to make a case for yourself. So providing access or enshrining sign language as a human right is also necessary for that deaf person to plead his or her cause, and most importantly, to express himself or herself. We've had cases in the healthcare sector where healthcare is denied because access to language is not available for such deaf person. So that's a call for our healthcare professionals or practitioners to please be able to learn basic sign language so that they can also be able to include persons with disability, especially our deaf community.
As the world reflects on this day, one message rings clear. Inclusivity begins with communication, and there can be no human rights without sign language rights. The call is simple. Respects the language, respects the people. Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya. Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedụkosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta. Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Go Get Face of Africa. I'm saying, keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV. Fatima.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to another beautiful edition of the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television. It promises to be fireworks and loads of action as far as the sporting world is concerned, most especially football. I am Jerry Alpeliohai reporting for footballing duties, and it promises to be a thrilling show today. And as I'm being joined by talking about the usual suspects and talking about Ikechukwu Mayo and Fizis around the corner. And we'll be breaking down all the action and, of course, sharing their hot takes on what's going down in the football world. And don't forget to stay tuned, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never get to miss an episode of the Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. And don't forget, you can also join us by calling in via the WhatsApp number showing on your screen to join the conversation. All right, we want to set the ball rolling, and of course, Ikechukwu, great to have you join us. So much to talk about, besides world of football.
Yes, good evening, Jerry. Good evening to our viewers. It's so good to be here. We made the edition of the Locker Room, and a whole lot happened yesterday, and I just can't wait to unpack it.
All right, of course, just an hour before we hit the studio this lovely afternoon, so much happening in the exciting world of football and sport as the National Executive Council of the Sport Writers Association of Nigeria, talking about SWAN, has directed all its members across the country to withdraw from covering or participating in any activity of the Nigerian Football Federation, including the forthcoming annual General Assembly scheduled for Ibadan, Oyo State. And of course, in a statement issued today by the SWAN president himself, talking about Mr. Zaya Benjamin and Secretary General Ambassador Ikenna Okonkwo, the association expressed outrage over the deliberate and persistent exclusion of SWAN from the statutory composition of the NFF Congress. And of course, we have here live and direct with us all the way from Abuja, talking about the Sport Writers Association National President himself, talking about Isaiah Benjamin. It's great to have you join us, Mr. Isaiah, on Locker Room this lovely afternoon.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
All right, let's set the ball rolling. What is happening between the NFF and SWAN? Why has SWAN been excluded from the Congress? What is happening? Have you reached out to the NFF president himself and the NFF body to ask why have they been excluding SWAN, which is a statutory composition as far as the Congress is concerned?
Yeah, well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to give clarification to these issues. You see, the exclusion is not just now. It has been an issue that has persisted, and we are just speaking now because we have tried all areas, all that it entails to ensure that the issue is resolved amicably. And since it seems that that is not the case, we are beginning to see that the exclusion is becoming an insult on the association as a whole. And I said it very categorical that, you know, what we are doing now, it may not be for just students. You know, before me there were, and after me certainly there will be others. But we are fighting about the institution that we represent. And if NFF, I mean, for the Sport Writers Association of Nigeria to be so, you know, looked down upon, because that is the way I see it. You know, we are strategic partners in sports development, you know, I mean, across the globe. And if we are so recognized outside this world, it becomes obvious that we also need to be, you know, recognized even amongst ourselves. So I have engaged the leadership of NFF severally, and to tell them that, look, as strategic partners, we are open to working together, you know, for the success of the associations and all, and the federation. Of course, not only the NFF, also going to, we have also written to the Sport Commission to be included can be given to ways that I mean, this is becoming more from NFF today. I mean, for people that we have to take action, because if we don't speak for ourselves, certainly nobody will speak for us. I will not allow this to continue. So it's like we are just starting with NFF so that we can get it right from there. All right. All we are asking is that we are supposed to be part of the NFF constituency. We are supposed to be part of the constituencies, that needed to be part of all the federations. All right. And since the NFF are not ready to listen to us the way it ought to be, so we decided to go the way we have gone, letting the whole world know that this is the only power we have. And that is why we have asked unless and until the needful is done between now and Saturday, which is the AGA, that statement and our position stands. And you see, like we have clearly stated in our position, we are going to send a task force, all right, to Ibadan under the sponsorship of the SWAN, all right, to execute that boycott. And whoever, any of our legitimate member that refuses, all right, to carry out this instruction of boycott will also be sanctioned accordingly. That's the way it works. Because we cannot continue like this without being recognized duly. So all we are saying is that recognize us as others are also being recognized. I don't think we're asking for too much, because we cannot allow this to continue. You see, the right thing needed to be done. Because we shouldn't be good just to, come and cover your function. That's the only thing sport writers are good for. No. We should be able to also, partake and also tell you things that can make sports better, because we write it and we know it better from outside. All right, because we can look like we know the pros and the cons. We know everything that is wrong with sports administration, and we can also give our contributions. So all we are saying is that give us opportunity to also contribute to making sports better in the country. And I don't think we have asked for too much. So exactly that's our position. It's not a fight per se. It's just that we are making our positions very clear. That should the needful not be done between now and the date of the AGA, we will definitely boycott. Not only the AGA will boycott every of the activities until redress is sought accordingly.
Now, you said this has been going on for too long. Did it start on Gasol's time, or was it from Amaju Pinnick's time down to Gasol's time as the president of the Nigerian Football Federation?
Over some time, SWAN used to have voting rights in NFF elections, all right, as members of the board. Now, when I came to power, and that wasn't the case, we wrote officially to NFF, telling them that there is need for us to go back to status quo. It will interest you to note that since my assumption in power, since 2023, we have written more than 5 or more letters to NFF. None of our letters have been responded to. Now, if we take the pains to write formally, I think the onus also lies on them to reply us formally. But I can tell you that they've never replied any of our letters formally. And again, we consider that an insult to us. All right? So we wrote to tell them, say, look, this is what it used to be. Please, let's go back to what it used to be so that it can get better. There was no response whatsoever from them. All right? And they have continued to do all they need to do, even in times of traveling, where sport writers are supposed to be taken along to give necessary coverage. SWAN is not also giving the required recognition. They rather choose to go with family and friends. I can tell you for free that even the only slot we were given to go to under 20 AFCON last year, was it last year or early this year? Our nominee that went till now that I speak to you, they've not been paid any dime. All right, so it doesn't make sense. So we felt, look, this anomaly needs to be corrected once and for all. And this is the only way that perhaps we can come back to the drawing table and agree and ensure that the needful is done.
What do you perceive to be the root cause of the certain apathy from the NFF towards the SWAN body? Is it that the current board feels that they don't need SWAN and they can do what they like and get away with it?
What they are thinking, but what I do know is that any form of carrot and stick approach will not be tolerated. That is exactly the position we are maintaining, because we also know that a number of our colleagues, may be used to, do one or two things. And we will not hesitate to continue to state the obvious, and the obvious is what is contained in our letter going forward until the needful is done to address it.
Yeah, you keep emphasizing that there's an open door to create a solution, since it looks like you're on the path that if before now on Saturday they reach out, then they'll maybe there might be a resolution. What resolution are you looking at? If there's a seat at the table for SWAN, what will you be discussing with the NFF ahead of Saturday?
Absolutely. All we want is SWAN should be duly recognized. Once there is a communication, all right, giving us due recognitions, and that all the mistakes of the past will no longer be repeated going forward, then we are home and dry. That's exactly what we want. And we are not asking for 2 months. All we are saying is that give us the opportunity as contained in the letters to contribute our quota to sports development in the country. It's as simple as that. We are not asking you to come and give us money. No. We are not asking you to come and build us houses, come and do this or do that for us. I say place us where we rightfully belong. Give us the recognition that is due to us. Because, I mean, if you look at the statement that was released from the National Assembly, from the NFF, you know, they were quick to heart. Those that will be at the AGA, the Senate Committee Chairman on Sport, House Committee Chairman on Sport, and all that and all that and all that. But SWAN, conspicuously not mentioned. We consider that an insult. And that is why we are saying we are open for dialogue. That's the truth of the matter. All right? We are open for dialogue because this is not an individual fight. This is not an individual concern. It's a concern for the association. And what we did was to speak out the minds of our members. All right? So if there's a reach out for us to come to discuss, why not? We will answer the call. Then we table what led to the grievances. Then we find a way amicably of resolving it. Once it is resolved, all right, in the interest of the association and in the interest of sports development in the country, then we are good to go.
All right. If the NFF insists on not making peace or making amends, and you've already said there's going to be a boycott, is it going to stop there or is it going to continue?
Oh, certainly. The positions we have taken, we have stated it very clearly. And we will follow it to the latter. You see, being a member of SWAN is not compulsory. That is one thing that people need to understand. But for those that are our members, we will ensure that they abide by things that will better the association. So, like we have stated, for the AGA, if nothing is done between now and then, we are going to send our enforcement team to Ibadan. We will carry out necessary enforcement, you know, and reporting back to the National Secretariat those that refuse to comply with our instructions, and necessary sanctions will be meted on such members.
All right. Okay. How critical is the NFF to consider including SWAN in terms of football development? How critical is it? Just highlight that so that Nigerians will know. How critical is SWAN in terms of having an input in what the NFF is doing as far as football is concerned?
Well, of course, very critical because we what you don't know. So because we have been following sports development in this country, so we can tell of a surety, you know, we can tell of a surety we is doing well. So we can also contribute our quota going forward.
All right. I want to say thank you very much, National President Isaiah Benjamin, for being a part of the locker room and giving us all the details that we'll need as far as this issue is concerned. We'll hope that there's a resolution, but if not, definitely you'll be maintaining status quo.
Very well, thank you. Thank you so very much for having me. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity.
All right, it's a pleasure. All right, and of course, from Isaiah Benjamin, you've heard from the horse's mouth. All right, we'll take a quick breather. You're still watching The Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. All right, you're welcome back. You're still watching The Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. And of course, for those who were with us, you enjoyed talking about the national president of SWAN, Isaiah Benjamin, talking about the issues between the NFF sidelining the Sport Writers Association of Nigeria in having an input. Yeah, I always say it's not about we coming here every time to talk. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because in as much as we talk, we always follow up on what is happening. And we know the trends that's applicable. I'm not saying that those who are in the NFF might not know, but definitely from the eye of the media, there's a lot of input that the Sport Rights Association can actually have, because we've been there for years. We've seen different boards. We've seen what they did wrong and what they can do right to make football better. Because we're not coming and be criticizing the NFF when you don't give us an opportunity. Because it's even in the NFF status. It's not like they are asking for what is not there. It's in the law of the NFF. Swan has a seat at the Congress. So, and if you are not following through, it shows that there's apathy. And like you heard from the talking about the national president.
So one thing I really would have loved, I would say one thing I would expect them to do now, after if the strike continues, if NFF doesn't decide to invite them to a roundtable conversation, is for them to actually seek a legal position to this, because you have a seat on the table, you're not being invited to the table. I mean, it doesn't make any sense, right? And it simply means that whatever it is that NFF has been doing since this administration, since 2023, according to Benjamin, is null and void, because they are actually not following their own rules. And if you're not following your own rules, that means you're actually spitting on your constitution or the set down rules. And I mean, like they always say, naturally, if you cannot build on illegality. So at this point, it's obvious that NFF has obviously been building, or they've always been obviously been having Congress on illegality. And it's so sad that, the national president can come, the way he was actually complaining, that, I think he said they've written about 5 letters.
Yeah.
It says a lot about how disrespectful and how yes, because so you cannot tell me, okay, let's understand that you didn't see the first one, you didn't see the second one. I mean, Swan is not just a group of people who you just push aside. These guys own the media as regards sports in this country. So if they can actually write you, go through every means, and still haven't gotten any sort of information or regard or acknowledgement from you, it says a lot about how you yourself see football. Now, Jerry, a couple of days ago, we were talking about this NFF-led board by Gusau. Now, what we are seeing here play out obviously tells us about how he actually sees football, or how he generally actually sees. Yes, because trust me, if people who are actually there to actually amplify, your concerns, because that's what the Sports Rights Association does. If the NFF has any issue with federal government today, as regard payment or whatever, it is still Swan that is going to actually make that put that out. So if you decide to actually shut down the one of the most important arm of your body, then it says a lot about how or what you understand about what you're doing.
For reporting, but not good at being on the table that is rightfully there.
It's terrible that in 2025 we're having conversations like this. But then this also speaks to the state of our sports
and the
generally.
level of organization.
Yes, because if you cannot get it right in your house, how can you actually manage football that is, I mean, we don't even have our national team players even in the seat of NFF when they want to have their Congress. So when you have issues with people who are supposed to organize and put things in order for you, then of course it's definitely a problem going forward. Now we're expecting for me, right, for the good of our football, I'm hoping that this strike doesn't go on, right?
All right. Yeah, I rightfully made sure that you were here to hear all from the talking about the national president himself, because I had to call him when I saw the news, the press release was released on the Swan group, and I had to take effect. I reached out to him. I said, okay, let me reach out to I'll reach out to everybody. Let's nip this in the bud. You've heard from the national president himself talking about Isaiah Benjamin. It shows that all the things we'll be saying about this NFF board is proven to be right. Lack of organization, apathy, no follow through, no due process. Everything is just done like a carpenter hitting the nail, just packaging anything just to let my people go.
Well, it's just unfortunate that we find ourselves in this situation. The bottom line is this: they do not respect, the Sports Rights Association. They do not respect Swan. That's number one. Number two, it's inside the Constitution. It's statutory. It's not an option. Swan needs to be part of it. The president said something the other time. Even Swan should have a slot in voting. I don't think Swan voted in the last election. It shows the kind of illegality we are running and that we have constituted as a board. And it's so unfortunate that we find ourselves in this kind of situation. We have people who do. How do you go against your own statutory requirement? How do you go against it? It's statutory. It's required that Swan must be involved. Yet you decided to leave Swan out. Then you now insulted Swan on it. I mean, they wrote 5 letters to you. I decided not to respond. As far as I'm concerned, if the NFF does not want to have anything to do with Swan again, they should amend their constitution. The constitution is very clear. And I think, the president was talking the other time, and I don't think the NFF is going to respond. Because if you have written 5 letters and they've not responded, it means they are thinking they think the Swan body is relevant to whatever they want to do. I think like Kechuka said, Swan should probably seek redress, because if it's part of the statutory requirement of the NFF, then there is a need for Swan to seek redress in the appropriate quarters that will hear this. They should need to seek redress in court. A lot of people might say they've said we should taking anything football to court and the rest of that and whatever. But this does not make any sense. It means we've been running a board without following the proper laid down constitution. So what kind of board are we running? And also this goes further again. It shows the kind of board we have that they don't have accountability. How do you shut out the only organization that will make you accountable? I mean, if you're accountable, if you know you're accountable and you know your hands are clean, why are you scared about the press? Why are you not involving them? I mean, it's just so unfortunate, and I hope they will be able to come to a round table. But if they have not responded to 5 letters, I don't think they will respond until Saturday. I think the Congress will go ahead. And the reason for that is this, because media nowadays, anybody can set up a camera and YouTube, and you're already talking football, even though you don't know the basics of how these things run. And I think that's the reason why the NFF can do what they are doing. However, I'm hoping the president will be able to go for that and not just sit down on the letters alone, go for that and properly stick an actual redress and force the NFF to do the right thing, because it's as clear as tomorrow's sun will rise that the board we have for any do not know what they are doing.
Jerry,
I think the task force shouldn't be doing it alone.
See, this is why this is why I won't blame Benjamin-led board of the Swan. You cannot write 5 letters. If you want, they refuse to respond.
Just giving them time.
No, he put it. That's not the reality. I mean, Jerry is 5 letters. Not serious. Exactly what it is.
Peace. Leave that reasoning.
No, Jerry. No. Respectful for your own insult. To even see writing 5 letters, Jerry, should not even have happened. Right? And that's the way I'm forcing. And like I said, truly, I don't even, because if 5 letters to me and I ignore, and now you're writing a letter that you're going to boycott, a court that has been fixed, tables that have been arranged. I mean, Jerry, how on earth do you even expect me to adjourn in less than 3 days? This is the question.
Pretty interesting. And it didn't that with the bomb and feel including just yourself a bomb with the I think they also want to choose not even well as a qualification.
That's everything you will not do.
Okay, you're saying you're married.
I'm saying the way he actually goes. Right. Zamfara come very well. Right. So now you are now the president of NFF. So you are in a position and studying like Ogoni done so well, even national. What
that man knows to do his best to.
So get into power. If you get into power, the people who through the people who got you into power are still very much the corridor of power. You see what to be. I mean, you can only.
Because you know the fact that the government will be having plans in place. So anyway, maybe because he knows that for a fact, he's already doing his last week, and he's not taking this World Cup qualifications.
He has never taken anything serious as far as I'm concerned since when he became the NFF chairman.
And it's dangerous. It's dangerous for football to have a situation like this that has not been well tackled, and it shows you how they manage.
It explains.
Crisis,
it explains exactly. It explains why we are in this position in our World Cup standing. It explains why. Yeah. Because this huge disorganization, it means that this is a body led by a man who feels that yes, this thing is not important. Let's just do it this way. Yeah. And that's exactly how we run our football. Like I said yesterday, the only reason why we are looking at a possibility of us still maybe we still find a way to make it to the World Cup is because we know that we have the talent. If we have the same,
maybe that's why we need to say we don't need tactics. Maybe the ideology spread the ball.
No, truly.
Yeah,
truly.
Like you just Jerry, you have the players. You can pick anybody.
Jerry, if you have a headache, your entire body will feel it.
Yeah, it's true.
That's exactly what we're saying.
I hope Marital too, because they have to force it to play Trust Ekong. Don't worry, Trust Ekong. You don't need quality. You don't need top. Anybody can do it. You don't need to.
It's sad.
Deal on tactics. It's pretty sad. I'm still talking about Nigerian football right now, not the NFF, where it looks like Nigerian's captain William Trust Ekong has been included in the Super Eagles provisional squad for the upcoming World Cup qualifiers against Lesotho and Benin Republic. And despite criticism for his recent performances, including an own goal against South Africa, Eric Chell has chosen to retain him in the squad. And Ekong's place at the final 23-man list remains uncertain, pending a decision in 2 weeks' time. Ekong's defensive partner, Shemi Ajayi, is expected to return to the team after recovering from an injury that required surgery. Ajayi had only played once since joining Hull City from West Brom in the summer. His manager confirmed he could play a part in their game against Watford, paving the way for his potential inclusion in the Super Eagles squad. And the Super Eagles are set to face the tough competition in the World Cup qualifiers, and Coach Charles' decision on the final squad will be crucial in determining the team's chances of success. Maiwa Ekong is back. Anyway, maybe this World Cup qualifiers will be his last, because you don't score an own goal in a crucial game and get forgiven by, in quotes, Nigerian football fans. Let's not forget Sani Keita. Yeah, after that red card at the World Cup. I know. Even to today, Yakuba Igwe is still suffering from. we see that chance to score a goal at the World Cup, and Ekong scoring an own goal. I don't know how it looks now. It looks like Eric Chell is hell bent on inviting him still. Do you still think we still need Ekong in the rest of the qualifiers? Maiwa?
To be honest with you, the last performance, was a bit terrible. I won't fault him for the own goal. Even the best players, make mistakes and they score goals. So I will not fault him for that. However, the performance in that particular game, did not give the second we used to know. Also, we should also remember that he's just coming back from injury. He's not 100% fit before that particular game. And a game before that, he did not play, and the guys did so well in that, and the guys that played did so well. And that's the reason why a lot of people criticize Eric Chell for playing a two-second, because the guys that played while he was not around, they did a very good job. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think he's back to match fitness. He can be part of the team, because of the experience he brings. And not an official part now. Probably be part of the entourage, part of the coaching team, just because of the experience he brings. The experience goes a long way in camp. But I don't think it is right to take away a slot from people who are actually very, very fit. And maybe Eric might be thinking that because Shemi Ajayi is back now, he wants to know the pairing works so well, he wants to include Eric. Probably maybe he's looking at bringing the Shemi Ajayi back. Also, Eric should not forget, Shemia Ajayi is just coming back from a long time injury. Before you begin to play fully, it's going to take time. Before you begin to get yourself back, it's going to take time. A typical example, Roger was out for over a year, and he just started, getting to play football bit by bit. He's not even fully recovered yet. So I don't think it would be right for a child to be thinking of bringing a Shemia Ajayi back to a crucial World Cup qualifier. Even as much as I feel we are not going anywhere, we are not going to the World Cup, I think we should have some pride and future players that are fully fit and that can do the job. So for me personally, I think Tustekong should not be making this cut. Tustekong and Shemia Ajayi should not be making this cut. The guys that played against Rwanda in Nigeria here, that marshal the defense, those are the guys we should be looking at. I think they did a very good job, and those are the guys that should play our next World Cup qualifier again.
All right. Yeah. We'll now wait and see the provisional list that will be released. They shouldn't even release a provisional list. They should just release the 23-man list. Also, the provisional list is just a waste of time, as far as I'm concerned. But we'll wait and we'll make sure that we'll update our viewers as far as the Super Eagles team list is concerned. But one very important information is that Zimbabwe has reversed its decision to move its 2026 FIFA World Cup qualifier against South Africa to a neutral venue. Instead, the match will be played at Durban's Moses Mabhida Stadium in South Africa on October 6th. And this decision comes after Zimbabwe's preferred venue in Botswana wasn't feasible due to their own World Cup qualifier against Uganda on the same day. And I think I would have loved Hafiz to be here to answer this, because he was telling us of how they are going to play their next one away and so on and so on. Congratulations to South Africa. Yes, they've done wuru to the answer. Everything is working out for good for them.
At this point, I don't even want to see this group as football. I'm only seeing how terrible the whole thing is. This is bad for the image of Africa. This is bad for everything that we represent of Africa.
It's bad for equity and fairness.
If you don't have a good football pitch,
You shouldn't be playing the qualifiers. You should not play the qualifiers.
that should be a no-brainer.
Yeah.
If you don't, that should be
But you should not be playing your home games in an interested party's home. It's logical sense. I don't know.
This is a countries that are
in plain sight.
Jerry. Iceland is a nation of 400,000.
Yeah,
about 450,000 persons.
Yeah, I think Zimbabwe should be more than
that. Country cannot play their home game away from their country.
It's not possible. It can't even happen.
See, UEFA will never allow it.
And it's happening.
Tomorrow, when people say CAF is a small tournament or African football winning African championship will not. These are the specifics they are speaking to.
I've never heard this before.
It's not about Nigeria qualifying now. It is a disgrace.
Let me now say, CAF has been playing several. This is the first time I'm hearing this kind of thing happening, where you play your home and away game in an interested team in the same group in the qualifier for the World Cup. This is the first time I've never heard it before.
It is terrible for African football.
Wow.
This is not about who is qualifying now. It is so terrible for African football.
This is match fixing in plain sight.
I would have wished to hear from Hafiz.
South African.
I would not Musepe himself. I would have really wished to hear from him.
Maybe we'll try and
how he allowed
we don't want to come and join and listen to us
because how will you even allow this? I mean, you want people to come because see, Jerry, it's not even what people don't understand is this qualifying round is also a competition.
Yeah.
Investors come in. Yeah. It's not certainly different from what you have in Europe called Nations League. It's not different. It's qualifying rounds. Now, when you have these things, investors come in. How will an investor come in and say there's a tournament going on in Africa and interested parties are being playing, they are playing their home games in the same stadium? Come on.
Pretty sad. Maiwa, it looks like everything is working out together for good for South Africa.
Well, my in-laws are good, so let them have it.
Yeah. The match fixing in plain sight.
I think it's just shameful. And when Karaga make that statement that the African Nations Cup, the CAF Nations Cup is irrelevant, a whole lot of us were throwing stones at him and the rest of that. Look at what CAF is doing. how did CAF allow this to happen? Let me give you a typical example. In the height of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, every of their World Cup qualification was played in Poland. And it was played there because every other team in their group, they were not an interested party.
Yes.
How do you allow 3 teams that are in the same group to play the qualification in the same stadium, in the same country? It doesn't make any sense. CAF has been very silent, and the most annoying part is our own NFF, they'll be very silent until we start raising this on this show.
They are busy. They're busy organizing a legal congress now.
Yeah, nobody. If it's to freeze out one, they can do that very well. If it's to ignore letters from Swan, they can do that very well. But what is in front of them, they can't see it. How does that happen? And Musepe has been very quiet. The problem is the integrity of CAF is in question. And I will not be surprised this is happening because Musepe is from South Africa. Even in the days of Issa Hayatou, this is not happening. Let me give another example. Another team. Yeah, another team in our group, Benue Republic. Why did Benue Republic come and play in Nigeria? Benue is very close to Nigeria. They decided to go to Cote d'Ivoire because they knew Nigeria is an interested party. But they decided to open their doors because they know it to favor them. And CAF did not caution them. Our own NFF did not see anything. And let's even leave the NFF out. It's just a disgrace because this CAF competition, this World Cup qualifier, is handled by CAF. And CAF should know better. They should do better. It's just so unfortunate that we have people who do not understand the business of football, running football in Africa, because how this slip past CAF should be studied in Harvard.
To think I was even one of those who was, showering praises on Musepe because he's a businessman, he understands the art of doing business, he knows what should be done. Come on, I never expected at any point in his administration I'll be here saying this about what CAF is. I mean, this is so terrible to see. For a man who has brought in huge revenue in the last Nations Cup in Cote d'Ivoire, I would have expected him to actually continue from that. Well, I mean, like they always say, family first. You always be loyal to your people, but and maybe that's exactly what we are saying here.
You're raising boardroom points because if South Africa were to go through the legal, sensible route,
it's 6 points
for the World Cup.
At this point,
for the World Cup is a mirage.
At this point, South Africa is supposed to be deducted 6 points. That is, I mean, for the Mokona issue alone.
Mokona still played.
Yes, and the issue.
There's no staff the suspension.
Absolutely, and now we are having issues. This interested party playing in the same stadium.
That's also another issue.
This
needs to be addressed.
See,
but the NFF is busy.
I'm expecting the NFF to take, even if you're not going to win, put it to CAF. Let the world see it that this is what CAF did in our group, and the CAF president is a South African. Let the world see what they did and how they made a mess of qualifying rounds in Africa. This is
a sensible NFF, even from the draws.
You would have started fighting it, yes.
If they were organized, from the draws, there would have been a protest. Like, why Lesotho, Zimbabwe
and South Africa would be in the same group?
All in the same group with Nigeria. Why they?
Just imagine Tunisia, Morocco, and Algeria in the same group.
And all of them, they are playing their own games in Morocco.
Yeah.
And now, Morocco is hosting all the Nations Cup now. So they'll be hosting all the qualifiers in North Africa. As maybe the next... Yeah, we are setting the precedent. The next CAF president, if he comes from Morocco, he will say that all the World Cup qualifiers in North Africa should be played in Morocco. Yes.
And nobody will fault him.
Yeah, nobody will fault him. So anytime the NFF president...
And God bless us if they are in our group and go to see the NFF president.
He will not say anything, he will accept. Or maybe if Nigeria has the next CAF president, all West African countries like Benin and Togo and Co, everyone will be playing Uyo, home and away. Because that's what it is.
See, it's not about
what it is.
See, people might not understand this, but it's not about winning. For me at this point, it's not about winning.
It's about being fair.
It's about
equity.
Being fair. It's also about football development in Africa. This is a Stone Age attitude.
I thought I've seen it was when Libya held the Super Eagles.
This is so appalling. This
in plain sight.
Like God.
All right. Anyway, maybe that's why the likes of Finidi said you don't need taxes, because he already seen the future. No matter what they do, they will not qualify. So let's just play vibes on vibes. Anyway, let's talk about the Carabao Cup. We saw games last night, and of course, we all saw what happened. And Brighton, a certain footballer, is doing big things for Brighton. And somebody has said that there's something about Brighton in chunking out great future stars. And they are doing it again in fine style. We've seen Baleba, even McAllister, and Moses Casaido, Mitoma, and so on and so forth. There's something going on with that Brighton team, dispatching the other side by 6-0, and one player scoring 4 goals. And of course, we also saw the drama of Ekitike. Let's talk about Brighton first. Maiwa, those are the results of games played last night. Barnsley were defeated by 6-0. And of course, Burnley lost at home. The Premier League side losing 2-1 to Cardiff City. And there was Burnley, beg your pardon, Fulham beating Cambridge United by 0-0. Chelsea almost a scary one. It was going to be a back-to-back loss, but something happened for them. They beat Lincoln City by 2-1. Wigan Athletic were 2-0 victorious over Wycombe Wanderers and Everton. Who would have seen that coming? That won by 2-0.
Ajaokuta scored in that particular game.
Ajaokuta also scored fantastic goal from the young man. And of course, Wrexham beating Reading by 2-0. And of course, Liverpool and Anfield beating Southampton by 2-1. And of course, the two strikers that got signed this summer, scoring in that one. But let's talk about Brighton first. Maiwa.
Yes. I mean, see, Brighton is another ground where players are being invested. They have a way of developing players and letting them move on for a huge amount of money. They pay small. They get a whole lot from the players, and bigger clubs come fishing for those players. I mean, they've been very impressive. And remember, they have a 32-year-old coach. Their coach is just 32-year-old, and the guy is a football genius. I mean, I was very impressed with the result. I was not surprised that they were able to dispatch Barnsley 6-0. I wasn't expecting anything different. So for me, kudos to Brighton. They continue to punch above their weight, and they hardly sign big names that know of. They get all these smaller names, they refine them, turn them into a star, and they have them move on for a bigger amount. Now coming to Liverpool game, I will ask you, Jerry, what was Ekitike thinking?
I don't know. I don't know. I just not say that. That was actually stupid.
He wants to miss a game.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe he has his sister's birthday like Neymar used to do to attend, or maybe his girlfriend's birthday, so he decided to, because the two situations were totally uncalled for. The first was for dissent, flinging the ball with unprovoked, maybe a little provocation, it happens to defenders. And the second, you scored a goal, according to an slot, you said, go and celebrate with the player who gave you the meal, because Kiesa would have ordinarily wanted to attempt and score because he also needs a look in. He's also competing for a place up front. But he didn't do that. He laid the pass to you and you saw a sitter. What you should have done, you should have gone to Kiesa. That was what Anislot said. And I agree with him. He said he looked stupid. That if he had scored a worldie, like maybe a world-class goal in a Champions League final, it would have been understandable. And maybe it was 5 minutes to the end of the game. You already have a look at it. It would have been understandable. But this you play Southampton. Come on, in the EFL Cup. I don't know. If he scores in Champions League, I think he will carry the referee up and start whipping him on it.
Youthful exuberance. He's still very much a young guy. He's still very much a young guy. I think he's 22 or thereabout.
Yeah.
So he's still very young. These are part of the learnings that young players actually go through. I mean, very fantastic player, and he's one of those players in Liverpool that I begin to pick an interest in. He's slicky, and I think Liverpool might, at the end of the day, regret signing Isak, because this guy most likely going to be Liverpool's main man. I don't know, but it feels like he's getting everything he does right at this point. But for Brighton, Brighton had this structure ever since they signed Dan Ashworth. Dan Ashworth laid down a structure for them that has helped them churn out the best set of talent, and they've been working with that template ever since. Again, we should also understand that there are two types of football clubs in the world. There are those who actually don't really spend enough or a lot of money in grooming players in the academy, while there are others that only want to spend their money, right there in the academy to ensure that they have the best pool of talent. Teams in England like Tottenham Hotspur and co, they do these things, but Brighton seems to be the number one at this point. And clubs like Real Madrid, they don't really spend money on academy players. They spend money on top talent. Also done this same thing he has done with Newcastle. A couple of years after now, we start seeing Newcastle also produce, young set of players, exactly the way Brighton. It don't start overnight, and over time, if they don't continue with this particular template, that they are going to actually lose that touch, and we're not going to see young players come out of Brighton. But this is a very good moment for them. Let them enjoy it, and hope to actually, see good, because it's quite refreshing to see young talents coming to football year in, year out. It gives a new face to it, and congratulations to Brighton for abiding by what they actually started under Dan Ashworth.
All right, and of course, there'll be fixtures tonight. Manchester City takes on Huddersfield Town. It's an away game for Man City to continue on what we saw against Arsenal, but not in possession because it was not really appealing. Losing possession starts to Arsenal in that one. And Newcastle United play host to Bradford City. There's Tottenham Hotspur up against Doncaster Rovers. And Port Vale play host to Arsenal. And Maiwa, the Premier League sides should be able to pick all the results in this one.
If the Premier League side to be able to do that, it will be a good bounce back for Man City. The jury is still out on Pep Guardiola's performances today. But I think the EPL side should be able to win the game. However, this is not the first time the smaller teams will shock everybody. A whole lot of them are going to field their second team, and that might give the smaller sides an opportunity to be able to do something about them. However, I think the majority of the EPL side should be able to do it, especially focusing on a Man City on the backdrop of a very poor game against an Arsenal side.
All right, of course, Kyochuku, any surprises tonight?
No, I don't think there will be any surprise. I don't think these fixtures. I don't think from the way it actually ended last week, Arsenal and Man City will be all out to prove a point. Newcastle is one thing that they don't soften their pedal when they're actually playing against a side that is below them. They go all hard against them. So I think Tottenham Hotspur is one team that's still very much in the building. So, and Thomas Frank will also want to prove a point just why he's a good fit for the Tottenham job. I think it's a smooth sail for the Premier League side.
All right, I want to say big thanks, Ikechukwu, big thanks to Maiwa, and of course big thanks to Fizz, as well as Victor, Alex, and Hassan and Jeremiah for being awesome. And of course, I would have loved Fizz to come and defend the South African situation. But anyway, we'll have him some other time. That will be tomorrow. And of course, from all of us, big thanks for being a part of the show. My name remains Jerry Apelohai saying, if not 20 at all, do it the sponsor.
My name is Esther. They call me the guy, the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice, but integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe King. Hi
guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator. And I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mind Day, but last, more than No Mind Day. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you don't want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right.
2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Communication is power, and the world is reminded that without sign language, millions are left voiceless. The International Day of Sign Languages is a global call to recognize, protect, and promote sign languages as a bridge to inclusivity. This year's theme, No Human Rights Without Sign Language Rights, underscores the truth that access to language is access to dignity, equality, and opportunity. For the more than 70 million deaf people worldwide, sign language is not optional. It is their right, their voice, and their freedom. Yet, barriers remain. From schools to workplaces, from healthcare to justice systems, the absence of sign language recognition continues to shut out countless people from full participation in society. Experts and advocates are urging governments to do more by enshrining sign languages in policy, expanding interpreter services, and breaking down stigma.
Happy International Day of Sign Languages, everyone. No human right without sign language rights. Language in itself is a language. So now you now have a language for a specialized community of deaf persons, and providing sign language is also providing them with human rights. So if you are talking about fundamental human rights, it's not complete until that deaf child have access to language, which provides him or her access to expression, access also to education, and access, most importantly, to life skill, which is what we as Speaking Fingers is really about, to build them into becoming productive adults. I just said access to expression. You find out that many many deaf persons have actually been accused wrongly, so they do not have the opportunity or a language to be able to express when we do not provide sign language as human rights access, as it were. So he or she may be wrongly accused or has been wrongly accused, and there's no language, or the society does not recognize it as a language for expression for him or her to also make a case. Even when one is guilty, you still have the space to be able to make a case for yourself. So providing access or enshrining sign language as a human right is also necessary for that deaf person to plead his or her cause, and most importantly, to express himself or herself. We've had cases in the healthcare sector where what's it called? Healthcare is denied because access to language is not available for such deaf person. So that's a call for healthcare professionals or practitioners to please be able to learn basic sign language so that they can also be able to include persons with disability, especially our deaf community.
As the world reflects on this day, one message rings clear. Inclusivity begins with communication, and there can be no human rights without sign language rights. The call is simple. Respects the language, respects the people. Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People TV.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụla dị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara, bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya. Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kedukosi aga ya gaziere onye ukwu ma gaziere onye nta. Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, ọbụla dị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a ị nwere karịa olu.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Go Get Face of Africa. I'm saying, keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV. Fatima, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. I am Chukwuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro LCL TV channel 264. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People Television, and on other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. On the show today, Natasha returns to Senate amid apology controversy, plus, again, governors shun state police. Well, we have been joined in the studio here in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from, by Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is a seasoned reporter and a political affairs analyst. Good evening, Mr. Dele Fanimo, and thanks for being part of this.
It's always my pleasure.
It's been a while on political.
Yes,
good to have you. Good to have you, so that you can give us an incisive and in-depth analysis on topical national issues. We appreciate your presence.
It's always my pleasure.
Okay, we'll also be joined virtually by Mr. Chijoke Alexander Oji from Switzerland. He is also a political affairs analyst and has interest in other things, logistics, project management, Prince 2, and all of that. We expect that he will be part of the show this evening. Now, before we get into the show proper, I would like to clear the air on an information that I had shared while on Political Lens about 2 weeks ago when I had the Anambra State Commissioner for Information, Law Mefo, as my guest. I had asked him about a certain 13 people who were allegedly killed by men of the Anambra State Vigilante Services somewhere in the state during a town hall meeting. And the commissioner said that there was no such incident, that I should get further clarifications from the Anambra State Police Public Relations Officer, Superintendent of Police, Tochukwu Ikenga. Now, I have spoken to SP Ikenga, and he said that no such incident occurred. I think it is now clear that there was no such incident. Now, let's get into the major topic of discussion. Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan of Kogi Central has resumed her legislative duties after her Senate office was unsealed, firmly rejecting any conditions attached to her return. She dismissed reports suggesting that her reinstatement required a public apology to Senate leadership, describing such expectations as unjust and baseless. While addressing journalists in her office, Akpoti-Uduaghan labeled her suspension as illegal and fraudulent, warning that the Nigerian legislature is drifting towards dictatorship and impunity. She criticized the lack of formal communication about her office's reopening and questioned the legitimacy of the suspension, which she claimed was based on a forged document. The senator openly criticized Senate President Godswill Akpabio, accusing him of treating her disrespectfully and likening his leadership style to running the National Assembly as a personal estate. She asserted that no public official is above the law and reiterated her refusal to apologize for an injustice. Well, despite the difficulties she faced during her suspension, such as smear campaigns, roadblocks, and attempts, as I recall, Akpoti-Uduaghan remained committed to her constituents. She revealed that she had to resort to traveling by helicopter at times due to fiscal obstructions, but continued working on development projects for Kogi Central. She expressed deep gratitude to her constituents, civil society groups, legal experts, political leaders, and her family for their unwavering support. Well, she recalled their collective pressure for the Senate's leadership's eventual decision to restore her access to her office. In another development, the National Economic Council once again failed to deliberate on the issue of state police despite rising insecurity. Now, the National Executive Council is made up of governors and some stakeholders like the Central Bank Governor, the Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Budget and National Planning. Now, this omission comes amid President Bola Tinubu's repeated endorsements of state policing as a necessary solution to insecurity in our country. While a framework has been agreed upon and majority of governors back the move, the National Assembly has yet to act decisively on implementing the plan. Now, let's get into the conversation right away. Let me start with you, Mr. Dele Fanimo. You are very familiar with events surrounding the suspension and recall of Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan. Her office has been unsealed, but with a caveat from the Senate that she must apologize to the Senate before resumption. Now, Natasha says she wouldn't do that. If you were a judge on this case, what would be your position?
Well, if somebody is punished for infraction it is not incumbent on that person to still come around to say, I apologize. And that is what this woman is talking about. And the content of that judgment does not indicate that the senator should apologize to the Senate.
Sorry, the content of the report?
No, the judgment.
The judgment, okay. Which judgment are we looking at now? Because the case is still in court.
No, the judgment was based on contempt of court.
Okay.
The judgment passed was based on contempt of court.
Which she appealed.
Which she appeals.
Okay.
There was a 5 million naira fine imposed
on her.
And then a letter of apology duly to the court.
Okay, for contempt.
Yeah,
not
for contempt. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So should it be the responsibility of the Senate to force her to apologize to the court? If she fails to apologize to the court and the court decides not to say anything about it, so be it. If the court had wanted to punish her for not writing that apology letter and publishing it in a number of national dailies, then the court has the right to order bench warrant, arrest her, and try her for violating court judgment. But if that has not happened, I think if they don't want to attract more sympathy than necessary to Senator Akpoti Uduaghan, I would advise the Senate leadership and the entire Senate to just allow sleeping dog lie. Since you have opened her office, it means she has served out her time, quote and unquote.
Okay.
And at the expiration of the 6 months, what else do you want?
An apology, the Senate says.
I don't think it's too.
Okay, so if you were
important.
judging this matter, you would just allow her to come back.
Yes.
As the Senate.
Yes, you have allowed her by opening her office. You recall that I think about 2 months after a suspension, there was a case. I mean, there was a time she went to the National Assembly. She wanted to go in, even in the midst of her supporters and civil society groups. But she was not allowed.
Okay.
Not to talk of opening an office. And for the Senate to tell the office of the Sergeant at Arms to open her office in the full glare of the public by inviting cameramen and reporters, it shows that, okay.
Okay, go ahead.
The drama is enough for Nigerians to believe that, okay, all is well, that ends well.
Okay, now the question I want to ask, why that show? Was that show necessary? That showmanship, that drama, like you described it, was it necessary?
Politicians are always acting like the showman they are.
Okay.
They want to say, okay, this is Pontius Pilate washing his hand of the crucifixion of Jesus Christ. That, look, we are now ready to accommodate this woman. We have opened our office. She can come in, do her legislative duties. But that professor is what I'm worried about. I think they shouldn't even go through that route. They just allow the woman to stay back in her office and do her legislative duties. She has suffered enough for 6 months without representing her constituency, and the toll is not much on her as much as her constituency that voted her in to get robust representation in the National Assembly, but they were denied for 6 good months. And it's a whole lot having to have your representative not being part of the Senate, particularly on the issue of the resuscitation of Ajaokuta Steel, which is very, very dear to my heart.
Okay.
And I imagine if this woman had been in the National Assembly, perhaps she would have pushed through that bill. And by now, maybe it will be getting attention, and we will be looking at maybe accent to the bill by the president. So, in all, it is Nigeria, it is Nigerians that have lost quality legislation.
Quality representation. Now, I will come back to the issue of representation, the essence and impact and the value of it in our politics. But before we get into all of that, I would like to, you said something, that now you talked about maybe if they press further, it will drive some kind of sympathy for Natasha.
Yeah.
And also the showmanship, like you said, that the Senate trying to wash its hands, like Pontius Pilate, of her audits and all of that. What would be the value of that sympathy? I mean, she served us for 6 months, despite the fact that we had civil rights activists, we had people like Obi Ezekwesili, we had people like Aisha Yusufu, we have people like, I think, her son name is Oruche.
Even Femi Falana supported her.
Femi Falana. And in all of that, the National Assembly didn't budge, and she still served out a 6 month suspension. So what is the value of that sympathy? Will it make a difference? And again, when you say that the Senate tried to have, maybe by that showmanship, has tried to wash its hands off, does it look like they are regretting their actions for suspending her?
No,
Mind you, the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the rules of the Senate simply says you can only suspend her for 14 days. Despite a court order restraining the Senate from suspending her, the Senate went ahead to suspend her. So what is the value of sympathy in all of this?
No, what I'm saying is the sympathy will come from Nigerians.
Exactly my question.
You understand? And, well, if she's astute enough, she can gain huge political capital from that sympathy.
Good.
You understand? And now, the huge political capital may even extend beyond our constituency, the senatorial district. It may even extend to the whole of Kogi State, where there could be a push for her to say, if you are this resilient, if you are this tough, if you are this intentional, why don't you go for a higher office, maybe as governor of the state?
Okay.
That's huge political capital for her. And that's what I'm saying.
Okay. The sympathy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
More like what you do to underdogs and you simply prop them up and throw them up for something big.
You know, an average human being would always support an underdog in a competition because of the emotional attachment to such people. You know, you recall when we were watching wrestling, you look at the person that is being pummeled,
and you think the person will just come back.
Why don't you come back forcefully and beat them?
Beat the opponent. Now, in all of this, you said something, still in the line of sympathy, you know, attracting sympathy for her. And before you even talk about going for a higher office, like the position of governor, do you think that Natasha, given what she has passed through and the efforts by some group of people, you recall the role that Governor Ododo played during her suspension by saying, look, you are not allowed to come in. In fact, a law was hastily made to stop her from driving into a convoy, into Kogi State with a convoy. She had to get into the state with a copter and all of that. And the fact that there were so many restrictions, what Yahya Bello and Ododo did with the efforts of Godswill Akpabio. Do you think that Natasha will win a senatorial election in 2027? We are not even talking about governorship now. We are talking about getting back her seat in Senate. Do you think it will happen?
You see, Natasha has acquired some measure of strength in all of this.
Okay.
It could be very useful for her in the next election, 2027. Given the fact that, yes, I know there are area of forces against her in Kogi State. But don't forget that this is not the first time this woman will be facing obstacles. Yahya Bello instructed that they should cut off access to her constituency.
No. Okay, I think it was more than instruction. They actually did.
They did?
Yes. No, you said instructed. They actually did.
I said they instructed, and they carried out his instruction.
Instruction, okay.
Yet, this woman still fought and won that senatorial district against, in fact, somebody like me almost gave up on her. That how would the whole state with all the state apparatus, you know, mass against you to this point, and you are thinking you could win that election. But the rest, as they say, is history. So if she could surmount those obstacles, and if she could beat the roadblocks And because they couldn't put air block, they only put roadblock.
Roadblock. No, I like that.
No air block. And she was able to address her people.
There was no fly zone. They couldn't
impose no fly zone.
No fly zone on
because they are not NCA.
Yes.
At the end of the day, I just use that air block figuratively.
I understand.
So I tell you, there's nothing stopping this woman except she doesn't want to contest 2027 election. And she could be.
Do you think there might be subtle efforts to try to push her into the APC? Do you think it might?
You cannot rule that out.
Okay.
You cannot rule that out. But she has to be very, very careful and very, very calculative.
Otherwise,
she can be sucked in and subsumed. Subsumed to the extent that the social capital she has garnered may be lost in the process.
Okay, now talking about social capital, in the whole Natasha saga, do you think that Nigerians acted as a people whose interests had been injured by the actions of the Senate, which violated, like I said, both court order and the rules of the Senate and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Do you think that in Natasha's ordeal, what she passed through for the 6 months, you recall how people went to court, people went to, her constituents went to Abuja in a convoy of buses and all of that, yet the Senate didn't budge. And at a point, it was like there was an ebb on the pressure on the Senate to take her back. Like you normally say, that in Nigeria, you have to, if you have an issue, you just pray, for something similar or even bigger to happen. Do you think that Nigerians acted as people whose interests had been injured in the manner of, say, look, we won't let this happen. We are not going to take this. How resilient, how effective were Nigerians in trying to push back the upfront of the Senate in obeying a court order, especially the people of Kogi Central? How will you rate their efforts in saying, look, we are not going to take any of this rascality? Do you think that, like you normally say, what happened in South Korea, Nigerians, did they act in that manner? What's your rating? What's your evaluation of our response?
Whatever resilience we had in the past, especially during the military era, has been petered out by the infiltration of ethnic, religious, and cultural influence in the political system, such that you recall that I think the second week of the Senate stopping this woman from attending a plenary was when Akpabio was given an award by members of staff of the National Assembly. And a woman was actually dancing the traditional dance of Akpabio when she was handing over that award. So what does that tell you? It tells you that the only thing that unifies us in this country as of today, that brings down the barrier of ethnicity, religion, culture, whatever, is football. Every other thing, there will always be meanings.
I'd like for you to take that again. You say it's what?
It's football.
Football, okay, football.
If you are in this room and you are watching a football match, particularly if it has to do with Nigerian team, you just find out that, one, you are not going to be after an Igbo person scoring the goal. I'm not going to be after the goalkeeper that comes from Yoruba land that saved the penalty.
What you want is a win.
A win for Nigeria. Okay. And that's the only thing that unifies us. But when it comes to politics, meanings will be read along these cleavages that assailed us in the last 20, 30 years. That you will be surprised that the politicians, they also know that we have such weakness and they exploit it to their own benefit. If you go to the National Assembly today and you are protesting, all they need to do is to provide a larger number of people from a particular ethnic enclave and say, if they see Igbo, they'll say, they want to come and destroy Abuja because of Biafra agitation. If they see Hausa, the next thing they will say is, when their people were there, they didn't say anything, no. Now it is because South person is at the helms. That's why they want to destroy the National Assembly. If they see a Yoruba man, they say, maybe Yoruba people, they are not even satisfied with the presidency alone. They want to take the Senate presidency. So at the end of the day, we just find out that there won't be any coercion in the fight for such. And so, for me, Nigerians' resilience had been destroyed by these cleavages that had happened to us in this country. And that is why we cannot go the whole org to protest. When we were fighting the military, it was purely the military.
I was coming to that.
Yes, it was the military we were fighting.
Because during the military, there was some kind of unity of purpose.
Of course. You see the likes of Rafsanjani, the likes of
Abdul. There was one Abdul that died somewhere in
Umar Dangiwa.
Tanzania on a road accident on the way to the airport. You recall that, the young man?
Yes. You are now looking, you think about Bagauda Kato that was bombed.
Still missing up until this moment.
Yes.
We don't even know about.
So that collective effort, that unity of purpose is no longer there. They destroyed all those things during this Fourth Republic, and I don't know how we're going to recover from it.
Now the question is, as an analyst, you are very knowledgeable. You've been in this business for a long time. How did we get to this sorry path? Can you offer any explanation as to why we are like this? Like beyond what you are saying now, beyond the lack of unity of purpose, we also see that civil society organizations, human rights activists, they were more vibrant, more viral during the military, but we don't see that in the political era.
You see, if we must really examine how we got to this state, we'll start from our education system. Those days, the likes of Wei Lakenfa, the likes of John Oda, the likes of Showore, all of them were raised on campus. By the second year in the university, you already know where you belong. Either you are a leftist, or you are a rightist, Marxist or Leninist or anything.
It would be quite interesting.
You understand? And then there was robust debate as to the future of this country, regardless of where you come from, regardless of your religion. And then we were seeing this. As soon as you are out of campus, there is that thing, that bug in you that will not allow you to severe what you have learned on campus. But what do you have today? Cultism has taken over. To become a macho person on campus today, you must belong to one cult or the other. So, intellect had suffered while brute force has taken center stage. And when you don't have the intellectual capacity to drive a purpose, a movement, that movement will peter out. That's one. Tracing it from the campus. Now, because of the way we have eroded values in the last 25, 30 years, money took center stage. A lot of our activists that are still around had jumped ship, more like committing class suicide. They are now on the other side. They are now the bourgeoisie, enjoying parts of office. You can mention as many as you can that are ported, quote and unquote. So when you have this, then over the years, government took a position to gradually denigrate this set of people in this class. I'll give you an example. In 2011, after so much effort at making sure that they bring down NLC and TUC to their knees, and they couldn't succeed. What they did was to instigate some past leaders of NLC to influence their current leader at that time. And for the first time, most times, union leaders that become NLC president are always from the private sector.
Okay.
And for the first time, they brought in a nurse from Taraba State, Waba, who is
Ayuba
Waba,
okay,
to become the president at
NLC.
all costs of NSC, at all costs. Now, the moment they brought in Waba, they changed at the delegates conference. I was part of the delegates conference,
okay,
as a journalist. You know, they made sure that they turned the table and reversed the constitution of NLC to the extent that they made general secretaries who are supposed to be CEO and accounting officer, because they are like civil servants in the affiliated unions and NLC. They now made them, they reduced their power to the point that they actually became clerks. And now, chairman of union now became accounting officer. And the chairman of a union can decide to fire a general secretary. In fact, some chairmen transmuted to general secretary after their tenure.
Okay.
So, in all of this, they crippled NLC. On the part of TUC, there was a woman then who was very vibrant, Obiajulu.
Yes.
Very vibrant. Though she's not like the Oshomole stuff, but very resolute, very vibrant. You know how they cowed her? They sent a mystery to her and said, don't forget, your son is in NDA, you soon pass out. Okay. And that was...
more like a threat.
More like a subtle threat.
Okay.
And she had to
back down.
To back down. So they killed... Then civil society groups, what they did was to pump money into their midst, and CLO crumbled. What's this other very vibrant civil society organization then?
Headed by on top of
we'll recall before the end of the program. And money scattered them. And they never recovered. And just about the time that money was scattering them,
okay,
Ransom Kuti died. Beko Ransom Kuti died. Yes. Chima Ubani died. And so...
And lately, Ayo Opadokun.
You know, so now look at all that.
I think it's important that we have a historical trace of how we got to this point. Maybe we have to expand this topic some other time, to talk about how we got to this point.
Yes.
Now, in all of this, I would like for us to, because I understand that we have been joined by Chijioke Alexander Oji, who is a political affairs analyst, and he joins us from Switzerland. Good evening, Chijioke Oji, and thanks for being part of Political Lens. We appreciate your presence.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Very well, very well. I'm sure, I don't know for how long you have followed this conversation, but we've been discussing Natasha and her return. Way from her suspension, her ordeal for 6 months, and her return. And now the basic question will be, if you were the judge on this matter, what would be your position? Do you think that she's been fairly treated by both the Senate and the Nigerian people in terms of support? Ordinarily, a suspension is not supposed to go beyond 14 days, given the rules of the Senate and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. She went to court, judgment against her. Now she appealed that judgment. But she's been asked to come back. Her office has been on sale. But with a proviso that, look, you have to apologize to the Senate before you are able to attend plenary when Senate resumes. If you were a judge or jury on this case, what would be your position? We want to hear you out, sir.
Thank you again. First of all, I think in the very first instance, this was a very unnecessary situation that ordinary Nigerians were never expecting. And secondly, I want to borrow a phrase, commonly used by Christians, that an idle mind is a devil's workshop. You can only have this kind of situations where people who are meant to be, carrying out their social duties that their people have nominated them to do, have actually abandoned that in search of crave of, exercising powers. These are not even political powers, because it's just an abuse of powers in the situations where individuals can sit and even more or less direct the courts from their tone. Because most times these days, why a lot of people are beginning to lose confidences in the judiciary, is that the courts seem to toe the tones of these politicians. And in most cases, it's like they're trying to please their will. This was a matter that we expected. Yes, the court has done justice, and there's still other pending cases regarding same matter. And one would have expected that, okay, the first would have been, first of all, to adhere to the court rules, which is allowing her to commence a duty in representing her people. And then we now have this issue of, she must apologize. And I think since the inception of the 1999 current democratic dispensation we have, I think we'll have probably between 5 or 6 senators who in total have been suspended during assemblies. And I think the only person I might be aware, correct me if I'm wrong, was Omo Agege, who publicly, apologized. And we've also seen other people resumed, even in some cases, some were reviewed that they resumed, before the times that they were expected to. It's obvious that there's always this tilt to ensure that there's a gag of free speech. Let's not forget that some of these senators, like for instance, in the case of, I think it was Mpigi, I will remember the other senator.
Okay, you mean Abdul Ningi?
Yes, Nenge, who was suspended after he exposed what he saw. And of course, Nigerians are not fools. They realized that he was telling the truth. And, as a way of making sure that they intimidated him, and like the bourgeoisie, they rallied around and, in their usual manner, fought and wrestled him to submit, by suspending him. And he, of course, went through his continued fights and returned back to the house. I don't think he was asked to, apologize. And I'm not aware if there was any public apology he rendered to the Senate or to any particular group of persons. So this idea of, some senators feeling to be higher than the other, I mean, it should be abolished. We see other nations, how indeed they even call their number one citizens to order. They come to the house to debate, to actually get support for votes.
All right, Chijoke, I'm happy that you brought us to this point. Now, I would like for us to draw from your wealth of experience where you live in Switzerland. In the parliament, if there is this kind of altercation between a representative and a principal officer, especially one that borders on sexual advances, how is it normal? How is it treated? Do they suspend the person? Do they conduct an inquiry or what? Let us into all of that. Things that happen in where you live for us to learn.
I think one of the things that drives these countries, because they're also human beings like us.
Beautiful.
They have the same blood as us. It's just understanding that laws are made for man.
Okay.
And these laws must be obeyed by all. And so in sincerity, everybody is all equal before the law. So there are no preferential treatments. And in most cases where people are indicted for even just the minutest things, not even into sexual misconduct or even something of higher and degenerating or degrading things like that, the individuals will simply excuse themselves because of fairness and equity, allow the various processes to take place in even clearing their own image. Because we need to realize, first of all, image is everything. For the mere fact that an individual is being accused or labeled in such manner, simply makes him, somebody of interests. Everybody avoids them. And in most cases, nobody wants to have any business with them, not even any form of endorsements. But the opposite is becoming the way in Nigeria that when people are indicted is when they have what we now call solidarity of support by the same group of like minds. Let's not forget that people are attracted to the same kind of persons they are. You say, birds of a feather flock together. So in situations where you find out that certain people behave in certain ways, like a lot of our politicians have become shameless, that they don't even have anything they stand for in terms of ethical values. So it simply brings to questions, what kind of people do we have in charge of the helm of affairs? In nations that are ready and making progresses towards movement, the very first thing would be, is in this case, ethics and whatever privileges you have within the National Assembly, is a committee within the Senate that actually looks into the various ethics and all that is an indictment on any senator, any 7 senator. And in most cases, the committee will sit and investigate. And in most cases, they need to bring the security agencies or the other apparatus of the government to continue this investigation. They do. And in most cases, except where it has been quashed because of interest, especially when it comes to powerful interests, where we've seen a lot of things being swept under the carpet. Otherwise, ordinarily, these individuals are brought to book. And in cases like this,
I'd like for us to interrogate something you said now. Except where powerful interests are involved and these issues are swept under the carpet, does it mean, are you trying to say that these things also happen in Switzerland where you live? I mean, forces trying to suppress the will of the people.
Politics is becoming an evil everywhere in the whole world.
Wow.
But when you play politics in the intelligent way, I mean, not in the same debasing manner as we see happening in Nigeria, where you can clearly see that this is wrong. It's just like you're seeing a senator being driven in convoys, and Nigerians don't question. How are this been funded? His children have been driven in convoys, his wives, his relatives are all being driven in convoys. All the houses they have are all being guided by the Nigerian police and the militaries.
So we don't see those things happen in Switzerland.
No, it can never happen.
No, when you ask, go ahead, land on your thought. I have another question.
It would never happen because the way the countries, not just Switzerland, let's even look at the nations that are, interested in moving forward. The world here is interested in moving forward because it seems the Nigerian elites are not interested in moving the nation forward because majority, I want to quote it, or quote me categorically, majority of the people who rule Nigerians, not leaders, who rule Nigerians, are in most cases dual citizenship. So there's no way they can owe true allegiance to the country. And that's it because they are not in any way at all interested in what happens. So it's become like a way where the lawmakers are the lawbreakers. And when you have such situations, what do you now expect?
Coming back to
your question.
Yes, quickly.
It's why these things will not happen, because there are checks and balances. You cannot abuse power. You'll be going to the jail. And that's because their laws are simply rigid and cannot for any reason at all be bent for anybody. Yes, of course, politics can be played in trying to manage the situations. Of course, in all these nations, you have corrupt people, you have corrupt contractors, you have corrupt government officials. They still do exist, but it is in a way that it does not affect the flow of services. Not in a special way in Nigeria, an individual can grind the whole country and doesn't care. Why? Because simply nobody can speak up. These people are more powerful than the institutions.
All right. Now, Chijoke, because we have a lot of grounds to cover. Now, I would like for us to compare notes. When you come back to Nigeria and see what happens here, and you go back to Switzerland, you go back to Europe, and you see that there's a lot of difference. When you ask questions, what do they tell you? Was Switzerland at any point, did they at any point pass through the level of development we are in, where we had a class of people lord it over others? I know in medieval Europe we had all of those things, but I'm talking about like 50, 60 years ago. When you ask questions, was there a time the Swiss people lived like the way we live now, maybe 30, 40 years ago?
more than 300 years ago if it was to this barbaric nature. Because one of the things you look at for is that it's so difficult to understand why things don't work in Nigeria. And that's because the populace who are mostly affected are still the same ones who defend these, individuals who have lost human feelings. I mean, it has gotten to a situation where Nigerians are now begging politicians to have mercy. I don't understand the word. I mean, these are people who are meant to have the powers of the people. I mean, that means that whatever power they exercise or utilize is the people. Take, for instance, the Nigerian forces, including the police force, the military, the air force, the naval, and all other security apparatuses, where it is majorly dominated by the same poor people that are being utilized on a daily basis for all kinds of heinous acts.
Okay.
And yet these individuals lack the power to hold these individuals accountable.
Okay, now Chijoke, I like the fact that you mentioned the policing, because I would like for us to move on to something else now, away from the people power that we've talked about. We might have to expand this discussion some other time. Now, the state police, I want us to talk about the state police. The National Economic Council, which is a meeting of governors and other stakeholders, again met and could not discuss the issue of state police. Meanwhile, the governors have always clamored for the establishment of state police. Mr. Fanimo, Chijoke, I'll come back to you. Mr. Fanimo, do you by chance know what's changed along the line? Governors have been asking for state police. When there's a problem in their state, and you ask them, Governor, Mr. Governor, why couldn't you control all of that? And the governor says, I'm sorry, I am not the chief security officer. The police don't take order from me. Military don't take order from me. DSS don't take order from me. But they had a chance twice, 3 times, if I'm not mistaken, to discuss the issue of state police. You recall that sometime in January, February, we got the news that, look, all the 36 state governors had approved of state police. What was left was for them to discuss, probably send an executive bill after discussing with the president. And now, 3 times they had an opportunity to say, this is exactly what we want, this is our position. And they are shunning it. What do you think changed in between?
You see, honestly, I must confess to you that it's difficult for me to hazard a guess as to what really changed. Because if you are complaining of hunger and somebody is offering you food, the plausible thing to do is to take the food and eat. But like you rightly said, some of these governors, when insecurity assailed them in their states, what they say is, I'm strong. I don't have control over the GOC, the brigade commander, the commissioner of police, the director of SSS, because even when I tell them that there is crisis in a part of my state, they will tell you that I have to take orders from Abuja and all that. Now, they are bringing it nearer home with all the advantages. And the same people that are being suspected of probably using this state apparatus to their own advantage are the ones resisting that they don't want. Because what that clearly tells me is that these people, they don't really want state police. Because if they do, it should be the front burner
on the agenda.
So why are they now putting it at about the last or second to the last on the list of
and when they get
discussion,
to that point, they say, oh, we are tired. We can't talk about state police.
And this is not even the first time. This is about the 3rd time. They will list it and they will never discuss it. And it has to be done, either we like it or not, because we need it right now, particularly with the way the country is drifting towards anarchy. Because when you have this kind of thing for too long, someday, people will take up arms and say, look, we need to, before you finish the whole race, before you finish a whole community, we need to fight back.
Now, before we move over to Chijoke to get his thoughts on this, I'd like for us to examine this issue. Some people have, Nigerians are somehow against the state police because they say, look, that the governors will use it to persecute, opponents, political opponents. And I ask, should we now disband the police force? Because we have a police force that is controlled by the central government. Have they used it to go after witch hunt political opponents. And do you think that at our level of development, that we are ripe for state policing, all things considered? The politics, the cleavages, the fault lines that we have, do you think that we are ripe for state policing?
You see, if you are saying this on the basis of contemporary issues around us, you may be somehow right. But then, it's not a novel idea. In the First Republic, there was state police, there was special constabulary, there was local government police, and yet we were able to take care of some of those issues. I tell you, for me, I'm an apostle. I'm sold to state police because somebody, if I get to Abia State today, you would have to help me to navigate through Abia State, even as a commissioner of police. But if I get to Ondo State, which is my state, I don't need you to take me around my state. As a matter of fact, in some communities, the policeman who came from that community can identify the group of people that would come to assail that community at any point in time.
But people have said affection will make people false.
That's
to the extent that, look, if you are my brother and you've committed a crime, it's easier for me to shield you than when you have an outsider doing the policing. There was a time in this country, not too long ago, I think it was under the military, they said that from the rank of DPOs that they should be taken to their state. And they did.
Did that happen? It didn't happen.
Okay.
People were being prosecuted. Known criminals in the communities were being picked up to face prosecution.
Okay. Now, we are out of time. Let's go to Chijioke. Now, Chijioke, we would like to draw from your experience, like I said. When you live in Switzerland, do you do state policing? Is it municipalities that you call it? Is it a federal system? Do you have a central police force? Do you have, at the provincial level, do you have a state police at the local government or county council level? What do you have in terms of policing? Just put us through, and probably we'd like to get your concluding thought as we wrap up this conversation. Like 2-3 minutes.
Okay, the thing is, you just have one central, policing unit. But of course, you have the same designations at various states. You have all the same thing, or the same. You have like local governments. You have decentralization of the police. But of course, it's a hierarchy all to the same federating unit.
I had to button Chijioke. Now you say you have a central force that is in control of both the federal, the state, and the local government police. Is that correct?
But then you now have a situation where, just like we have in the same country of ours, you have the area commanders, you have the DPOs who are in charge of police stations, of course. So, but they still take orders, or they still filing their reports to the CP of the state. Okay? The CP of state, if he cannot address the matter, takes it to the AIG. If the AIG cannot address the matter, he takes it to the DIG before it gets to the IG, if need be. But the thing is, because of the level of competency in each of these individuals, there are certain things that they do not need to inform their bosses or to get a cue from the bosses to be able to carry on. An individual who has erred does not need a particular special law for that individual to be prosecuted. Let's take, for instance, the issue of the electoral special offenses being debated over these years, which has been the main reason why we have not seen any IG, be the current or the preceding ones before him, that have brought people that were arrested during the electoral processes who disrupted or violated or in any way or cutted the electoral materials. We have not seen them prosecuted. Why? Because they say they need special offense tribunal courts to be able to try these individuals. He has committed a criminal offense. In fact, he has committed, something more grievous than criminal offense.
Okay.
Because this is about the sovereignty and the democratic dispensation of a nation. And we're having people, trample upon it, and then we say we need a special law. That will not happen here, because the minute even in the lowest, be the corporal police, arrest the individual, he's been taken to court. Okay. He doesn't need any special unit telling him what to do. Why? Because there are already laid rules and regulations governing this individual. It's not as if we don't have this in Nigeria.
Okay.
Mind you. I tell you, we have the best laws.
All right.
But
Okay. All right. Chijoke, I would like for you to use 30 seconds to wrap up because we are out of time.
Okay. I was going to say that we actually have the best laws. The only major problem we've had as a nation is implementing these laws. Is having the liver or having the will to say, even if this person was my cousin or my brother, I am ready. Just like we heard of Jerry Rawlings doing in Ghana.
Okay.
That I'm ready to take it all the way by ensuring that justice is brought.
Okay, justice.
Do we have such persons?
It's an issue.
We have such persons,
yeah. All right.
that will be willing to take
much. Okay, thank
some
you
of
very
affairs.
much. Now, Mr. Delefanimo, in 30 seconds, can you wrap up? What's your concluding thoughts on this? The issue of state police.
Well, it's something that we need to address, and we need it at this time. And state of police must come.
You think we are ripe for it?
We are ripe. We are actually ripe.
Now, this would be a good place to end this conversation. I must say a very big thank you to you, gentlemen, Delefanimo here in the studio, and Chijoke Alexander Oji, who joined us from far away Switzerland. Gentlemen, we appreciate your presence, and thanks for coming to Political Lens. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, Victor Igris, the bus manager, Engineer Hassan, the sound engineer, Jeremiah, and ingest manager, Alex Scott, I am Chukuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Jerry Apollo High. Stay with us and don't go away. And enjoy the rest of your evening. Bye for now.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shape our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And on the bold angle with Jomalina, we dive deeper into stories that shape our world.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. The city call me Enjoy Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch the dial. Even if you want to touch the dial, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No My Day, but last, more than No My Day. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo, If una want to get the authentic news for Edo the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9 right.
2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Voice of the People Television awuchiela o onye nụ ya ka ọrụ ibe ya. Ị chọrọ ịmata akụkọ ndị gbara n'ọkwa akụkọ dị iche iche n'ala anyị kwa ụbọchị. Ị chọrọ ịmata ka o si afịatụ na ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị, agụmakwụkwọ, azụmahịa, ime njem, ọbụladị egwuregwu. Mgbasonyere anyị n'oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television. Anyị nwere ndị ọbịa bụ ọkachamara bụkwa ndị ga-enye aka tapịa isiokwu ndị anyị jiri bịa kwa ụbọchị. Anyị ga-eji ka o siri gbaa n'akwụkwọ akụkọ dị iche iche wee malite tupu anyị akọzie n'uju n'ubi onye anyị bịara na nke ya. Ịgbamụrụ nzem ọzọ kerikosi ya gazere onye ukwu ma gazere onye nta. Mkparịta ụka tọrọ atọ ka anyị ga-ewetara gị bụkwa nke ga-eme ka ịmata ka ihe si aga n'ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ọbụladị na mba ofesi. Oge ndị Igbo na Voice of the People Television ga na-abịara gị site n'ụbọchị Mọnde ruo Fraịde na SLTV Channel 264. Ekwekwala ka akọrọ gị ya akọrọ. Chetakwa na ọ bụ na SLTV Channel 264 ka ị ga-ekiri Voice of the People Television. Voice of the People Television. Ugbu a iwere karịa olu.
Hey everyone, this is Desmond Elliott hanging out at Go Get Face of Africa. I'm saying keep watching, don't change the dial. This is VOP TV. Fatima, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
On Edge Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Hello Nigeria, it's another exciting episode of the Issues on Voice of the People Television, where we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Jerry Ampelehai. Today on the Issues, we are examining the state of Nigeria's democracy and governance, from the ADC's cutting criticism of President Bola Tinubu's potential plans to extend his stay in office beyond 2027 to Rep. Yusuf Gage's stronger stance against the creation of a state police, and Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan's resumption of her legislative duties after a 6-month suspension. We'll delve into the implications of these stories on Nigeria's political landscape. Join us as we break down the facts and provide a context to help you stay informed. Stay tuned. After this short break, we'll dig deeper into this topic some more. Don't go away.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react. Understand.
64 is coming up on Barney 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good morning. It's the start of a beautiful day. Or start your day right with a healthy dose of news, fun, and inspiration. Join us on VOP this morning for the latest news, trending topics, and uplifting stories to set your day on the right vibe. From news and current events to lifestyle and entertainment, you are covered.
VOP This Morning, 8 a.m., Monday through Friday.
Welcome back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. The African Democratic Congress has rejected President Bola Tinubu's potential plans to extend his stay in office beyond 2027, emphasizing that his constitutional mandate expires that year. The party's National Publicity Secretary, Malam Bolaji Abdullahi, stated that Nigerians won't support extending Tinubu's rule by a single day due to widespread insecurity, economic hardship, and abuse of power under his administration. Abdullahi warned that any plan to stay in office beyond 2027 would confirm the government's inability to read the room. The ADC criticized Tinubu's handling of national security, citing bandits and terrorists controlling parts of the north and operating with impunity. They also accused the administration of collapsing the naira, fueling inflation, and destroying the businesses, leading to economic hardship. The naira has collapsed, inflation is out of control, food prices have tripled in many parts of the country, jobs are vanishing, the middle class is disappearing, the party stated. The party further accused Tinubu of trying to replicate his Lagos dominance at the national level, which they deemed unsuitable for Nigeria's diverse landscape. Let it be said clearly and without ambiguity, Nigeria is not Lagos. In quotes by the ADC, Nigerians are watching, and come 2027, it won't be APC versus ADC, it will be APC versus the Nigerian people, the ADC declared, emphasizing that re-election isn't automatic and Tinubu hasn't earned a second term. All right, today I'm delighted to be joined by two esteemed guests. Here in the studio we have Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Anosike is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He is also an erudite commentator on economic, finance, politics, and power. He is also the author of the most talked about book titled Abuse of Power, How Democracy Turned into Tyranny of the Few. Great to have you join us on the
Thank you for having me.
All right, joining us virtually is Dr. Eric Obi Thomas, a consultant, obstetrician, and gynecologist. It's great to have you join us, Dr. Eric, on the issues.
Yeah, welcome, Jerry.
Yeah, let's talk about the ADC saying that Nigerians won't tolerate the president being in office a day more, and 2027 is still far off. Is the ADC reacting to a real third-term agenda, or is this a strategic warning shot to shape the 2027 narrative early? Yes, Dr. Eric.
Hello?
Yeah, the question is for you, yeah.
Okay, it's for me, all right, fine. Well, it's very obvious. It's very clear. They say, when you see a snake, what does it look like? It's like as long as a rope. Somebody did the same thing somewhere, and he wants to replicate it. And when ADC is crying out loud now, it's because they are vigilant, we won't doubt them. From everything that has been happening, it is not something that anybody will doubt. Yes, APC will deny, but Nigerians know. You remember when all the governors were moving from whatever, all coming to APC, what did it mean? Do you also know how from the first day of swearing in, instead of facing governance, they were facing politics? His posters are coming all over the place. Do you know the reason why the security agents have stepping up against the people? Labour wanted to protest. Okay, go on strike. They stopped it. They beat up the Labour president. Today, Labour has gone underground. A whole Labour, that is what I mean is Nigerian Labour Congress. What does it mean? They are now threatening to gag people, make sure that nobody talks. We have been talking about this kind of closing people's mouth and all that. All those are just preambles towards what it is. If he has succeeded, or if he succeeds in doing all this thing, what is there in already National Assembly is executive government arm of government? Is it the security? Is it the judiciary? So the cost is open for him. The Obasanjo's time is even tougher than this. When we have a senior president, Ken Namani, that was sitting up, and we have people like Atiku sitting up, they all squashed it. It took some time. Even though the Obasanjo is denying now that if he had wanted that time, he would have had it. He wanted, but he couldn't get it. But that is because at that time, there was a level of freedom of speech, freedom of actions. Unlike now, people are poverty is weaponized so that you won't talk. So it is true. They are very correct. And you know, these people, they know themselves. They see what we don't see. So ADC is not just kidding. They are Latin Nigerians, and Nigerians are really they can't be deceived. They are really sure that that is the pattern of demand at Aso Rock to dominate, and everything is happening. But then Nigerians should make sure we begin now to fight it. And I like what happened in Natasha, so I'm sure that one will be coming very soon. Nigerians should wake up. We cannot have a president. We can't be like Cameroon. We won't be like Uganda. Wow. We won't be like some African countries where we have seat-tight presidents, especially those who are not doing well. So they are very correct. ADC is very correct. It's not. They are not alarmists. They are telling the reality, what is on ground going on. But Nigerians will stop it. We will certainly stop it. It cannot work.
All right.
But it's good for us to know on time.
You sound like an ADC spokesman already. You say we will stand against it. Anyway, I will not bring that conversation, Dr. Eric. Maybe, I don't know, are you already a card-carrying member of the ADC? Oh, okay. You're still waiting and sitting on the fence and we need to look at things differently. But let me go to Dr. Anosike. Definitely he has interest. Given Tinubu's history in Lagos, is the fear of centralized dominance over Nigeria justified, or is just this is just a political paranoia?
For me, Tinubu is very power hungry. Understand? He loves power so much, but what he did in Lagos cannot happen in Nigeria because there's no way Northerners would allow him that to stay beyond the 2031 and they fold their hands. It will not work. But assuming he has the opportunity, he will want to become another Paul Biya. Because since 1999, Tinubu has been the unseen governor of Lagos State. He has appointed all the governors. He has appointed all the deputy governors. He has appointed all the local government chairmen, all their deputies. He decides who will go for the local government chairman. He will decide who will stop at the first term, who will go second term. Understand? So since 1999, he has dominated Lagos State, but it's just Lagos State. Nigeria is a very complex society. So what he did in Lagos, he cannot do it in Nigeria because North is not even comfortable that's for him staying beyond 2027, let alone 2031. Now, so he cannot do it, but I know that if he has the opportunity, he will do it. And from the research that I made, since after the COVID, no incumbent has gotten second term. No incumbent anywhere in the world, both Africa, Europe, America, no incumbent has gotten second term.
Is it a trend or is it just coincidence?
That's what is known as incumbency bias, which is the the philosophy of voting out any incumbent after first term. In 2024, that's last year, there were 6 elections in Africa. All the incumbents lost their elections. South Africa, we ANC have been dominating, but ANC lost a majority in 2024. So Ramaphosa just managed to hold on to power, but through a coalition. That's why the Minister of Internal Affairs in South Africa today is from a different political party. So, and I know that this incumbents bias will continue because the COVID changed the thinking of the people. Masses. Yeah. Understand? The masses are now demanding accountability. If you cannot perform, go. Understand? Okay. So that incumbency, it is the incumbency bias that removed the Sunak from being the Prime Minister of Great Britain. Removed the Biden from America. Brought the current Argentine president. Removed George Weah from Liberia. Brought the Sierra Leone president, brought Mahama now again. Okay. So this understand. So Nigeria can never be an exception. Nigeria can. The incumbents bias has come to stay. So for an incumbent to win election anywhere in the world today, he must have compromised the electoral system. Understand? So these are the contents of my book, Abuse of Power. Understand me? So Tinubu will hardly escape it. And for him to escape it, it is the opposition that will give him that power. So in 2027, who sits in Aso Rock will be determined by the opposition, not APC, not Bonamed Tinubu. If the opposition fail to organize themselves, Tinubu will remain there. But once the people in the opposition are able to organize themselves and they bring out an acceptable and a popular candidate, Tinubu is out in 2027, no matter who is the INEC chairman.
All right, let me go to Dr. Eric. The APC Lagos State chapter has already laughed off the EDC's prophecy that Tinubu will not stay past 2027 in Aso Rock. And they said it's laughable, and they describe the EDC as a party of serial defectors. Is it that they don't understand the situation, or they are taking EDC for granted, or feel that there's nothing to worry about? Should that be the case, the part of the ruling party?
Jerry, what do you expect? What do you expect? All those are just things that they do in order to strengthen themselves or reassure themselves, make themselves happy. They all know that the opposition is formidable. They know. Why are they talking about it if it's not? If you know that something is not important, you won't talk about it. The obvious thing is obvious. And let me tell you, the opposition, as it is now, campaign has not been lifted, campaign ban has not been lifted. So when that one is done, you know what that means. If you do it now, they say at a stage, INEC said, oh, they should not campaign. Fine, ADC had gone underground for now, but they are organizing themselves. The thing is, Lagos chapter can say that, and they are talking about a bunch of defectors and other. What about APC? Are they not giving up to their own to governor? Let APC people tell us the people who, somebody in APC that has never defected from any party or that has never from any party, even Tinubu himself, Was he not in SCN? Was he not in what is the other one that
AC, AD.
AD. He was in AD. From AD they went to
AC.
SCN. See, anybody who is talking about defection of black, if Tinubu were to be in AD till today, and there is AD, then when they talk, I will agree with them. He was a governor under AD, and then was sponsoring people in ADC. Now today he's a president in APC, and he wants to tell me that he's not a defector. What does it mean? They should have kept their parties intact and firm. Everybody, all Nigerian politicians are guilty of it. You can even see that the parties are changing, metamorphosing like the snake that is shedding its skin. All those things are just trying to show that they are confident or anything. That when the time comes, the same people will be saying something else. The only thing I'm telling Nigerians now, they should not accept anybody who is going to manipulate the electoral system. And like I tell you now, the Nigerian youths, at least, they will go against these factors that are pressing against electoral reform. When the time for that comes, it's going to be a tsunami. Electoral reform in all angles will happen. And that's the beginning of trying to stem rigging. But don't worry about what APC, Lagos State, what else would they say? Are they not saying it to make their guy happy? Not to say it to make them happy. I can tell you that even when APC was burdened in 2014, 2015, what was the PDP saying? PDP was still saying that they are a gang of defectors, frustration people. These are factors, and those are the gangs that push them out. So it's just a kind of recurrent decimal. They will always be saying that they're not opposition. But the fact I'm telling you, Jerry, is that the opposition is very strong. And I will even say it here, that they are organizing themselves, and they organize themselves very well. From all the sides and we are seeing in society. And look at their criticism. We have just discussed something now about it. How they are already setting an eye against a third-term agenda from the president. That one is not a popular thing yet, but they have seen it and they are talking about it. How else will opposition be? The opposition know that if they don't organize themselves very well, they will just be a pawn to the APC and the president. But for that factor, they are sitting up.
All right, definitely quite bold there. Let me go to Dr. Anuske. Can a party accused of economic and democratic decline still realistically campaign on renewed hope in 2027? Or is that slogan now a liability?
Well, it is a shame that an incumbent would be campaigning to change the problem caused by him and his own party and expect the people to vote for him. Understand? Because this is a problem that you and your party caused, and you are now promising to remedy that problems. Understand? So what does that mean? It is only foolish people that will vote for such a candidate. We know that the problem we are in this country now was caused by APC. And 2 days ago, they came up with a propaganda that Nigeria GDP is increasing. That's that Nigeria GDP is increasing. Well, what impact is it having on the life on average Nigerian? The answer is zero. Understand? In UK, the minimum wage per hour is £12.5. Minimum wage per hour is £12.5. When you convert 12.5 pounds, it will give you 30,000 naira. That's what they earn in UK, 30,000 naira per hour. So in 2 hours, they will earn almost 70,000 naira. And this is what Nigerians earn in 30 days. This is what Nigerians earn in 30 days. So now, what they should be telling Nigerians is what is the per capita income of Nigerians. It is 0. Understand? If a country is doing well and the people are not doing well, it doesn't make sense, because government is about the welfare of the people. So if a country is doing well, the people should also be doing well. Even the people should start doing well before the country will start doing well.
Yeah.
But now you are boasting that our GDP is increasing while most Nigerians are going to bed without food. So are you now governing the country, or you are governing the people? So a lot of time they don't think through what they want to say. They just come out and begin that to say. So for me, one of the strategies of winning an election is anger. Understand? And today, hunger and anger has mobilized Nigerians. So what Nigeria need now is just a credible candidate in the opposition, and Tinubu is out.
All right, that takes us to a member of the House of Representatives, Yusuf Ogoni, has come out strongly against the creation of state police in Nigeria. Ogoni, who chairs the House Committee on Defense, believes that governors cannot be trusted with the control of policing in their states, as they might misuse the power against their political opponents. Instead, he advocates for properly funded community policing, which he believes is a more effective and safer alternative to state police. Ogoni's stance is rooted in his observation of how governors handle state independent electoral commissions, CX, often manipulating them to favor their own parties. He questions why governors would be trusted with armed security when they can't even manage civil power fairly. Ogoni emphasizes that community policing, as outlined in the Police Act, allows local communities to nominate representatives into the policing structure, making it a more community-driven approach. The debate over state police is ongoing, with some arguing that it would help curb insecurity, while others, like Ogoni, believe it would worsen the situation. Ogoni suggests that strengthening existing security agencies such as the police and military and ensuring accountability within these agencies would be a more effective solution to Nigerian security challenges. Let me take this to Dr. Eric. If we can't trust the governors to handle state police, can we now still continue on this trend of trusting the federal government, which has often used the police to serve its own political interests?
Well, have we even trusted federal government with police?
Okay.
If we do, why is it that everybody is not even talking when the Inspector General of Police that ought to have been retired is still there and nobody has said anything? Because they are tired. In fact, Nigerians have more problems caused by Tinubu's government than talking about IGP for now. That having been said, I align with that House of Reps member. Seriously, completely, wholly. Governors cannot be trusted. When a president that is managing a bigger enclave is messing around with police, security agents, is it the state that is a microcosm? A microcosm that nobody can even oppose the governor in the state. It's just like saying that local government chairman should be handling security. Who is in local government as a local government can stand up against a local government chairman? None. But if it is like in Nigeria as a whole, different ethnicities will now condemn a president trying to derail or who has derailed That one is more feasible. So when it comes to the vigilante, the local vigilante, those are better because they know all the nooks and crannies of the criminals. And you can even see, since we started having some of them, like in some states, they have them, they are performing better than police. Because they are very close to the people, they know, they feel it. The local vigilantes are indigenous of the environment. But police, they are not. You can bring a policeman from God knows where to come to some other place. And instead of even covering the crime, he will even facilitate it and connive, collaborate. Because he has no attachments, no local attachment. And the local ones, they know everybody by name, by their ancestry. And they go after you. And most of them, too, are young people like the young people who are committing the crime in the site. So they know themselves. So police, no, I don't support state police. But let us strengthen the local vigilantes. Like the Ajaokuta now, you can see that they are bringing out their spirit to work. Like even the one in the east, this eastern stuff, is the governor not manipulating? Is the manipulating them there? So Ludo is manipulating those ones. So not to talk of when you make it a general something. Let the local communities handle these things. And then governors should not be there. They will guide themselves. See, we have even seen situations where there are some areas in Nigeria now where the residents take turns to guide the environment. The residents, some streets. And it seems very effective. They say this house, we guard this night, this one, we guard this. They are doing it sometimes now. Which police will do that? And as they are doing it, governor has no say. They take their destiny in their hands. So we don't want state police. We shouldn't work. But the vigilantes, the local ones, organized and directed, are better.
All right, let me go to Dr. Nasike, because now, can we have a situation where the governors will even kick against state police? Because, for instance, they will now be meant to spend the security votes in ensuring their state police is well funded and so on and so forth. Could the governors, in the interest of continuing to enjoy the largesse of unaccounted security votes, kick against state police?
Well, the issue is that Dr. Eric Thomas was talking about the advantages of state police are now still kicking against it.
He said local policing should be better than state police.
He said that they know all the nook and crannies, that these people know the nook and crannies of their community. They know them by their names. They know their ancestors. This is why we are shouting for state police, because state police will be far better in policing than federal police. Understand?
Okay.
That is one. So if you cannot trust a governor with a state police because he will mismanage it, is it now or the president that we will trust? Is it or the president that has turned the Nigeria police to attacking dog, his own personal attacking dog, his party's attacking dog, that will now trust? The truth is that if we are practicing a federation, understand, the governor and the president have the same power. Understand me? That's why we are kicking against the state of emergency, that Tinubu has no power to remove an elected governor, because the governor was elected the way he too was elected. Understand? In a federation, each state has their own police. Understand? But when they are overwhelmed, they can now call to the federal for assistance. So there's no way a policeman who is a native of Sokoto will come to Anambra and perform effectively. There's no way a policeman from Osun State will go to Adamawa and perform effectively. Because one, they don't speak the same language. Two, he doesn't know the terrain. Three, there will be issue of trust. The people will not be giving him information because he's not part of their own. Four, this issue of emotional intelligence. Understand? Then five, the issue of empathy. Understand? When things are going wrong in your state and you are there as a policeman in your state, you will put more effort because it is your state, it is your people that are being killed, it is your people that are suffering, it is your people that are dying. But if if somebody from Sokoto is brought to Enugu as a policeman and the fire is burning in Enugu, it's not his own people. Understand? There will be no emotional attachment. Understand? So, state police will have far more advantage than than this current corrupt, compromised system that we are operating in.
I think they're going to change the Roger system if the state police comes into play.
One, now I'm from Abia State, we have a state police. The guy comes to ask me of money. I just uncle or brother, calm down now. Understand? Now we. Okay. But you cannot tell this to somebody from Sokoto. Understand me? You cannot tell this to somebody from Sokoto. If you watch that or the bomb that went off in Abia in Imo, understand? It should be or yesterday. Military checking point. It's not up to 100 years away.
Okay.
But the military guys are Hausas. They not even come. Understand? Because it's not their own people. But if it's an Igbo policeman that is at that check and hear that sound, he will run and see what happened because it is his own community. So state police has far more advantage than this centralized police.
Does Gagi's arguments assume that all governors are autocrats?
What is his name? You know. So
Gagi himself, talking about the honorable.
So he is in the defense. Analysis are coming, understand?
Yes.
Which will be reduced if we have a state police. So he is defending his pocket.
Okay, not in the interest of the country.
Not the interest of the people. The same way IG kicked against the state police because if we have a state police, his power will be reduced.
But they introduced community policing into the Police Act. But some are saying that in spite of that, it has not reduced the crime in the communities.
Are they armed?
Yeah, they're still reviewing it.
They are still reviewing it.
Yes.
So if you have a state police well armed, they can combat these herdsmen. Because the herdsmen are winning because those local vigilantes are not armed.
They're not sophisticated to tackle them. All right, definitely it's a very, very serious situation. But with the way the government and those interested parties are handling the issues of state policing and community policing, whatever you look at it, does that show that there's no urgency on the part of the government or the elite or those in power to even create a solution? Because it seems like we're applying the same dose of medicine to a situation, and there's no solution. And we keep talking about state police because this state police has been on for so many years. And
Tinubu went to court as a governor. Tinubu went to court. That is for state police.
Yeah, we all thought he was going to hit the ground running on that.
On that, Tinubu went to court for resource control. Understand?
Okay.
Today, he's no more talking about...
Is it that now he is in this situation, he now understands it's not as easy as he thought?
No, that's what I told you. Political law of gravity. People complaining when they are in those position and doing worse when they enter the political office.
All right, let's go to the next conversation because of time, where Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan has resumed her legislative duties at the National Assembly, labeling Senate President Godswill Akpabio a dictator after months of suspension. Her office in Suite 205 of the Senate wing was unsealed by the Deputy Director of the National Assembly, Sergeant-at-Arms Alabi Adedeji, allowing her to return to work. Akpoti-Uduaghan expressed gratitude to her constituents and family, maintaining that she had no apology to tender despite her suspension. The senator's suspension, which lasted 6 months, was deemed excessive and unconstitutional by the Federal High Court in Abuja. Akpoti-Uduaghan accused Akpabio of treating her like a servant and running the Senate in an autocratic manner. Her return has sparked debate about legislative independence and power dynamics within the Senate. However, it's unclear if she will be allowed to sit with her colleagues when plenary resumes on October 7. The Senate leadership has shifted the resumption of plenary sittings from September 23rd to October 7, 2025, allegedly to allow lawmakers to observe Independence Day celebrations. This move has raised eyebrows, extending the chamber's annual recess by 2 weeks and putting critical debates and pending motions on hold. Let me go to you, Dr. Eric. We've seen more plenary sessions than ever in this last 2 years, and it looks like there's more recess than handling lawmaking issues. But taking a look at the situation of Natasha, she stood the ground and still calling him a dictator and so on and so forth. What do you make of the National Assembly that we have this day?
Well, Jerry, the National Assembly we have, like I said before, before we got to this topic, is that they are an extended arm of Tinubu's executive government. The ESCO, the executive, is in control of the legislature, especially the Senate. So, of course, if the Senate is controlled, what are we talking about? House of Reps. Those are just boys following them. So the unfortunate thing about Natasha's issue was just because of the situation Nigerians found themselves. The lack of respect for the Constitution, and the judiciary had even reduced themselves further, that whatever they say, nobody cares. And then they can only back, but they can't bite. Sometimes they can't even back because they are allowing a lot of compromise. You can hear them now. They are building houses for them. They are increasing their salaries threefold. They are building law school for them. I'm not saying it's bad. They are not bad. But in the context at which this government is doing it, one begins to wonder, is it the judiciary alone that is an institution? What about other professionals? We're not talking about, we're not hearing engineers. We're not hearing the federal.
All right, Dr. Eric, we can't hear you. All right. It looks like there's a bit of a glitch on the part of Dr. Eric Thomas. But taking a look at the situation of Natasha returns, it looks like 6 months is the hammer that's being used on any dissenting voice as far as this government is concerned.
So we're building the bankers for doctors.
Okay.
We're not hearing the federal government. Natasha is a lawyer. And the Senate, the judiciary, the case was there. They couldn't say anything. They are giving hazy interpretation. Judiciary gave an order. They say they are advising the Senate. What is that? If the judiciary was what judiciary should be, in the first place, this matter would have been nipped in the bud before even all this. But now she has gone for 6 months and she's back. An individual now sat down and said she's not going back. You see, this thing they did yesterday by going to court is just face saving. The pressure was getting too much. Oh, let it be that the court returned her. She would have, if the court has said otherwise, by now there will have been fire in the National Assembly. Youths and Nigerians were ready to go and be there. You can see this other person that carried this Peter for Nigeria. He carried his phone, carried that symbolic, got pillow, and carried his traveling bag. He said they are staying there. And many others. Mama P was there. And Aisha, all those activists. And the youth followed them. You can see the crowd yesterday. I think they now saw that this is going to blow into something else. That was why they just said, okay, let her come in. But as for whether she's going to take part in the plenary, why not? She will. If they don't allow that, that's going to raise another thing. As to whether the plenary now they are taking, whether it is so frequent, yes, it's too frequent because they are confused. Of the Senate, I know their plenary this time is more than many. Within 2 years, they say the same thing. They approve loans without hearing. Whatever the president says, they say concur. This is a Senate that is making voice vote for a serious thing like breaching the constitution of removing a governor. They cannot tell you that this is the number that said they voted for and against. How can you do that on voice vote? To tell you where we are. It's only Nigerians that can change it.
Only Nigerians.
So the Senate is an arm of the federal government.
All right.
I mean, not federal government, arm of the executive government. Arm of Tinubu's government.
Yeah. Dr. Onosike has always buttressed that as well. Doctor, we're pressed for time. We will have to wrap it up. Unlike Fulbright went for 6 months and he came back humble. Akpotu Dogan is not humble. She's still saying a lot of very, very controversial ones.
The issue is this. Akpabio, Senator Natasha was elected the same way Akpabio was elected. So all of them are equal. It just like in Devon boys that's in a football team. One person now come and say you will be the captain. So you are not different from the others. I have argued in several fora that what we have in Nigeria is part-time National Assembly. Because a year is 365 days. These people don't sit up to 180 days in a year. So do you call that a full-time? It's not full-time. What we have is part-time National Assembly, judging by the number of times that they sit in a year. But they are receiving full-time pay, which is corruption on its own. So Nigerians are not thinking. That's what gets me pissed off. That's a lot of the time. So I commend Natasha for his boldness. I commend him for his courage. My first degree was philosophy, and we were taught if you start with no, continue with no. If you start with yes, continue with yes. So Natasha is different from Simi Fubra, who started with no and now did the 9, changed to yes. That makes you lose respect.
Wow.
That makes you lose respect. That's why I said that Fubra has lost respect.
Very, 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 very punchy ones there coming from Dr. Onosike. I want to say big thanks, Dr. Onosike, and big thanks, Dr. Eric Thomas, for being awesome on the issues.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Eric. All right, have a good one. And that's all for today's episode of The Issues. We explore the challenges facing Nigeria's democracy, including the debate over President Tinubu's tenure, the pros and cons of state police, and the power dynamics within the Senate. Thank you for joining us. Don't forget to tune in next time for a more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insights. Until next time, stay informed, stay engaged. I am Jerry Apeliohai. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Have a good one.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Parapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe.
Hi guys, my name is Kegan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden, but last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so they cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content come on. A VOP TV.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
So 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Communication is power, and the world is reminded that without sign language, millions are left voiceless. The International Day of Sign Languages is a global call to recognize, protect, and promote sign languages as a bridge to inclusivity. This year's theme, No Human Rights Without Sign Language Rights, underscores the truth that access to language is access to dignity, equality, and opportunity. For the more than 70 million deaf people worldwide, sign language is not optional. It is their right, their voice, and their freedom. Yet, barriers remain. From schools to workplaces, from healthcare to justice systems, the absence of sign language recognition continues to shut out countless people from full participation in society. Experts and advocates are urging governments to do more by enshrining sign languages in policy, expanding interpreter services, and breaking down stigma.
Happy International Day of Sign Languages, everyone. No human right without sign language rights. Language in itself is a language. So now you now have a language for a specialized community of deaf persons, and providing sign language is also providing them with human rights. So if you are talking about fundamental human rights, it's not complete until that deaf child have access to language, which provides him or her access to expression, access also to education, and access, most importantly, to life skill, which is what we as Speaking Fingers is really about, to build them into becoming productive adults. I just said access to expression. You find out that many deaf persons have actually been accused wrongly, so they do not have the opportunity or a language to be able to express when we do not provide sign language as human rights access, as it were. So he or she may be wrongly accused or has been wrongly accused, and there's no language, or the society does not recognize it as a language for expression for him or her to also make a case. Even when one is guilty, you still have the space to be able to make a case for yourself. So providing access or enshrining sign language as a human right is also necessary for that deaf person to plead his or her cause, and most importantly, to express himself or herself. We've had cases in the healthcare sector where healthcare is denied because access to language is not available for such deaf person. So that's a call for healthcare professionals or practitioners to please be able to learn basic sign language so that they can also be able to include persons with disability, especially our deaf community.
As the world reflects on this day, one message rings